Folks, today is Tuesday, March 3rd, 2020. Welcome to the special coverage, Super Tuesday, Roland Martin Unfiltered. We're going to be here for the next 5 hours breaking down the election. 15 states all across the country going to the polls. We got a number of panelists, 20 folks in all, who are going to be giving their perspective, the black perspective. Again, something that you're not going to necessarily hear on the other networks. Yeah, you might see a couple of black people every now and then. But trust me, you ain't going to see this. And what you're also not going to see, I'll explain that black art when we come back. It's time to bring the funk. I'm Roland Martin Unfiltered. Let's go.
He's got it. Whatever the miss, he's on it. Whatever it is, he's got the scoop, the fact, the find. And when it breaks, he's right on time and it's rolling. Best believe he's knowing. Putting it down from sports to news to politics. With entertainment just for kicks, he's rolling.
All right, folks, welcome to our Super Tuesday coverage right here on Roland Martin Unfiltered. Voters all across the country, 15 states have been going to the polls. I was in Texas yesterday, voted this morning. And, of course, it's important to exercise the right to vote. All right, folks, give me a shot. So, of course, also, we're debuting our new set here in Roland Martin Unfiltered, so you see exactly how we look. And the reason, so down there, when we put this set together, I had this idea. I said, you know what? I wanted something different versus red and blue colors. I reached out to artist Leroy Campbell. And I said, Leroy, I want you to come up with something that is interesting. I have a lot of his work, and so that's why you see these art pieces below. This is one of Leroy Campbell's pieces where it depicts multiple generations of African Americans going to vote. And so we wanted to make that a part of our set. I appreciate Leroy for responding. And so I think it's certainly fitting. And we're talking about voting and the power of the vote, the black vote, on this particular day. We're going to break down results already being announced in different states. But first, I want to go to Kristen Clark. She, of course, leads Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights Under Law. Every election, are focused on voter protection. And she's in their Voter Protection Center right now. Kristen, give us a sense of what kind of calls y'all have been getting today from people across the country who have had issues at the polls.
Yeah, we received a high call volume here at our Election Protection Command Center from voters in Tennessee who are in the parts of that state that have been ravaged by the tornado. Voters in Nashville whose homes were destroyed. We know that there are people who lost their lives. We know that there are people who simply could not access the polls today. And for the few poll sites that were up and running, there were extremely long lines. So we've been working very hard to provide relief for those individuals. We also received a high number of calls from Texas, where there are poll sites that opened up late, where there were very long lines. And California also had its fair share of problems. California actually moved to a new system where they got rid of local precincts that have now been replaced by large mega vote centers. And in places from Santa Monica all the way down the state, there are voters who have reported very, very long lines that have stretched upwards of an hour and a half, 2 hours. We also have 3 hours actually in some parts of California. We got a high number of calls from North Carolina. The large number of complaints that we are getting are people who are confused about where to go. And there are a number of states where the state's website broke down, and so people called the 866 Our Vote hotline to get directed to where they needed to go. There were problems about ballots. People showed up and didn't find their names on the rolls. But here's the message. We're here to help. Our call center is filled with volunteers who've been with us since 6 a.m. this morning, and they'll be here until close to midnight. Our goal is to not shut down until all voters are able to successfully cast their ballot. So we want to make sure that people call us at 866 Our Vote, because our team is here. We are waging war. We are pushing election officials to tear down those barriers so all voters can have their voices heard today.
You talk about Tennessee, 25 deaths due to tornadoes there. And so certainly people have been greatly impacted there in Tennessee. Our thoughts and prayers certainly go out to the folks there. Polls are still open, and certainly on the West Coast as well, Arizona, California. And so give the number out again if people have any issues whatsoever when it comes to voting problems at the ballot box, with the precinct, with their name not being on the rolls. What's the number again, Kristen?
The number for the Election Protection Hotline, which is the nation's largest and longest running voter protection program, is 866-OUR-VOTE. 866-OUR-VOTE. We've got a war room filled with legal volunteers who will be with us until the very end of the day, working to make sure that every voter across the country can have their voice heard. 866-OUR-VOTE. Plug it into your phone, put it up on social media, share it with everyone in your network. Call us and report the problems. Our goal is to work to make sure that everyone's able to successfully cast a ballot in this important Super Tuesday election.
Kristen Clark, Laws Committee for Civil Rights under Law. We really appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Thanks so much for having me.
All right, folks. Again, it is Election Day. 1,338 delegates are up in the air today. People, of course, all across the country are voting. It's a huge, huge election. Obviously, that matters because, again, like I say, 1/3 of all Democratic delegates are up for grabs. And so what people have been talking about is who is, of course, going to be the folks to grab those. Huge states, Texas and California as well. Then, of course, you have Tennessee, Alabama, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Utah, Maine, Vermont. California is at the absolute largest number of delegates. Texas is number 2. Also states, Virginia, Vermont, North Carolina, Massachusetts, Oklahoma. Like I said, Texas. And so a lot of things happening, a lot of parts moving. And so let's introduce our panel in this first hour. My far left, Dr. Greg Carr, Chair, Department of Afro-American Studies, Howard University. Dr. Avis Jones-DeWeaver, political analyst. Just to my right, Robert Patillo, civil rights attorney, and also Eugene Craig, CEO, Eugene Craig Organization. Greg, I want to start with you. It is so interesting that black people essentially said to the white folks in the Democratic Party, let me know when y'all done. All of this attention was on Iowa and New Hampshire. Democrats start freaking out because Buttigieg ekes out a win, or maybe Sanders won. Iowa, they probably still counting in Iowa. Then, of course, you go to New Hampshire. They're touting Klobuchar, Buttigieg, and Sanders. Then you go to Nevada. Sanders wins, significant Latino vote. Joe Biden comes in second. Then you go to South Carolina, and Joe Biden dusts everybody. Knocks out Tom Steyer, knocks out Pete Buttigieg, knocks out Amy Klobuchar. And I remember on February 15th, I was on MSNBC, Ali Velshi, and I said, I need all y'all to calm the hell down. I said, because you have to wait to see what happens. And as we begin to break down what has happened tonight, you are seeing what happens when black people speak, which is why I kept saying, calm the hell down and wait until people vote before you start deciding who's electable, who isn't, and who should be the choice.
Absolutely. I think if what we're seeing with these 1% and 0% of the precincts reporting in, being called very early, holds up, it's going to be a good night for Donald Trump. Why do I say that? Because I think what we're seeing is an election that is forming up as an election between the country you wish you had and the country you think you can get. Older black voters, we all have one objective, got to defeat Donald Trump. Older black voters thinking about what white people will and won't vote for in a candidate looks like they're breaking toward Biden as an insurance policy. And that's a reasonable calculation to make. The younger black voters are thinking perhaps about a society they'd like to live in. When you read the candidates' different platforms, you see that there is a qualitative difference between Sanders, Warren, and the others, but all of them are far to the left of Trump. My concern is that all this talk about electability may result in the Democrats nominating someone who is so deeply flawed that it's really going to depend on who that person, if it's Joe Biden, picks on the bottom of the ticket. whether that's Kamala Harris, whether that's Stacey Abrams. I think a black woman probably do best. I would say probably Stacey Abrams. Finally, this may end up being an election where we have to focus on getting enough voter turnout to keep the House and some way, by God, flip the Senate, because these federal judges will continue to be picked by Republicans if the Democrats nominated Joe Biden and people stay home. And that's what I'm really, really concerned about as this thing unfolds.
Well, here's what's interesting, Abe, is you've always had a generational disconnect.
Yeah.
You've always had that. Younger voters don't own much, don't own homes, are not looking at issues like property taxes the way an older voter looks at them. If you go back to 2016, the Joint Center for Political and Economic Studies released their survey. And I'll never forget, their survey showed that who said we are absolutely voting? 65 plus.
Yeah.
Who was second? 50 plus. Who was third? 45 plus. Then you went down. Who said they were least focused on voting and not enthusiastic? 1835.
Yeah.
Now, I'm looking at this tweet, and I just responded to it. And I think this is, so this guy named Ryan Knight, he sends a tweet. He said, I'm just going to say it. Boomers, you're being selfish. This election is about our future, and you've made it about your fear of Trump. 40% of the 2020 electorate would be millennial and Gen Z voters, and we're energized by Bernie, not Biden. Please think about that when you vote. But I responded to him. I said, hey, Ryan, your tweet is shameful and despicable.
It is, yeah.
Boomers are not being selfish. They have the right to vote for anyone they want.
Absolutely.
And I said if 40% of the electorate will be millennial and Gen Z, then y'all need to vote like boomers do. Bitching on Twitter ain't voting. And I'm not dissing any young folks, but I've been saying for weeks on this show, you can't just complain about it, man, you got to go vote.
Exactly.
If you have the numbers, use them.
Exactly. And, you know, this wave of new voters that supposedly Bernie Sanders is supposed to bring, I haven't seen him bring it. Did he bring it in Iowa? Did he bring it in New Hampshire? Did he bring it in Nevada? What I saw in terms of a massive expansion of the turnout was in South Carolina. In South Carolina, they hit 2008 level turnout.
No, they exceeded. And I was shocked by that. I was shocked.
They exceeded. About 500,000 people voted in that election. And that turnout was not to vote for Bernie. That turnout was to vote against Bernie. So if we're talking about expanding the electorate, unlike talking points about, okay, we're going to have all these young people show up, all right, prove it. You know, in terms of what we've actually seen happen, not just projections, not just theorizing, in terms of what we've actually seen happen, the black people in South Carolina said, we're going to show up and show out. The adults have come, and we're going to make sure that we move it in the direction that we want it to go.
But Robert, I need to do one thing, and I know black people, you don't get all sensitive by this. But when I was on MSNBC on Saturday, it actually bothered me to a degree when you had the level of discussion about black voters in South Carolina. Now, I didn't really like math, but if black people make up 65% of the voters in South Carolina, there's a 35. What I didn't hear in Iowa and New Hampshire, white voters go to the polls. No, it was Iowans going to the polls. So the point I'm trying to make is I have an issue with the folks who want to somehow isolate black people as if like we're just sort of this force out here that's just so 35% of people who voted in South Carolina were white. There were some white folks who voted for Biden and for Sanders and for Steyer, and people are making these choices. And so I don't want this thing to become where so many people are attacking black people. In a moment, I'm also giving you my breakdown on Michael Moore, because frankly, he pissed me off with his comments last night on Ari Melber. But again, I think you know what you're seeing is people are saying, you know what, I don't know. So hey, if that's my best guy, that's my best guy. You got to earn the nomination. It will not be handed to Sanders, to Biden, to Warren, to Bloomberg, to any of them.
Well, I think we're seeing an interesting racial divide that's developed in the race thus far. And also we have to monitor it tonight because it's playing out that exact same way. And that states with large African-American populations are defending the establishment of the Democratic Party. They are the vanguard of the quote-unquote centrist moderate Democrats. And Bernie Sanders has not demonstrated the ability to win outside of lily white states. He's been declared the victor Western Vermont today. He's probably going to win Minnesota today. But what is he going to do with the African American vote, and what can he do to appeal to them? But not just that. Biden and the establishment wing of the Democratic Party is writing a massive promissory note to the black community. They are completely. If Joe Biden is able to pull this out and win, we know that it will be 100% because of African American voters in the South. Little old black ladies sitting in gymnasiums throughout the South, working polls who turned out in Alabama and Tennessee and Arkansas, Oklahoma, Missouri, those types of places. That will be the only thing that maintains the moderate wing of the Democratic Party. And so the question is going to be tomorrow morning. So y'all ran up this credit card debt. So what's going to be the answer? Don't all of a sudden come back and say people of color, minorities. We all have to come. No. Black folks want something now. We saved you. So we want something right now.
But here's the thing, Eugene. Here's the thing, and it's very interesting when I've listened to a lot of the stuff out here. And this is the thing that I think people also keep forgetting. In 2016, 71 or 72% of the total electorate, white people. Okay? This election will be the first time, look at the numbers, this will be the first time in American history where less than 70% of the electorate will be white. Now, since 1964, no Democratic candidate
That's exactly right.
has exceeded 39% of the white vote.
That's right.
So I think people also need to step back and realize that black people are not necessarily just, in my estimation, saying this is our candidate, but black people are also saying is, we see what y'all white folks doing.
Exactly right.
So we have to actually make determinations also factoring in what y'all white folks gonna do.
Exactly.
And I go back to 2008 with Obama.
That's right.
Black people kind of like, look, we like him, he young, he said some good stuff. We don't know what these white folks gonna do.
Exactly.
So we really want to support this brother, because again, let me say, in the history of black people running for president, black people never in a majority supported a black candidate. Not Chisholm, not Reverend Jackson twice, not Sharpton, not Kara Mosley Braun, not Doug Wilder. I can go down the line. So I think black people are also, we talk about being pragmatic, they're also sitting there going, and we watching what y'all white folks doing. And we also got to make those necessary choices. And I think we can't ignore that reality, because for all of, rightfully so, Robert, the demands that we can make, the election is still going to be driven by white people.
That's right.
Yeah. In 2016, it wasn't, black voters that handed Trump the election. It was white voters, right? It was white women. And in 2008, it wasn't, black folk that, decided Obama was going to be a nominee for a large degree. It was white folk. And look, black voters are pragmatic, astute voters. We take very, very calculated bets. They're probably the best gamblers in the world, because our lives and livelihood depend on it. Right. We make a bad bet, we could lose everything, as we're seeing what's going on over the last 4 years, where white folk made a bad bet and now we're losing everything. And so, what we're seeing right now tonight with some of these election results, what we saw on Saturday with South Carolina, is that, well, we saw what happened, and we saw what happened in Iowa, we saw what happened in New Hampshire and in Nevada, and we were able to use our voice to speak up in South Carolina. But the other part of that is white folk voted in South Carolina too, and they voted overwhelmingly for Joe Biden as well.
Again, it is very interesting, and I keep making this point because I've looked at. I was very upset looking at some of the comments of Sanders supporters, or if you want to call, or if you want to call them, or you want to call them bots or whatever. Greg, it was really bothering me. It was really bothering me. And y'all get the Michael Moore thing ready. It was really bothering me when I listened to how white folks who support Sanders were denigrating what happened in South Carolina. The reason it bothered me is because, in fact, just go. Do y'all have it ready? Okay, play it.
Here's what you said about Joe Biden. You're warning Democrats. This was quite a while back. I want to play for this in October. Take a listen.
Joe Biden is the center. Joe Biden is this year's Hillary. Joe Biden is not going to excite the base to get out there and vote on November 3rd, 2020. 70% of the people voting next year are either women, people of color, or young people between the ages of 18 and 35. That's 70%.
How do you square that with South Carolina?
South Carolina is not a representative of the United States. I mean, that's just a fact. South Carolina will have absolutely no impact on the November 3rd election. It is still the same. It's that the 70% of those eligible this November are young people, are people of color, and are women. They are going to decide the election. And so what we have now are 3 primaries or caucuses that Bernie either won or tied, and then Saturday. For people tonight to just get so excited about, Biden finally had a win, finally. After
well, do you think, this is my last question, Michael, do you think that those people, and you're referring to some of them, do you think they are excited about Joe Biden, or do you think they are falling in line for anyone who they believe can stop Sanders?
I think they're falling in line. They're not thinking tonight about who can stop Donald Trump. They're thinking about who can stop Bernie Sanders.
This is why what Michael Moore just said completely pisses me off. And Michael Moore, let me be real clear. I don't recall you talking extensively how Iowa doesn't represent America.
Nope.
How New Hampshire doesn't represent America. How Nevada doesn't represent America. You are a liar, Michael Moore, because South Carolina does represent America. And so does Nevada. And so does Iowa. And so does New Hampshire. There is no one state in this country that perfectly represents every constituency here. Now, you didn't say it, Michael, but really what I heard as a black man is the hell with what these black folks just did. Because how dare they go against the guy who I supported? Maybe what you should be saying is, what could my guy have done better to reach these African Americans? And see, here's what also bothers me, Greg, and it pains me. Bernie supporters in 2016 said the same bullshit. They criticized all the southern states when black people voted. I heard people say, oh, Georgia won't mean nothing in November. We won't win South Carolina in November. We're not going to win those states, so we don't need to worry about those states. Yet Reverend Barber has been going across the country saying to Democrats, yes, you will lose southern states if you don't campaign there. Now, Michael Moore, you can't just sit there and just dismiss black folks in South Carolina because a Democrat became governor in Kentucky. A Democrat won in Louisiana. You have Democrats that have won in places. What Stacey Abrams did in Georgia, she didn't give up on Georgia. She went out and registered people. So then what happened there? Georgia is now a state that is turning, could be in play. Maybe, Michael Moore, what you should be saying is, Reverend Jackson's been saying it, probably because he's a native of South Carolina. If you look at the number of unregistered people in South Carolina, with black folks and whites and Latinos unregistered, guess what? South Carolina could actually be flipped. So instead of dismissing what black folks did, what you should be saying is, black people, thank you. Because I remember when you went on Morning Joe after Trump won and talked about how we all need to learn more and listen to these white folks where you from in Michigan, and these white folks in Wisconsin, and these white folks in Pennsylvania. So let me ask you, Michael Moore, why the hell should we listen to white folks in the Midwest but ignore black folks in the South? Last I checked, and the census is going to prove me correct, folks are leaving the Midwest. The Midwest is going to be losing congressional representation. And guess where that's going?
The South.
To the South. So versus dismissing black folks, you should have said, you know what? We take this L. We're going to move on to the next state. That's what you should have done. But Greg, I'm tired of these white liberals treating us like we don't matter. Yet when they get their asses in trouble, then they want to call us.
Yep.
And so that was offensive to what Michael Moore said. And they don't represent America, because they didn't vote for Bernie Sanders. Well, guess what? Sanders won Vermont tonight, where he's from. Okay? He's probably going to win California. So do we now dismiss California and Vermont or any Bernie states? I mean, I cannot tolerate the marginalization of black people when we have the audacity to make choices for ourselves.
I want to echo what Eugene said. We're going to pay the bill in this election. What are we talking about? We're talking about a presidential election. We're not really talking about a primary. I'm looking at these primaries, and I'm thinking more, you remember this well, Roland. I mean, Jesse Jackson in '88, when he won a number of states, and Time Magazine wrote a cover article, "What does Jesse want?" Jesse said, "I want to be president." And later on, Mike Brown will be here, whose father helped formulate the strategy that got Bill Clinton elected. I remember that year in '88, Dukakis was the nominee, and he was crushed against George Bush, in part because the Jackson campaign, speaking very similarly to the Biden, as the Sanders campaign sounds today, and some elements of the Warren campaign, was attracting and expanding the electorate. What if this election ends up being people voting in this election? Because we know out of 250 million people, somewhere between like 57 and 58% of eligible voters vote. What if it ends up looking near exactly the same as it did in 2016? That means that those margins are going to matter. And it's interesting, you're right. Of course Michael Moore sounds like that. He's another colorblind white man. However, what you said, I think is probably what he should have said. All the states represent America, and none of the states represent America. A federal election isn't an election by the people who win the most votes. Otherwise, right. Hillary Clinton is president of the United States. Exactly right. Yep. And there are 50 state elections. Now, yes, those poor whites in his hometown of Flint and them, maybe they didn't vote in the numbers they should have. Maybe they too many voted for Trump. But let's also be clear. That put the election close enough to steal. And it was the blacks in voter suppression in Flint, in Detroit.
In Wisconsin.
In Wisconsin. It's right. Milwaukee. In those polls that they can. So what I'm saying is all Trump has to do, particularly now that he controls enough state houses to suppress the vote, is keep this thing close enough to steal, right. Which is what they're going to do. And what I'm afraid finally in this primary is unfolding as the Democratic establishment rallies around their candidate, by making this about tamping down an insurgency in the Democratic primaries, they may very likely shave off enough voters to get this in the general election close enough for this Republican Party to steal. And I think that what you hear from this man is probably a scream of desperation. Ill thought out, certainly tinted with race, but ultimately with an eye toward what's about to happen in November if we keep this rhetoric up the way we're doing.
Well, hold on. I go to a break, but when we come back, I want to talk about that. But also, I could say when James Carville was yelling about the same thing, that was desperation. The reality is there are voices here's the deal, there are voices on all these different sides who are all sounding desperate because they want their guy to win.
That's true.
Yeah. And I'm saying guy for a reason because trust me, by tomorrow, if Sanders beats Warren in Massachusetts, trust me, she's out. Got to go to break. We come back, more of our Roland Martin Unfiltered special coverage on Super Tuesday. We'll be back in a moment. You want to check out Roland Martin Unfiltered? YouTube.com/Roland S. Martin. And subscribe to our YouTube channel. There's only one daily digital show out here that keeps it black and keep it real. It's Roland Martin Unfiltered. See that name right there? Roland Martin Unfiltered. Like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel. That's youtube.com/Roland S. Martin. And don't forget to turn on your notifications so when we go live, you'll know it.
Did you know that in the Bible, the word for vote and the word for voice are the same word? Yeah, I feel something right now. The word in Hebrew is koil. And every time it talks about God speaking, it says koil. And God spoke koil. And the same word for voice is vote. So we need to use our vote and let God speak through our votes. Y'all don't hear what I'm saying. Vote for justice and let God speak through our votes. Vote for love and let God speak through our votes. Vote for health care and let God speak through our votes. Vote for justice and truth and let God speak through our votes. It's It's time for America to hear righteousness speak, to hear love speak, to hear truth speak. Touch your neighbor and say, neighbor, your vote is not just political, it's theological. God gave it to you. The folk on this wall died for it. And it's high time that we speak and let God speak through us. If there's ever been a time we ought to open our mouths and go in a ballot box and let God speak through us. Like the devotees of the civil rights movement, let God speak for them. If there's ever was a time that needs to happen, it's right now, right here, right now, right here, in this moment.
All right, folks, that was Reverend Dr. William J. Barber this weekend when he was in Alabama. Of course, on Sunday marked the 55th anniversary of Bloody Sunday. And a number of people, of course, were in Selma. All the presidential candidates except Senator Bernie Sanders were there as they walked across the Edmund Pettus Bridge. All right, folks, let's talk about exactly what's going on tonight in this election. The Associated Press, they have already called several different states. First and foremost, they have called Virginia for Vice President Joe Biden. And so he wins Virginia. Also, they have called North Carolina for Vice President Joe Biden. In addition to that, Bernie Sanders, they have called Vermont for Bernie Sanders. They also have called Alabama for Vice President Joe Biden as well. And so a number of polls are closing very soon. We'll know what happens in Arkansas and some of the other states very early in Massachusetts. Joe Biden is leading there. Senator Elizabeth Warren, of course, is a sitting United States Senator from Massachusetts, desperately needs to win that state. I have said again, she released a memo the other day saying she's going to take this thing all the way to the convention. The reality is here. You can't win your home state. You ain't going all the way to the convention. And it's just very simple. Just like, look, I get Bush v. Gore. People talk about it, but here's the reality. If Al Gore wins his home state, he was president. Yeah. You win your home. First rule, you got to win home. And so I think that's what was definitely going to happen there as well. And so we're looking at some of the other results as well. And of course, there are a whole bunch of uncontested races. You got CBC members, a lot of people who are running uncontested. And so we're going to be providing the results of some of those as well. We're also waiting to get the results from Tennessee. And American Samoa, Mike Bloomberg has won that. It was won there. Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard, she came in second. But guess what? They have just 6 delegates. And so, but Michael Bloomberg can notch a win tonight, which he was needed. I want to bring in R.C. Maxwell, Republican strategist, and also want to talk about this whole piece here, in addition to some of the other races. Erica Savage Wilson, of course, Savage Politics broadcast as well. Folks, what is interesting to me about tonight when you begin to look at these states, I said it point blank. Mike Bloomberg spends more than $500 million. I said Bloomberg has to win 4 to 5 states or he has to drop out. You don't spend, first of all, he ignored the first 4 states. He got in too late to get on the ballot. His entire strategy was a Super Tuesday strategy. If Michael Bloomberg, sure, okay, fine, American Samoa, okay, that's a territory. If Michael Bloomberg does not win one of these states, he's got no choice, RC, to drop out.
I mean, I agree. After the first debate, I mean, people were asking what is Bloomberg's strategy in terms of policy, but I think now people are asking, I mean, just what is Bloomberg's strategy? I think he has, American Samoa tonight and maybe the city of Atlantis. But aside from that, he has nothing really to stand on, aside from being able to maybe, take some delegates from Biden in Maine or a place like that. So, I think that's going to be the question people ask about Bloomberg after tonight.
Erica, again, that amount of money, You now have 4 candidates who are still in the race. In fact, he did an interview earlier. It was quite interesting because he said, well, there are 3 people in the race, and somebody said, you're forgetting Elizabeth Warren. He went, oh, she's still in?
Right.
Quite dismissive. This is not a guy who is not like he's been winning, okay? Good poll numbers, but as we learn, if you're Biden, you learned in Iowa, a poll number don't mean the damn thing until people vote. Yeah. He was tied for first, came in fourth. Again, Tom Steyer was supposed to do 22-25% in South Carolina, didn't do it, dropped out of the race. Pete Buttigieg actually set the record for being the first person to win the Iowa caucus who drops out 27 days later, beating by 1 day former Senator Tom Harkin, who won Iowa in 1992 and dropped out 28 days later. And so, again, poll numbers mean absolutely nothing. When people go to the polls is when they actually decide how they feel about you. If you're Bloomberg, you're going to have a very, very hard choice to make. Vanity Fair has a story out, I'll pull up in a second, where they said Mike Bloomberg's advisors have been trying to convince him to drop out after South Carolina. And he absolutely was resisting, saying he was not interested in dropping out until some votes are cast. Well, he might be finding out tonight what that feels like.
Right, because as we all know, spending does not equate winning, and I think that's what our arrogant candidate is finding out here. Also pretty interesting, I was listening to Reverend Sharpton on one of the networks talking about Bloomberg's candidacy, and he really admonished him to stand by what he talked about around if he did not perform well this Super Tuesday, that he would then back other candidates. And so I'm really wondering to see at the end of this week, would Bloomberg have moved out of the race, particularly since you have a strong group of people that are petitioning against him actually being in the race. And they're really looking at trying to roll up whatever the Bloomberg coalition looks like into their particular net. So I think that, for me, I think if he does not roll up by the end of this week, it'll definitely be at the end of this month because he'll be throwing good money after that.
Henry, go to my iPad, please. This is the article I was talking about, Avis, by Gabriel Sherman. He will risk making Ross Perot and Ralph Nader look good. Bloomberg resists advisors' push to exit the race. Again, you got to win. You got to win. Just because you got $60 billion, just because you can drop some really nice ads, just because you can have all these black people who endorse you just because you had that money, you have to show you can actually garner votes and build a coalition. And so that was always his difficulty. Yeah. He did do horrible in both debates. Yes. Then he came out the next day and he said, well, you know, we're not electing a debater in chief. We're electing somebody who can run the country. Yeah, but debates are unvarnished. Debates are an opportunity we can actually see you in the middle of the battle. Just because you can run some great commercials means nothing. I think back when, who remembers when former Tennessee Senator Fred Thompson ran? Yeah. Everybody was saying, oh, my God, this is Reagan again. That's right. I mean, you know, he's tall, the voice, and he was one of the Watergate prosecutors, and all this stuff they were saying. He was one of the worst campaigners you had ever seen in your life. I remember he was campaigning in Iowa, and he wanted to watch the Tennessee football game, and was like, look, I'm going to get to that in a minute. And they were like, dog, we got some voters out here, and he didn't care. How you look on paper means nothing. Right. How you perform on the field is what matters.
Absolutely. I mean, he has dropped a bomb full of money all over the place. Absolutely true. And you're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars that he has invested in today. And if you leave today and you haven't shown a significant result because of that, I don't even understand why you would go on, other than the fact that you know that money is no object. And you just you're going to get caught up in your pride. But in terms of what he's actually done, when people have actually seen him outside of the edited, scripted cinematography of ads, when they've actually seen him answer questions, when they've actually seen him on a debate stage, particularly next to people who have been doing this for a year and therefore are practiced and ready to go, he just became diminished more and more. And when people began to learn more about his policies outside of New York, you know, it just, everything seemed to be going downhill for him. And there's no amount of money that I believe is going to turn that around.
Greg, again, we can talk all day about money. What I said, and I'll stand by it, I got no problem with anybody who wants to run. Look, I think that if you are if you're a Steyer or a Bloomberg, and everybody saw, oh my goodness, Joe Biden's weak, and nobody had even voted yet, okay? To win, you need money on the ground. And what I don't understand is why, if you want to jump out there and say, well, I want to do this shit, put the money, boots on the ground. Fund these black organizations who know how to get to people. Okay, you can run all the ads you want to, but boots on the ground is what's going to matter. Knocking on those doors, that's what Democrats are going to need. Reverend Barber keeps saying, go into those places. Look, Mike Espy lost by 68,000 votes to Cindy Hyde-Smith. It was a whole bunch of black people, poor white folks, and others who didn't vote. But you got to have an apparatus that knows how to get to those people, to get them, first of all, to talk to them, to hear what they have to say, to get them registered, and then create an apparatus that gets them to the polls.
I agree, Roland, and no show has consistently made this point. And no person. You've been doing that since TV1, making this point about turnout. Bloomberg's candidacy is about one person, Joe Biden, as you said, and the Vanity Fair article echoes that. There was no perceived front-runner in the Democratic field that the establishment, the DNC and the Democratic Party thought was strong enough to throw their weight behind. And we all remember about a month ago, a little bit longer, when we heard the former Secretary of State, John Kerry, was overheard talking about Joe Biden. So Bloomberg's candidacy was and remains, well, if Biden implodes and he's only one gaffe away, maybe a nation turns its lonely eyes to Bloomberg. Now, what you said makes perfect sense as an electoral strategy. However, we also understand that if it were about ground game and turnout and expand the base and getting people to the polls, Bernie Sanders would be winning every one of these polls now because he has the best, well, Warren has some, but Sanders has his ground game in these primaries. Clearly, again, I'll echo what I said earlier. What if this turns into a mirror of the other elections? If the base isn't expanded, if the electorate isn't expanded, and we're talking about inches here, inches there, and ultimately a general election where Donald Trump's base, which doesn't care what he is because they're voting about white nationalism, tax cuts, and all, so they don't care whether he vomits on stage, whatever he does. However, if that Democratic nominee is not someone that can punch this guy in the face, because he's not going to convince, or she's not going to convince any Trump supporters, it's going to take a nominee that's going to be able to put the field out there to get this election. Bloomberg, I believe, after tonight, will probably drop out. Now, the question is, will he keep his promise to keep that money in? I suspect he will, because at the end of the day, defeating Donald Trump is the thing that unifies this entire field. And finally, if you look at their programs, the Bloomberg platform on his website, the Biden platform on his website are virtually indistinguishable as it comes to everything from student loans to financing and housing to funding HBCUs. All that stuff is indistinguishable. This really is coming down to an election which revolves around, sadly, the same thing American elections tend to revolve around. Image and hype and turnout to vote. We talk about it every time, but ultimately, it doesn't appear that turnout to vote has been the thing to win American elections in the last several cycles.
Henry, do this for me. I want you to go to my iPad, please. This was a few moments ago. Mike Bloomberg, he was addressing supporters in Florida.
And tonight we proved something very important. We proved we can win the voters who will decide the general election. And isn't that what this is all about? Now, while my fellow candidates spent a whole year focusing on the first 4 states, I was out campaigning against Donald Trump in the states where the election will actually be decided, like Wisconsin and Michigan and Pittsburgh and Ohio and North Carolina and, of course, Florida. President Obama proved that a Democrat can win all of those states, but in 2016, we lost them all. Well, I'm running to win them back. And together, we're going to get it done. Now, we all know Trump's strategy: attack Democrats, make their plans look unrealistic, unaffordable, and undoable. That won't work against us. Our plans are sensible, workable, and achievable, and we have the record and the resources to defeat Trump in swing states the Democrats lost in 2016, like Florida. I know we can do it, and you know who else knows it? Donald Trump. And that's why he keeps attacking us on Twitter. Today, he sent a tweet out urging people not to vote for us. Gee, I wonder why. Clearly, Trump is scared stiff of facing us, and for good reason. In every campaign I ran for mayor, we built a broad coalition that brought Democrats and independents and moderate Republicans together. Donald Trump the other day called me short. I said, Donald, where I come from, we measure people from the neck up. That's how we're going to beat Donald Trump. I believe we need a leader who is ready to be commander-in-chief, not college debater-in-chief. So if you want someone who talks turkey and who has a record of accomplishment on all the big issues facing our country and who has the resources to beat Trump, I'm your guy. And while Trump tweets, I follow facts, respect data, and tell the truth. My whole career, I have been a doer. And I believe we need less talk, less partisanship, less division, less tweeting. In fact, how about no tweeting from the Oval Office ever again? Now, you've all heard our campaign slogan, Mike will get it done. Well, let me tell you what the it is. It means winning this November and sending Donald Trump back to Mar-a-Lago permanently. But that's just the beginning, because getting it done means finally providing health insurance to every American who lacks it. Getting it done means passing common sense gun safety laws that protect our children and communities. Getting it done means making America a global leader in the fight against climate change.
All right, that was Mike Bloomberg in Florida. RC, I'm just trying to figure out, he said we proved tonight we can win in the... I'm sorry, is he seeing something we ain't seeing?
It appears Bloomberg's going to stay in the race, and I can tell you, as a Republican strategist, I mean, this is exactly what I want to see. This is the kind of just division that we want to see in the Democratic Party during a primary, because Bloomberg has no vision. His existence in the race only serves to hurt their long-term goal. And I agree with almost everything Greg said earlier about Bloomberg, aside from the fact that beating Donald Trump is what unifies all of the candidates. I think there is a large section of Bernie Sanders' base who, if he doesn't get the nomination, they are going to be more than willing to see Donald Trump win a second term, so they can really stick it to the Democratic Party.
Before I go to Erica, in North Carolina, there was a sister, of course, Erica Smith, who was running for the U.S. Senate nomination, but the Associated Press is calling the race for Cal Cunningham. The Democratic nomination is going to be running against Tom Tillis. Of course, Erica was trying to become an African-American Senate nominee. The Democratic establishment had gotten behind Cal Cunningham, but that's exactly what happened there. Erica, I think when you look at these races, when you look at again, what is happening tonight, I go back to what I've been saying. You have to focus on not only when folks vote, but what they're saying. Various exit polling data is showing that in a significant number of states, folks decided late.
Yeah.
All of the talk was, oh, South Carolina was great for Biden, but that was just 4 days ago.
Yep.
But everybody forgot. Klobuchar did well in the second debate. The late breakers decided, a third or so voted for her in New Hampshire. You're seeing the exact same thing. So all people who said South Carolina was no big deal, if you were deciding in the last 3 days, you paid attention to Biden winning in South Carolina. Momentum plays a role.
Right, which is why they nicknamed Joe Biden Joe-mentum. And I think that we also, what a lot of people are catching up to is what we've known all along is about the power of our vote, right? So that South Carolina was not specifically in Super Tuesday, but you had the minority whip of Congress come out when it seemed as though Joe was not perhaps going to do as well as he did, to say, listen, I support him. So you saw, and even when you're looking at the age breakdown, you saw overwhelmingly a large share of the black vote went to Biden. And so that's a pattern I believe that we're going to continue to see, because something that I've been sharing all along is we have 29 contests this month. When you look at the number of states that have the largest population of black folks in it, we're looking at Virginia tonight, which won, which went to Biden. We're looking at North Carolina. We're looking at not South Carolina, but we're looking at a couple of other states that have a large share of black voters. And those black voters are not just looking at who we want to beat Trump or who they want to beat Trump. They're also looking at after that time. There is a lot that's at stake for black voters. And so for us, it's more than about who can beat Trump. It's about who is it that once we put them in office, they'll really have something that they have to pledge back to us because of the level of support that we've had for them. Who's talking about things that are important in our community too.
Also, Greg, this also, I think tonight also should tell anybody, you got to put the work in the black folks.
True.
And not just roll up.
That's true.
Now, Senator Kamala Harris dropped out. Senator Cory Booker dropped out. Y'all have heard me on this show. I've said it numerous times. That I believe one of the biggest mistakes that they made was that they did not build a black base.
That's right.
They did not come into the Senate and say, I'm going to hit every black organization. I'm going to be on black radio constantly. I'm going to be all over black websites. So Booker was going to run for president.
Right.
Harris, while running for the United States Senate, we always knew was going to run in 2020.
Absolutely.
So you have to actually build that. So even if you black, no black candidate will get the runway Obama got ever again. It's not going to happen.
Nope.
And so when you look at tonight, like it or not, the investment that Joe Biden has made. I've been there. When Joe Biden goes to the NAACP convention, Joe real comfortable. Because see, you can be comfortable with the NAACP when you're a life member.
Right.
When you can stand up and shout out 100 people before you even start saying a few words. Bernie Sanders did a lot better from 16. Far more diverse upper tier.
A lot of young black women.
Far more diverse base of supporters.
Absolutely.
But you still, black folks want to know you and see you. Yep. And there was a lot of CBC members who kept telling me, where he been?
Yeah.
Like, all this love, where you been?
That's true.
I mean, it pays off, but to the earlier point, and trust me, if Biden gets a nomination, if Biden beats Trump, let me be real clear. I ain't gonna do what black leadership did under Obama.
Hell no.
Wait 5 years. Wait till the second term to have a meeting on what we want. Let me be real clear.
That's right.
Always.
We are gonna give you an agenda. And we ain't waiting on civil rights groups to come up with it. In fact, Alicia Garza's group, they've already released their black agenda. So let's be real clear.
Right.
Whoever gets the Democratic nomination, you are going to hear from black people. And
absolutely,
this ain't, look, I ain't on TV One anymore. I can go live anytime I want to.
Anytime, brother. Anytime.
I'm just letting them know.
No, you're right. I mean,
I'm just serving notice.
I tell you, Roland, it's difficult because, again, the night is young.
Right.
Polls on the West Coast.
Because if I'm black enough to put a black artist on the set.
On the set, brother.
You know damn well I'm going to be asking for some stuff. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No. The reason I raise this is because there are 643 delegates in Texas and California. Those polls close at 11 o'clock Eastern Standard. And, of course, what the reports are saying is people are looking to see what...
Well, California does. Texas closed at 8 o'clock.
Yeah, 8 o'clock Eastern Standard, right. But as it's purported now on the New York Times website, Sanders is leading in Texas. He's up by 6.6 points. And that's 228 votes, even though they award them proportionately. And there are more votes in California than there are on the entire East Coast. So, the night is young. That having been said, You're absolutely right. Joe Biden is a known quantity, particularly among black elected leadership and faithful and loyal Democrats. When the Democrats decided after South Carolina to make everybody stand up and salute the flag, Buttigieg, Klobuchar, the first ad buy that Biden had in Minneapolis, St. Paul was about a 55,000 ad buy he did yesterday. Klobuchar recorded a campaign ad for him. But at the end of the day, let's say that Biden is the nominee, because Bernie Sanders is going to have to win the Democratic nomination in the primaries. If it's close, if he comes out tonight between 500 and 600 delegates and Biden does the same or somewhere close, and then next Tuesday they do something similar, if nobody reaches 1,900, by the time they get to Milwaukee, Bernie Sanders is not going to be the nominee of the Democratic Party. But the war that might ensue in the wake of that, and I agree with you, brother, may lead to enough people not turning out to reelect Donald Trump. But let's say that Biden does win. Joe Biden is a known quantity. Joe Biden won the first primary of his life in 3 tries for the presidency in the state of South Carolina, thanks to the Negro Firewall. Basically, shout out to Jim Clyburn, who may have saved the entire thing. Now, he may be
47% of the exit polling showed that they factored in Clyburn's nomination. 24% said it was very important that he endorsed.
Jim Clyburn, they might have to give him Secretary of State, because Jim Clyburn may have saved Joe Biden if the one person
No, damn that. Clyburn gonna be like, y'all gonna make me Speaker of the House.
The Speaker, you know what? For real. Now, I don't know what Hakeem Jeffries gonna say at that point.
He gonna sit down?
I hope he does, to be a good soldier. No question. At least, be a black Pete Buttigieg, brother.
If Joe Biden wins the Democratic nomination and beats Trump,
you heard it here tonight.
Jim Clyburn gonna be like, I'm the new speaker.
I'm the Speaker of the House.
Because ain't none of this here if it wasn't for me.
It's no question about it. So the only other thing I was going to say
Better aim high.
The night is young. If Sanders can put that Latinx coalition together in Texas and California to win those 2 states, it's a very different conversation in 2 or 3 hours than it is right now. And I'm saying that still, Biden looks like he's going to be the nominee because the party has decided we got to go in with this guy. And finally, the only person that could probably destroy Joe Biden, unfortunately, is Joseph R. Biden. And that is the thing that I think everybody's still holding their breath on.
But here's the other deal. Avis, one of these candidates had a heart attack.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, I mean, we got to be real honest here.
Yeah. And
Bernie Sanders had a heart attack. He's 78.
Yeah.
Biden's 77. We ain't dealing with a group of 40, 50-year-olds here.
No, we're not. We're not. And we still don't have the actual the medical reports around that.
Right.
It's the whole Trump thing of having somebody write some letters.
Yeah.
So, that is very serious. But when you look at also what we know in terms of the states that have already been called. So if you look at Virginia and North Carolina, for example, you're still having the same level of black support, even though you have no Clyburn, right? In Virginia, you had 66%. I'm sorry.
Hey, but turn your damn phone off.
Sorry. It's just like,
turn your damn phone off, Avis.
I got too many things on right now. I'm trying to figure out
turn them off.
My iPad. Sorry about that. But what's going on right now is that in Virginia, you have 66% of the black vote voted for Biden. In North Carolina, you had 63% of the black vote is voting for Biden. So if you're going to have a situation where Bernie is depending on the Latinx constituency and Biden is depending a great deal on the black constituency, if, for example, say you do have Bernie get in office, and the fact in terms of how his particular, he himself and a lot of his people have referred to the black vote, will he feel any sort of need to do anything for black people? It seems like to me that he would be Bernie.
Hell yeah.
If by some miracle.
Anybody win the Democratic nomination.
Here's the thing.
Anybody win the Democratic nomination.
Yeah. But here's
trust
the thing.
me, black people are not going to do Obama 2.0. Whoever wins the Democratic nomination, and if they beat Trump, I'm telling you, on day 2, it's going to be black people like, where the meeting?
No question.
Right.
Where the meeting? I'm telling you, it's not going to happen again what happened with Obama.
They're going to be where the meeting, but what I'm saying is I am looking at, as you alluded to, I'm looking at what's the language. I'm looking at the vibe. I'm looking at the culture.
Language is going to be, the language is going to be from different groups. I'm telling you, there will not be Obama 2.0. Black people realize the tragic mistake, and this is what I said.
I'm not talking about our language. I'm talking about from the Bernie constituency.
No. damn the burning constituents. I'm telling you what's going to happen is the heat he's going to get is going to be, bruh, this is what we expect. It's not going to be nice and cordial, and it's going to be from different groups. Because remember, Bernie Sanders only has a strong criminal justice reform plan because young black people made him. He didn't come up with his plan on his own. Brittany Packnett and others can tell you how they said, no, you're going to do this. I think what you're going to face is, again, I'm using what happened. African Americans, two things happened. We looked at Obama as the first black president and not the 44th. That's what happened.
Absolutely.
And I think what's going to happen next is going to be, we ain't repeating that. So if you the 46, what's going to happen is going to be like, no. This is what we are going to expect, and the pressure is going to be from different places. I got to ask RC this here because also you made the point about Greg, and it was made the point about turnout. First of all, Sanders getting 45 or 48% of Latinx means nothing. The issue is not 45, 48%. The issue is how many people does that represent? Donald Trump, the White House believes that they can get 15, 18, 20% of the black male vote. They believe that they are going to be able, they think they can get overall 12 to 14% of overall black vote. I don't know where they're looking at that from because the level of vitriol from black people against Donald Trump is higher than I've seen even when black people didn't like Reagan.
I think that's because you're looking at it from one perspective. There are a black one. There are a lot of 15 and 16 generation African Americans who like the message that Trump is speaking because it speaks to them and they're feeling that they have lost their positionality. Because I think that actually what Avis is talking about is actually very true. The Democratic nominee is going to get to dictate their own policy. And it looks like the voting bloc for Democrats is no longer really African Americans, but immigrants and illegal immigrants. So I think when you see
hold up, what's the evidence of that?
He ain't got no evidence. He just talking.
No, what's the evidence of that?
Is mere demographics.
Well, first of all, illegal immigrants can't vote, so illegal immigrants are not voting. Two, I just voted in Texas. I had the Dallas County Democratic Party chair on my show yesterday. She said, hold up, she said yesterday, one of the problems that they have is they have been good at registering Latinos. She said the hard part is getting them to vote. In Texas alone, there are 2 million eligible but unregistered Latinos. So the problem from a Latino standpoint is they have demographic numbers, but they're not maximizing the demographic numbers when it comes to turnout. Their turnout is not close to what black turnout is.
But there's a reason on the Democrat debate stage you saw more and more Spanish and less discussions of reparations as the Democratic field got less and less.
No, actually you saw that because the people who asked the questions chose to ask the questions. That's part of the problem. And so the only time where you saw a candidate really flip that debate stage and flip it to the issue of African Americans and race was when they were in New Hampshire and Tom Steyer did, and luckily George Stephanopoulos allowed the conversation to continue by saying, hey, let's stay right here. So the reality is I've actually watched all the debates and I've heard them talk about immigration reform, DACA, those things. But I've also heard them talk about issues involving African Americans.
Right. I don't think we've heard the term reparations in a long time. But
yes, we did. It was in the New Hampshire debate.
Look, the reality is Donald Trump. Let me finish my point.
I heard it.
The reality is Donald Trump doesn't need to win black voters. He won last time without a substantial amount of black voters. Donald Trump is courting black voters because he wants to and because he values the contributions that African Americans have made to America. That's why you see him set up 14 to 15 centers for his Black Voices for Trump. And we just talked about the importance of actual grassroots interactions with black voters. Black Voices for Trump is ahead of that. And you look at people like Bloomberg and Biden, they're spinning their wheels with gaffes about corn pop. While Biden does have a strong legacy with the black community, the question Democrats have to ask themselves is Biden going to be able to prevent Trump from shaving that 1 to 2% off? And I think the answer is definitely not.
Erica, this issue is not a question about whether or not Trump doesn't need black voters. The reality is a Republican candidate does need a certain percentage of African-American voters because what you do not want is for it to get far away from you. Let's remember, 2016, Donald Trump got fewer voters than Mitt Romney, and Romney still lost to Obama. If you factor in a drop of 2.4% among African-Americans, and then you factor in voter suppression, that's how Donald Trump was able to win. This time is different. Democrats have been able to take advantage of having a majority on the Supreme Court in North Carolina. They've been able to rule that gerrymandering is not only racial gerrymandering, but also political gerrymandering as well. North Carolina is going to be a state that's back in play this time as well. Also, Wisconsin, it was impacted by 2016, where voter ID law had been impacted. And then what happened was the federal judge had to call Governor Scott Walker and Republicans saying, why are y'all slow walking these voter IDs? Folks have also learned that lesson as well. Donald Trump only won this election by 78,000 votes. And so I think people need to understand that he is not going to have the perfect storm of Hillary Clinton, a candidate a lot of people hate it, even when it comes to Democrats. He's going to have that issue, and his negatives are still extremely high in Wisconsin. He's underwater in the 3 states that gave him the presidency.
Right. Right. So, and let's remember that. And then let's also remember that we are still traveling through the Trump regime right now with their fallacies as it relates to a global pandemic, the coronavirus. And so people have been able to see for the past 4 years what black folks and brown folks have been saying for years is that this man is a pathological liar. He runs businesses into the ground. He has no empathy. He doesn't care about people. His agenda, his narcissism is about him and his family. And we've seen that he may be a billionaire now because of all of the grifting. So I think that we're not counting in the sensibilities that people have been walking through with this regime, seeing different branches of government that have been compromised. And so people, especially black folks, have long memories, and we're also taking that with us to the ballot box. So I think it's very short-sighted to just parse the discussion around reparations and other issues that are important to the Latinx communities. When you're talking about folks who are deadly afraid, right, of being deported at any hour, when you talk about for black folks, there is no plan B. People are making very pragmatic, very rational decisions. It's not a decision necessarily out of fear. There is fear in that decision. But black voters and Latinx voters are pretty pragmatic voters.
Deontay Johnson joins us. He is founder of Black Conservative Federation. He joins us right now. Deontay, when you look at what is happening tonight, you have Republicans who have been saying we want Sanders, Sanders, Sanders. They thought they took Biden out. They didn't.
Well, you know, as I look at it, I see Sanders is taking the lead in Texas, and I see him taking the lead in California. So I think they may just get Biden out, but it's not gonna happen without a fight.
Oh, where?
If Bernie wins California and Texas, Biden is done.
No, you're wrong. First of all, remember, this is the Democratic primary.
Yes.
Republican primary has winner take all. Democrats don't. First of all, in the Democrat, you have proportional delegation. And so if you get higher than 15% of the vote in a state, you qualify for the delegates. Then you also got to win 15% in the congressional districts. And so just because you win the state overall, so for instance, tonight, if you look at Virginia, Joe Biden crushed Bernie Sanders in Virginia, but Sanders is still going to be able to get delegates in Virginia. So this is not the Republican Party. If this was the Republican Party, that's the case. In fact, if the Democrats had the Republican rules, Obama would not have beat Hillary Clinton because she won the big states of California, Texas, Ohio, and Pennsylvania. And so the reality is, Biden is not done tonight.
So we're looking at a brokered convention?
No, first of all, we're not even at there yet. First of all, you can't get to a brokered convention until you have the other 30-some-odd states vote. See, this is the thing that people need to stop doing. They need to stop skipping over the process, okay? I said after Iowa, New Hampshire, it's 48 left, y'all. You can't decide on 2. Right.
Yeah.
After South Carolina, I said 47, 46, y'all. You can't. So I can't even get to the convention. Here's the deal. Sanders or Biden could very well secure enough delegates. Okay, you're not going to know probably until April, after you get through March, to have an understanding of, okay, this is what they won. Then you begin to game it out to say exactly what's going on. But the mistake is to skip over states, Avis. Let folks vote. Georgia hasn't voted. Florida hasn't voted. We can go down. Ohio hasn't voted. Pennsylvania hasn't voted.
Right.
Michigan hasn't voted. We can go down the line. That's what I keep saying. Everybody relax.
Absolutely. I mean, this is covered just such as a horse race that everyone gets caught up in the drama of the moment. And right now we are at Super Tuesday. Super Tuesday is sizable, it's significant, but we're not going to decide anything tonight. Now, I will say that if we wouldn't have had the miracle that happened over the past few days, we might have been able to decide it today. You know, because it wouldn't have been as close as it's going to be now. Right. But given what just happened in terms of the South Carolina primary and the Joe-mentum that's happened as a result of that, this is going to be a much tighter race tonight, which means that the proportional distribution of those delegates is not going to be as vast as it would have been otherwise. So you're exactly right. We're not going to really know who's going to come into this convention leading or maybe even winning outright until April. We still have a couple more months.
Also, what you have is that look again. 3 candidates dropped out since Saturday. Okay, tomorrow you may have Warren out. You might have Bloomberg out. Now the race changes with just 2 left. You know, and so again, now the question then becomes: if you got 2 left, okay, Bernie, can you prove you can get 40, 42, 45, 48, 51, 52% of the vote? We'll see. But as long as you have 4, 5, 6 candidates, you really can't see that. And so this race is actually changing every single week as some people bow out and others stay in.
And I think you're absolutely right. The discussion is going to shift very quickly to Sanders, what is your strategy? Because I disagree with Deontay. I think this is the worst night for Bernie Sanders since the fall of the Berlin Wall. I mean, he was supposed to show that he can at least put a dent into the establishment Democrat kind of stronghold in the South, and he's losing state after state. Oklahoma was just called for Joe Biden as well. So, you know, Sanders has really a lot to answer pretty soon.
Erica, final comment before I go to the break.
And I think this also speaks to all of the candidates as we in this heavy month with 29 contests. Do talk, sit with black voters and the importance of that.
All right, got to go to a break. When we come back, more of our Super Tuesday coverage right here on Roland Martin Unfiltered. Back in a moment. You want to support Roland Martin Unfiltered? Be sure to join our Bring the Funk fan club. Every dollar that you give to us supports our daily digital show. There's only one daily digital show out here that keeps it black and keep it real as Roland Martin Unfiltered. Support the Roland Martin Unfiltered daily digital show by going to RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. Our goal is to get 20,000 of our fans contributing $50 each for the whole year. You can make this possible. RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. All right, so a lot of y'all always asking me about some of the pocket squares that I wear. Now, Robert don't have one on. Now, I don't particularly like the white pocket squares. I don't like even the silk ones. And so I was reading GQ magazine a number of years ago, and I saw this guy who had this pocket square here, and it looks like a flower. This is called a shibori pocket square. This is how the Japanese manipulate the fabric to create this sort of flower effect. So I'm going to take it out and then place it in my hand so you see what it looks like. And I said, man, this is pretty cool. And so I tracked down, it took me a year to find a company that did it. And so they make these about 47 different colors. And so I love them because, again, as men, we don't have many accessories to wear, so we don't have many options. And so this is really a pretty cool pocket square. Now, what I love about this here is you saw when it's in the pocket, you know, it gives you that flower effect like that. But if I wanted to also, unlike because if I flip it and turn it over, it actually gives me a different type of texture. And so therefore it gives me a different look. So there you go. So if you actually want to get one of these shibori pocket squares, we have them in 47 different colors. All you got to do is go to RolandSMartin.com/pocket squares. So it's RolandSMartin.com/pocket squares. All you got to do is go to my website, and you can actually get this. Now, for those of you who are members of our Bring the Funk fan club, there's a discount for you to get our pocket squares. That's why you also got to be a part of our Bring the Funk fan club. And so that's what we want you to do. And so it's pretty cool. So if you want to jazz your look up, you can do that. In addition, y'all see me with some of the feather pocket squares. My sister, who's a designer, she actually makes these. They're all custom made. So when you also go to the website, you can also order one of the customized feather pocket squares right there at RolandSMartin.com/pocket squares. So please do so. And of course, that goes to support the show. And again, if you're a Bring the Funk fan club member, you get a discount. This is why you should join the fan club.
Please don't forget my quota. Get your ass out and vote.
Our ancestors fought for us.
Yeah.
Rosa Parks sat down on that bus.
Yeah.
Ooh.
We gotta do what we did for Obama. Call your nephew, your cousin, your aunt, and your mama. We have a voice. We got a choice.
We got a choice now.
We got a voice.
Now, a little voter encouragement from the cast of Blackish, and so we certainly appreciate that. Folks, Super Tuesday. Folks all across the country, they have been going to the polls voting. As we said earlier, Virginia, North Carolina, Alabama, and now Oklahoma all call for Joe Biden. Vermont been called for Bernie Sanders. American Samoa called for Mike Bloomberg. We're now waiting results. Arkansas, Tennessee, and of course the big western states waiting for those as well. Got some new panelists in to my far right, along Victoria Burke with NNPA, Rob Richardson, of course, with his own podcast, radio show. Glad to have him here. Also, A. Scott Bolden, lawyer here in D.C., the National Bar Association Political Action Committee. Again, Deontay as well. All right, so Lauren, when you look at the results, let's start with Virginia. You're very familiar with that state as well. I mean, huge numbers Joe Biden rolled up. If you looked at the other candidates, first of all, you Pete Buttigieg and Amy Klobuchar, it was very wise of you to drop out. Very wise to drop out of this race because you do not want to get embarrassed on Super Tuesday. In Virginia, Joe Biden, 53.3% of the vote, 702,000 votes. Bernie Sanders, 23%. Biden gets a higher percentage of the vote in Virginia than he did in South Carolina. He was under 50% in South Carolina. He exceeded 50% in Virginia.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's not surprising that Biden is doing well in all the places, in all the states where there's a lot of African-American voters.
20% in Virginia.
You still have the fact that Bernie Sanders is probably going to win California, maybe win Texas, which would be quite a story for him.
And right now in Texas, 8% reporting. Sanders is at 28%, with 152,000 votes. Joe Biden with 117,000 votes, 22%.
And he's probably going to win Colorado. So even though, I think it was pretty predictable that Joe Biden was going to win the South and that Bernie was not going to do particularly well in the South. That's what happened. And Bernie did well where he should have done well, which is the Northeast, Maine, Vermont, obviously. And I'm really actually surprised that he was competitive in Texas.
Right now in Maine, 9% of the votes in Maine, Joe Biden is leading by 1 percentage point. What's interesting to me is still Massachusetts, where Biden is at 9% reporting. Biden's at 32%, Sanders at 26%. Warren, the sitting U.S. senator from our state, at 23%.
It's embarrassing for Warren, that's obvious. But I just want to say this, though, about this whole Warren thing. I mean, Warren, I think, is really the best pound for pound, the most intelligent, the quickest, the sharpest candidate. I don't care what anybody says. All right, I don't care what places.
She is, but guess what? Doesn't translate to wins.
When Bloomberg comes in third, I want everybody to say that he should drop out, like they've been saying Warren should drop out for weeks.
Oh,
okay?
first of all,
I don't think they want Warren to drop out.
Bloomberg spends $60 million on ads, and all of a sudden Bloomberg shouldn't drop out.
Well, first of all, I predicted. Hold up. I predicted before tonight.
Yeah, okay.
I predicted 2 weeks ago that Bloomberg should drop out on March 4th.
I'm talking about people have been talking about Warren dropping out since the second this whole thing started. Bloomberg spends all this money. He's done absolutely nothing tonight.
Okay,
nothing.
Okay, first of all,
he's
I don't know who people are.
Nothing, and he
won Samoa.
I don't know who people. I don't know who people are.
He won Samoa.
I don't know who people are. All I know is this, Rob, is again, if you watch this show, you could actually follow what's going on here.
Yeah.
First of all, it was clear, I said it, that Biden was going to come in second in Nevada, Sanders would win. Biden was going to win South Carolina going away. Then I said everything comes down to March 3rd in terms of who performs on Super Tuesday. I said then, Mike Bloomberg needs to win 4 or 5 states to justify spending $500 million. If he doesn't, he should drop out on March 4th. I said Amy Klobuchar, as well as Pete Buttigieg, we're not going to do well with black people. And guess what? They didn't. And they dropped out. Steyer, same thing. And so, y'all, spend your time. Y'all should stop wasting your time watching other shows because, again, if you understand this whole piece, you're absolutely right, Lauren. I think, look, Elizabeth Warren, completely strong. But, Rob, here's the piece. She ran 4 years late. She should have run in 2016 against Hillary. That was her moment. The problem now is she gave Sanders this huge opportunity to build up momentum. And guess what? She's number 2 in Sanders voters. The problem is he's number 1.
That's correct. I mean, so he's already built that up over years, and he has the infrastructure in place. And, there's the old saying in marketing, if you market to everyone you market to no one. And you found like Elizabeth Warren trying to figure out, how do I get both the centrists and how do I get both the progressives? You can't do both at the same time in the primary. You got to pick a lane. And her lane, which she is a natural progressive, was taken. So, you know, that was already gone for her. And it's really unfortunate because she is a very talented candidate. She's brought a lot to the table. But, you know, look, scare money never wins. She should have gone after Hillary Clinton last time. She would have more of a base now. She might have won the primary. Who knows? 4 years ago.
Yeah, but
so you got
wait. But here's the thing. Here's the thing here, Scott. When let's go back to Iowa and New Hampshire. After Iowa and New Hampshire, folks were going, oh my goodness, turnout. Iowa's turnout is less than it was in 2016. I was like,
Bernie's in both of those races.
I said, everybody calm down. Everybody calm down. South Carolina, more people voted in South Carolina than they did when Obama ran in 2008. You look at tonight's turnout, Virginia, North Carolina. You look at, I was in Texas. Texas was breaking early voting records. So, all the people who are saying, where's the exciting candidate? Clearly something is happening with those sort of numbers, which says to me, you don't need Mr. Excitement, because you know what you got? You got crazy land sitting in the Oval Office, and that's playing a huge role in driving turnout.
Absolutely. I mean, what's driving Democratic voters, an excited electorate, is who's in the White House. So it doesn't really matter who is actually going to wind up being the nominee. I do think with Warren, though, there's another old adage is, in politics or elections, all you need is one more vote than the next guy. You can be the biggest, best, and brightest, but if you can't get more votes than the next guy, you're in the wrong game.
Why aren't you saying that about Bloomberg?
I'm saying, I would say it to
I mean, why aren't you saying about Bloomberg?
This is a gender-neutral discussion I'm having. Gender-neutral. The other reality is the challenge with Biden was, could he get to his firewall?
Yeah.
Because if you come in third, fourth, and fifth in the first three primaries and caucuses, you start to question whether even if, and I did this on the show.
Yeah, we know you did.
I was wrong.
And I told you shut your ass up. You were like, I ain't wrong. I ain't wrong.
You just
have a different opinion. I was like, okay, I'm going to show your ass.
I said he's supposed to win South Carolina. He's got nothing after that. Wow. Okay, so he's got something after that now, and he's leading in this delegate. No, I'm not gonna kiss the ring.
Kiss the ring.
I'm not gonna kiss that alpha ring.
Kiss the ring.
No, we only noops. You know, you outnumbered here now.
But the reality is,
kiss the ring.
The reality is this: it'll be telltale sign of how he does in Texas, and whether he's competitive in California, on top of winning the third and fourth highest delegate haul out here. It's one thing to run strong in all of these different states. But if Bernie has a stronghold in California and perhaps in Texas, if he's going to win California, if Biden is competitive, right, then Bernie can't grow, and he's got a lot of problems ahead of him.
This is what I keep trying to tell you.
You're about to agree with me now?
If you listen to the alpha, you will get it. Oh Lord. No, this is real. This is and this is the problem. When the Biden team kept talking about South Carolina firewall, okay? If you understand your strengths, okay? Anybody who says, this is my strengths, this is my weakness, okay? You take Iowa and New Hampshire. New Hampshire's all over the place, okay? New Hampshire's always been sort of this independent state, and they're sort of like just real weird.
And lacks diversity.
Okay? So, obviously, so is Iowa. And so your deal is, you sit back and you say, okay, I know I'm going to do well right there. The problem with this whole political narrative is that there is this assumption that you need to do well in the first three states, otherwise you're dead in the water. I kept saying on this show, I said on MSNBC, 1992. 1992. Bill Clinton loses Iowa. He comes in second in New Hampshire. They call him the comeback kid for second place. He then loses 3 straight. He wins Georgia. He then loses 7 straight. And then he wins South Carolina and Wyoming. I went back and double-checked. Tom Harkin wins Iowa. He wins...
He's talking about
No. He wins twice more. and he withdrew by the 28th day. And the reason I'm saying that because there were 5 candidates in the race. And what I kept saying is, you have to breathe. 2016, there were 2 candidates when they went to Iowa. Hillary Clinton, Bernie Sanders. In 2008, there were 3 candidates when they got to Iowa. Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, John Edwards. You had to go all the way back to 92 where you had more than 3 candidates. All of these people who were freaking out, for some reason, were not saying fractured field, fractured field. And so, Sanders and Buttigieg does well. You see what happens in New Hampshire. Of course, Biden, strong second in Nevada. And then you wait for where your strength
what is. Your
is.
supposition, though?
What I'm saying is this here.
Okay.
You've got to stop falling for the political okie doke of the nominee has to be decided after one state. And that was what was killing me. And that's no. No, I'm saying is across.
Biden's a loser, though.
No. See again, no. So that's why they were doing. No, that's not what it is. They were doing. First of all, of course, the people who were running never won one.
Yeah, but
Buttigieg never won one.
He'd run 2 other times and flop.
The whole problem here was the political establishment and the media wanted this whole deal of, can't we just clear the whole race? And I'm like, wait until people vote.
Wait. Do you agree that Biden did fumble some way along? He didn't. It's not
Everybody fumbled.
No, but Biden fumbled.
Right. No. I'll take you back. Hold up 1 second. I'll take you back. I'll take you back to the summer. Elizabeth Warren spikes, goes to debate. Falls for the trap of putting a price tag on Medicare for all. Then she tumbles. I can go down the line. All these candidates have made missteps, which is why you run.
Yeah.
You do those. The problem here is that nobody wanted to step back and say there are 7 or 8 or 9 people. Nobody's going to somehow get 40, 45, 50%. You just chill out.
Right, but Biden has a history of losing, though.
You keep saying Biden's a
He does.
Biden has losing. Okay, but guess what? Did he lose Saturday? Did he lose Saturday? Did he lose Saturday? Did he lose Saturday?
Did he lose 2 other times?
Did he lose Saturday?
Did he lose 2 other times?
Did he lose tonight in 4 states? I mean, you keep saying he lost before. Before don't mean nothing except for this year.
I thought
4 years ago, 8 years ago, 20 years ago means nothing compared to 2020. And if you keep living in before, then guess what? You're going to be looking like Scott by saying, I think he's going to be done.
Romney and John McCain.
Hold up. Would have been done.
Wait.
Would have been and done are 2 different things.
I mean, against this field, he should have won Saturday.
The point I thought you were going to make, and I think you should make, is that historically, if there are 2 or 3 candidates, the idea of running the first 3 do dictate whether you get the nomination or not. Hold on. But when
hold up. Why am I going to make that when there were 7?
Finish my point.
Why am I going to make it when there are 7?
I said
why am I talking historically when I'm counting the people this year? But go ahead.
That is, if there are multiple candidates.
Yes, like in 92.
In 92 and now in 2020, then that historical rule does not apply.
Which is why I was the one bringing up 1992.
I am agreeing with you. You weren't clear to your public.
No, I was very clear. You thought I wasn't clear last week, and then you got embarrassed tonight because you had to come here and you had to kiss the ring.
I didn't kiss any ring.
Hold on, what did you say last week?
If there are 5 to 7 candidates, all bets are off.
Hey, control room, watch out, get that tape ready. When Scott was saying, after South Carolina, he's done. He's not done.
I was loud.
But listen, but the reason why, I mean,
loud, proud, and wrong.
He was wrong.
Just like his fraternity.
Yep.
At least you're ahead of yours.
No. Listen,
he loves Alpha.
Listen, I know he loves Alpha. It's okay.
You ain't got no choice.
I got all that black and gold crap.
But listen, look, he's having a good night. He had a good night. No one. If you looked at how Biden was doing, he was not doing well. He dropped a lot in the polls. It looked like he was going to have.
And he had no money.
Many times he had no, and most of all,
money and no
he had no money.
So he may not make it to South Carolina.
And that's where again you're wrong.
No,
he didn't have money.
You're falling for the usual stuff.
Not having money.
You don't know. There's a difference between having some money and no money.
So
everybody keeps saying Biden broke.
He's broke.
Okay, so how? So how do you?
He was not anymore.
How do you win?
Obama,
Jim
Jim Clyburn and Obama. He's tied to the legacy of Obama and black people.
Exactly.
They're with them with Obama.
Black voters.
Again,
That's how you win.
That's how you
Black voters.
No,
That's how you
what
win.
I'm saying is this here. I keep telling y'all need to stop listening to them white folks on them cable networks. Well, no.
Who's listening to the white folks on cable networks?
Talking to you.
All right, we're here now. All right.
Are you white?
No,
you ain't
Y'all were listening to them. Now you talking to me.
Okay.
Here we go. And I'm telling
That's the alpha in you talking.
again, you gotta go back to the most fundamental thing about running for office. You can take all the polls you want to. You can predict what's going to happen, but what I have said then and I'll say now, you cannot predict what voters are going to do. When you look at the
That's what polling does.
No, polling does not.
What does it do?
No, polling.
What does it do?
No. I'm gonna tell you what a pollster, Cornell Belcher, told me. He said a poll offers you a snapshot of a race at a particular moment in time. It does not predict what is going to happen because things change. If you look at the Associated Press exit polling data tonight, what are they saying? Nearly 40, in some places, 48% of people decided at the last minute.
In the last 3 days.
So guess what? That means that no poll in any Super Tuesday
two
state
people dropped
was
out.
done.
Two people dropped out in the last 4 days.
That's my point. You're proving my point.
Right.
So no poll can say this is what's going to happen in Virginia because there are variables there. And that was always the thing. So if you were a Biden, you bided your time. If you were Sanders, I keep telling Sanders supporters, y'all need to keep freaking out. They try to steal it from us. No, focus on running. Focus on running and winning.
I agree with that. We agree on that. We agree on that, Ron.
I mean, like, they win.
We agree.
Y'all gonna steal it from the convention.
Run.
Why you focus on July? Why you focus on July when we in March?
I agree. You gotta, run.
Right. Exactly. And they will complain and say, we're waiting and it's not our turn. The establishment's against us.
Well,
but in the end,
that's true, though.
Don't you still have to? That may be true, but there are other challenges the establishment has.
Yeah, but I mean,
so
you know what happened 4 years ago? The establishment was against them.
Did you get one more vote to the next?
True or
round?
false?
That's
Is the establishment for?
But that doesn't even matter. Wait. The establishment wasn't for. But the establishment wasn't for Obama either, though. So like, the establishment wasn't for Obama either. You got to find a way to win.
The establishment was Bernie.
You got to find a way to win. They weren't for Obama.
If you spend all your time bitching about what somebody doing to us and you ain't focused on running, then guess what? You're going to look up and you're going to have somebody on your ass. I'm telling you.
You know what? Roland, no. A really good point that was made today was, Bernie said they were surprised by all the people that came out so quickly for Biden. I'm thinking you're not ready for prime time. This is war. You are in a competition with people. You should anticipate.
The night is not over.
But no,
okay.
No.
No one said No, but here's the deal, though.
You just said it like the night is over.
No, but like Biden.
The election's not over tonight.
But Biden is Biden.
Yeah, right.
How is Biden doing? Biden is doing well in Massachusetts. Okay, listen. If Biden wins Massachusetts and it's close in California, I'm gonna say it's pretty close to over.
That's cute.
Exactly.
That's cute. The two biggest states tonight for delegates.
No.
California and Texas.
Close.
Lauren, you keep talking about, he's gonna win California and Texas. So what? The Democratic rules are different.
So what?
Right now in Texas, Sanders is at 28, Biden's at 22.
Okay.
If you do a breakdown of delegates, guess what? It's gonna be a wash.
Correct.
It's different if Sanders wins. It's different if Sanders wins 40, 45, 48, 50 California and Texas, and Biden falls at 15, 18. That's different. But if you're Sanders and it's at 28, 22, 28, 25, it ain't like he's blowing them out. So the deal is.
I didn't say he blew him out. I say he's going to win.
Okay.
He's going to win.
Okay. Let me go back to 2008.
What's winning, though?
No, let me go back to 2008, Nevada. Obama and Clinton. Who won Nevada?
Obama.
No.
Did he?
Oh, I thought we weren't talking about the past.
No. Since you were talking about winning, who won Nevada in 2008?
Talking about winning.
Pretty sure it was Obama.
Texas.
No.
It wasn't Obama.
No. Hillary won Obama.
Exactly.
Hillary won Nevada.
Oh, she really?
But guess who won the delegates?
Oh, Obama.
It was 14-13 Obama.
Yeah.
Hillary won the state.
Okay, you talking about
Obama won one more delegate.
Oh, yeah.
So what I'm trying to say, Melik Abdul, Republican Treasurer, join us. So the point I'm saying is, it's easy to say who won. No, you got to look at what's the percentage.
Who won the
How
delegates?
many delegates did you get? because that's what really determines
That's winning.
if you got a blowout, you win far more delegates.
Right.
But if it's at 28-25,
that's the rules. It's
all
delegates.
of a sudden, it's a whole different type deal. Yes, you can say, I won, but it comes down to how many delegates did you pick up? Mel, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, you make a very good point that it's going to, I think that Bernie probably will end up winning California. But as Roland said, I think what's going to happen with both California and Texas is that essentially they will cancel each other out.
How many does Biden get?
I'm not.
Both of those.
First of all, you don't know till it votes.
Yeah, that's
It's
a
going to
good
be
point.
close. It's not like
I'm not sure. It will continue to
Wait
be.
3 hours, you'll know.
Yeah, it will continue to be a close race. But I think after tonight, I think Biden will cement his status as the front runner. I don't expect Bloomberg will probably get out. I think they said that he was reassessing his campaign.
Man, he ain't going to be here.
Yeah.
Bloomberg is not getting out.
No.
Ego, E-G-O.
And he has both ego and plenty of money.
Yeah.
And one of the
He's
things
got
that I
waste
mentioned,
money. He could just
even moving forward from
Hey, he's helping the economy. Go pay some people.
Michael Bloomberg will not get out tomorrow. He's going to wait one more week. After he loses next Tuesday, he's out.
Yeah, and he's definitely going to
Because
lose
reality,
everything next Tuesday.
He may be spending a lot of money because he believes in himself and believes that he
definitely
there's a path
does.
forward.
He has
when
it to
hits
spend.
you in the face, he may have the money, but when it hits you in the face, there's no path forward, and you start to try to justify
There's no
spending
path
more
forward
millions.
right now. Tonight. All right.
It may
And
take
he's
him a
going-
minute as
But he needed tonight to prove that. So, I mean, he essentially needed all of that.
Everybody got a plan until they get hit in the face.
Now, hold on one second.
Yep.
First of all, we talk about this whole path forward. Path forward is also looked at in a much different way. So, for instance, Senator Elizabeth Warren dropped a memo the other day where she said that she's going to take it all the way to the convention. Warren's plan was, hey, if I stay in this race and I end up third in delegates, then I go to the convention with leverage. I go to the convention, it's like, okay, who, knowing full well, if you're likely not going to have a winner on the first ballot, you then can say, who wants my delegates? The problem is this here. For Elizabeth Warren, it's her home state.
Yes.
That strategy works if you win Massachusetts.
Right. I mean, you got to win.
It don't work if you lose your home state.
Yeah, I agree.
What Bloomberg is looking at, Bloomberg after tonight, we gotta remember, he's a numbers guy. He's going to look at tonight and say, okay, did I come in first? Where did I come in second? Where did I come in third? But most importantly, how many delegates do I have at the end of the night? Now, let me look at the states moving forward. Can I come in second in these places or potentially win in these places? If all of a sudden it's no, and if it's all of a sudden I'm likely to come in third but fall below 15%, then I got to get the hell out. Because at the end of the day, if you running and you fall below 15%, you don't win any delegates. I mean, so you're spending.
And he's wasting his money.
Right.
Right.
When
And he's
when
wasting
you're
his
spending
money.
money,
Wasting his money.
it's like take Tom Steyer.
Yeah.
Right.
Tom Steyer dropped
His negatives was through the roof.
$23 million in South Carolina, more than anybody else.
How much you spent on that concert?
How many delegates did he get in South Carolina?
One.
Did he get one?
Did he
One.
get one?
Oh, I didn't know he got one.
In fact, I dare say, remember, prior to this year, the record for expenditure in the presidential campaign and getting one delegate, who was it? What was it, Greg? Was it John Connolly or Phil Graham? I think when Phil Graham ran, I think he spent like $10 million, got one delegate. Doc, when you spend, now that was $23 million on ads. We ain't talking about staff. We ain't even talking about the other states. Tom Steyer dropped more than $100 million.
Yeah, and got one delegate.
For one delegate.
Wow, he could have done so much.
Two of them, Steyer and Bloomberg, just proved that you can't just show up and spend a bunch of money and win.
Why can't you?
Right.
Well, you're right.
Because they didn't. Why can't you?
I'm gonna tell you right now.
Right,
You might be a billionaire, but when you spend more than $100 million for one delegate, you sitting at home pissed. You like,
yeah, you are.
Make that back in 30 days.
Hey, Scott.
Billionaires make money every day.
You a lie.
He will not be sitting home.
Scott, if you ran,
spending it long,
Scott,
you be sitting at home.
if you ran for the presidency,
You be sitting at home.
Scott, if you
I be
ran
out
for
there trying to make more money.
Scott, if you ran for the presidency of the National Bar Association, and if you spent $30,000 running, and you ended up with 5 votes, you be like, what the hell did I spend $30,000?
Yeah, it wouldn't happen. He's a noob, he says. It wouldn't happen.
Yeah, you're right. He wouldn't get 5 votes, he'd get 2. You're I'm right. He wouldn't get 5 votes. He'd get 2.
That's a lot of money.
Is this panel about me?
No,
But you're right.
But no, hold on.
No, that wasn't what he said. You turned around.
That's your
Yeah. Anyway,
I don't appreciate it.
But really, if Biden's going to go ahead and lead, he becomes the front runner. Let's say he actually goes on to become the nominee. He will have to work to make sure that he brings in Bernie supporters, which can be done. He can't just
can or cannot be done.
It can. It can be done. It has to be done. It's 20.
A lot of work.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's worth it, right?
You
have to at least
Where else
be able
are they
to
going to go?
Well, it's not.
They're going
they're going to stay home. Stay home.
When did they go in 2016?
So
The numbers that we're seeing on turnout says nobody's staying home.
Yeah, well, very well.
Seeing record turnouts
we could
Trump
see the
showed
same,
up.
something similar, and it's just a small sliver of what we saw in 2008 with the Pumas. Remember the party Uni My Ass, those Hillary Clinton supporters who were so dead set against Obama, who some of them actually did stay at home in 2008. We could see a repeat of that in 2008. In an election this year, I think will actually be a little closer than what it was in 2016.
Because what they don't have
there's very little wiggle room.
Trump excites his base. It's not going to be easy.
We've been seeing
but he's also he also sets his people on fire. They are coming out. What you got to look at is in New Hampshire and Iowa, they had record numbers come out, and he doesn't even have opposition. He is going to motivate his people.
First of all, go back a second. First of all, Hillary Clinton got 3 million.
Wait.
Hillary Clinton got 3 billion more.
That's like the same argument she lost, though.
Number 2, Trump shows up, and in 2017 we saw record turnout. We're seeing it again tonight. That's anti-Trump vote. Nobody's staying home.
And nobody
he is going to lose to whoever the nominee is.
I'm not going to guarantee that. I'm not guaranteeing that.
I'm not sure if I'm not sure.
Stand for something.
It sounds great in theory, but I'm not sure if the anti-Trump vote is enough to elect. Because
you saw it in 2018, and you're seeing it tonight.
I'm not. Well, we don't know exactly. We don't know exactly what we're seeing right now because there's still a number of.
Let me ask you a question.
I'm from Ohio, so I got a different view.
Let me ask you a question. Did we see anti-Trump vote in 2018?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, we did.
Hold on. Wait. What happened in 2018?
The Democrats took the House.
Somebody flipped.
No. No, hold up. Let's go deeper. What else did they flip in 2018?
Right.
The governor's races.
Well, it was Kentucky.
State legislators.
Virginia. So let's be real clear.
They did that to Obama.
Let's be real clear.
The trend is clear.
When it comes to voting, look, people vote emotionally. We know what buttons Trump pushed.
Right.
There are people who are pissed off at Trump. He is going to be the biggest motivating factor. I dare say one of the reasons why he desperately wants to run against Bernie Sanders
is easier
because he wants to make this about capitalism versus socialism.
Yeah, absolutely.
He can't do capitalism versus capitalism with Joe Biden. And then now he's got to try to figure out some other stuff.
Right.
Donald Trump is absolutely going to be a motivating factor.
And he can't win states like Pennsylvania and Wisconsin.
Yeah.
He's going to have trouble with that.
George W. Bush was a motivating factor, but it's not enough.
And here's the other piece here. Donald Trump made a series of promises to a whole bunch of broke-ass white people. 10% of dairy farmers in Wisconsin have declared bankruptcy.
But you're being you're saying numbers. Emotionally, he's making them feel good about themselves. I'm not. I don't like Trump, but he's he's great at.
Let me go back.
No, he don't.
Okay.
Donald, let me go back.
He's gonna lose.
Donald Trump.
I hope he does.
Let me go back. Donald Trump won 3 states by 78,000 votes.
Correct.
One of those states was Wisconsin. How many votes did he win Wisconsin by?
It was very 10,000.
It was about 10,000.
I thought so. Yeah.
So if 10% of dairy farmers in Wisconsin filed bankruptcy, guess what? They got employees. They got family members. I'm telling you. And here's the other piece: the Democrats greatly underestimated voter suppression, the impact of voter ID.
Right.
According to various studies, nearly 200,000 people were impacted by the voter ID law. That was 16. That is not happening again in 2020.
And Stacey
wait. In 18, it was still. I hear you, but in 18, Wisconsin was still a 1% race. 1%. Even with Walker being a horrible governor.
Okay, what was the 1% race?
The governor's race. It was really close.
Yes.
It was extremely. So what I'm saying is, yes, but if we're talking about
the trend is blue.
Time out.
The trend is blue.
Time out. If we go back,
okay, wait a minute.
Let's go back to Obama. Wait.
It's a governor's race.
Wait. Let me go back to Obama. Right. Republicans were saying the same things we're saying right now. Look at what happened. Look what happened in 2010. We swept all the government. We made history. We did all this. And they did. They set records for all the legislators they took over, and Obama whopped Mitt Romney. Okay, so like, all I'm saying is I'm not saying that he's going to win. I'm saying do not underestimate him.
And by the way, first of all,
one second. I'm not underestimating him. What I'm saying is Democrats keep talking like Trump won by 3 million votes.
I know.
I'm like,
exactly.
But you don't have a Hillary Clinton running, and that's the problem.
Thank goodness. Thank goodness, because actually,
but I'm not sure that
candidate.
So even if Hillary Clinton, with all her problems, now of course she got about 3.4 or so million votes in California. So California alone could have won her the presidency. Right. Yeah, but I think that the problem is that what Democrats have this time is, and why I do agree that the anti-Trump resentment is going to be a motivating force to get people out. I don't know if that alone, if you don't have an inspiring candidate to bring people to the polls.
Nobody's going to have to beg Joe Biden to go to Wisconsin and Michigan, Pennsylvania.
No, not at all.
Hillary Clinton, for some dumb reason, decided, let's not go to Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania. It was stupid. It was stupid. Biden ain't making that.
Let's go back to the Wisconsin farmers who have filed bankruptcy. I think that makes all the sense in the world, with one caveat, and that is this. What is the RNC's message to those 10% of Trumpsters who have gone into bankruptcy? He's argued to them that this was necessary, asked them to weather it, gave them money to weather it because we needed to fight China. That message, I'm talking about messaging.
And
they believe it. And they believe it.
They believe that.
They believe it.
Hold up, wait.
So
Hold up.
You may be right, but that's a big caveat.
Hold up.
That they're going to vote
Hold up. Some believe him.
Yeah.
I've read numerous stories. There's some pissed off. There's some pissed. Allow me to finish. There are some pissed off farmers. There's some pissed off people who lost their family business. There's some pissed off people who worked at those farms. And all I'm saying is,
they blame
all I'm saying is this here.
Do they blame
All I'm saying is here.
That's the problem.
If your terrorist fight is the reason why I ain't got no business, hell yes, I blame them. Okay, you keep saying they haven't, but that's wrong.
America shouldn't be voting for him anyway.
First of all,
he's emotional support.
Let me say it again. Let me say it again.
What evidence is there what you're saying?
You're wrong.
He's president.
No, I'm talking about right now.
That's a pretty good one.
He's president minus 3 million. He's president minus 3 million.
No, okay, stop. First of all, let's stop. He enacted the tariff piece after he won.
Right.
It's different to say I connected with you emotionally
He said he's going to do
before. But then,
he did.
no,
He's doing
no.
He did
Stop.
do the campaign.
Stop.
You know, Roland.
Stop.
I got to tell you.
Stop.
You know,
He said, no,
listen.
Listen. He said,
man, it's your show.
Listen, stop talking. First of all, that's what you learned on last week. It's a difference between saying, I'm going to do this, and then you go, oh shit, we didn't know that was going to be the repercussions of what you're going to do.
Right.
Which is why
But you're making our point.
No. The reality is here. There are people in Iowa and Wisconsin who are pissed off.
Yep.
There are people, and look, they're there. And all I'm saying is this here.
He's going to win Iowa.
You're Trump. You're going to need all of the people who voted for you last time. You can't suffer any erosion.
But what I wonder,
so what's your answer to that? That's a good point. What's your answer to that?
If you have those, for instance, you're talking about the 10% of the Iowa farmers. Now, my question would be, where do they normally vote Republican? If they normally vote Republican, they're going. That's what I'm saying. So even though we're saying 10%, if they normally vote Republican, as Rob said, they may not necessarily, and Roland said, people are emotional voters. Right. They may not necessarily connect that, well, Trump is responsible, and especially if you have someone like Bernie Sanders as the alternative. Now, they can stay home. I'm just not sure if that number of voters will be enough to change the trajectory against Donald Trump.
Folks, again, if you win a state by 10,000 votes, you can ill afford any erosion.
Right.
That's true.
That's first. Second, and it's also the piece, to say I don't know if they can tie it to Trump, when it was Trump's tariffs fight that is the reason soybeans are not being purchased.
Yep.
It's the reason milk is not being purchased. You can't blame it on Democrats in Congress.
Right.
You can't blame it on Republicans in Congress. You could say it's only one person.
You're making a logical argument.
But you're right. But you're
right.
intellectualizing.
Exactly.
No, I'm not.
You're making
and this is an emotional
It's real
issue.
basic.
I agree.
Y'all, this is going to be the Democratic ad in Wisconsin. Ladies and gentlemen, hi, I'm Joe Biden. Or, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Bernie Sanders. Did you used to have a farm? This dude here is the reason why you don't have a farm. His tariffs battle is the reason you couldn't sell milk. This man here is the reason you couldn't sell soybeans. Now, who you going to vote for? The man who put you out of business and then who made you go get food stamps and the man who put you on government benefits, or you're going to vote for me who's going to fight for the dairy farmer in Wisconsin or the soybean farmer in Iowa. You got to make a decision. Okay. Y'all, this whole deal about y'all talking about I'm intellectualizing.
Let's do the Republican.
I was going to do it too.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name Donald Trump, right? We know you don't have your farm no more, but you know what you do have? We paid you because we had to fight China for a better future for your kids. So you may not have your farm anymore, but we've given you government funding, and we're going to help you get your farm back. And we're in a better position economically.
Yeah, right. And we have your Supreme Court
Scott, when the money is out of the bank account, you're
vote for Donald Trump.
Allow me.
I'm on your side. Emotionally, practically. We're going to go
allow me to retort. Allow me to retort. Here's the Joe Biden, Bernie Sanders ad. You didn't get no money for your farm. Monsanto did.
They won't even know. Monsanto is a great company. They're going to make a
hold up.
They don't care about that.
Hold up.
You're going to have as many soybeans as possible.
Donald Trump is going to do. Listen, he's going to talk about.
And I'm going to get reelected.
I'm going to make sure we.
Let me ask a question.
You lost.
Let me ask a question.
Second term.
When last time either one of y'all traveled to Wisconsin or Iowa?
I've been to Ohio. I've been to Ohio. Close enough.
I've been to Wisconsin.
Allow me.
I've been to Wisconsin.
First of all,
I
need you to listen.
I need you
to listen to the question and then respond with an answer. I didn't ask you, have you been? I asked you, when's the last time you've been to Iowa or Wisconsin?
Every day. I'm in Ohio. I'm in the Midwest.
God damn it, I said Iowa or Wisconsin. I didn't say Ohio.
It's the same thing. Cursing at my friend, brother.
Can you cap us here?
Cursing at my friend, brother.
Let me ask you a question. If I say Iowa and Wisconsin, did I say the other four-letter word, Ohio?
I live in the Midwest.
I'm going to ask you again. Rob, I'm going to ask you again. Rob, I'm ask you again. When the last time you been to Iowa?
Man, don't let him bully you, man.
Rob, when is the last time you been to Iowa?
He bullies you and then he's going to pick.
I understand all
Rob, when is the last time you been to Iowa?
It doesn't matter.
Rob, when is the last time you been to Iowa?
Swing.
I live in the Midwest.
When is the last time you been to Iowa?
I was there 3 months ago.
Where?
In Iowa.
Where?
Des Moines.
Really? Were you passing through?
I'm on the highway from Joliet, Illinois, where I was born and raised.
And you drove right through Iowa?
I didn't drive through. I flew and got off. I had meetings there, and I was talking to voters.
Who had meetings?
Republicans and Democrats.
You know you lying right now.
We got farmers all in
Y'all, hold on. If y'all want to see a lying face, get a solo shot of Scott.
I just said,
Scott, because y'all,
this is the face of truth.
He's straight lying.
This is the face of democracy.
And he a lawyer.
This is the face of Joe Biden. This is not the face of a
there's
liar.
farmers in Ohio.
Put the camera on. There he is.
Now y'all also notice this here. He couldn't answer the damn question.
I didn't have to.
But I did.
I'm around farmers all the time.
No. Hold on.
Where were you going?
Where I'm going with that is,
it's
real interesting when you say what they're saying that when you ain't been there, ain't talked to nobody there.
I just told you I was there.
I'm not done. And then when you say I'm from Ohio, that's another 4-letter state. You ain't been to Iowa. Here's the piece, y'all.
It's the Midwest.
They're not that different.
No. Excuse me. See, here's the whole deal. When you got somebody talking about they're the same, first of all, I don't want to hear nothing. Here's what. Nobody from Ohio can talk. You know why? Trump won Ohio by 450,000 votes.
That's why
he won Wisconsin by 10,000. Can't nobody from Ohio say what the hell they thinking in Wisconsin. When he won by 450.
So what are they thinking in Wisconsin?
Donald Trump did not win farmers in Ohio.
Let's go to a commercial.
Yes, he did.
Donald Trump
You can tell because the host has lost his mind.
in Ohio.
farmers too.
Did not like
a farmer
NAFTA.
is a farmer. So you think Ohio's that much different than Iowa and you're a farmer?
It's
just
more people.
affected
The
you the
numbers
same
from
way?
Wisconsin-
It's more farmers.
Let's go to a commercial break.
The numbers
Jackie?
from Wisconsin and Ohio are totally different.
Bottom line is this here. You can't remotely compare Ohio and Iowa.
You can't.
Hell, if that's the case, I'm just going to compare Iowa and Illinois. They right next door to each other.
You could do that when you compare farming.
You know what?
and
Parts of Ohio are like that. Ohio's a very diverse
You know
state.
what?
Let's get to some
You know what?
results. Because
Roland
you know
didn't
what?
finish his point.
Here's what
Roland-
I see.
It's taking too long
I see
for
how
him.
y'all pledge Kappa.
Obviously,
y'all could not
Did you pledge
get
Alpha?
into any other fraternity.
Right?
All right, folks. Let me give
didn't want to be in
let me give you
know
some
what?
numbers
Let me tell you
here.
something.
Let me give you some numbers
I'm
here.
done with this. I am.
Yeah, you
I'm
done.
never coming on here again.
You done.
I'm resigning.
You done because you've been wrong.
Get me out of the rotation.
You done
right
because you've been wrong. Let me give you about 5.4% of the polling results are in Texas in the U.S. Senate race. Mary Hagar is leading. Christina Ramirez is second. Two black candidates. State Senator Royce West is third. Amanda Edwards is fourth. Mary Hagar, of course, was a candidate the Democrats got behind. Royce West told me yesterday he felt Democrats put their thumb on the scale by backing one candidate, even though he has been a state senator for nearly 30 years. And Amanda Edwards, a sister, she was a city councilwoman in Houston. And so we're monitoring those results there as well. As I said, the sister in North Carolina who was running against Cal Cunningham, she lost for that bid. He won the Democratic nomination for the U.S. Senate, and he'll be facing Tom Tillis in the fall as well. So we're following. So we're not just focused on the presidential race. We've also been covering a lot of these races of African Americans we've been talking to who are running in North Carolina, running some other states as well. So we'll be giving you some of those results. Let me ask you this, folks. So when we talk about states coming up, when you look at Arkansas, we're waiting on those results from Arkansas, waiting on what's happening in Tennessee. They, of course, were greatly impacted by the tornadoes that tore through that state today. 25 people were killed in Tennessee. And so certainly our thoughts and prayers go to the folks of Tennessee there as a result of that. Again, when we're looking at the election results, still waiting on those states. And, whoa. Are you serious?
Can you post them up or no?
Joe Biden wins Minnesota.
Oh, it's over.
There we go.
Joe Biden wins Minnesota.
Who declared?
Now remember, remember, just the other day, Bernie Sanders had a huge rally in Minnesota. The Sanders campaign really thought that they were going to win Minnesota. They were competing very aggressively there, where Senator Amy Klobuchar is a sitting United States senator. Remember, yesterday she suspended her campaign, was in Dallas last night, giving a hearty endorsement to Joe Biden. We were there live streaming that event as well. Folks, wow. Sanders, of course, he's won in Vermont, he's won in Colorado. But his campaign really thought that if they could win Minnesota, that's a Midwestern state, middle of the country, that they thought that could propel them. Biden wins Minnesota.
There.
Yep.
Don't you get him started. Don't you get him started.
Go ahead.
But no,
Biden's win Minnesota.
Yeah, I mean, that's not surprising to me. I think that
a state that's not heavily African American.
That's not that Biden actually won.
A state that's not heavily African American.
It's not, because I think that the party apparatus is pretty much circling around Joe Biden. So I think that that's part of the momentum that we're seeing. You know, yes, that Klobuchar and others and Buttigieg and they actually dropped out.
But it does show he can win in a state that
but we already knew that.
Doesn't have a heavy Democratic black.
But I think that's something that we already knew as far as Biden. Like, we knew that Biden would actually win those states.
Like I said,
I didn't think he would win the primary. I thought Sanders would win the primary.
You know that?
I don't think
they
knew that. This is a progressive state. This was a surprise.
But I think what we're seeing is the momentum behind
there's
Biden
no question.
since
And Bernie
Saturday.
And you're seeing the influence of Amy Klobuchar there.
Yeah.
And it moved quickly.
It moved.
The apparatus
That in South Carolina, because I mean, honestly, South Carolina, black people were in this election cycle were the interruption
Well, none
of
of those other candidates could win black people. So Klobuchar and Buttigieg obviously couldn't win black votes. So
wait a minute, hold up. So
check
this out. I'm on the Minneapolis Star Tribune website. I'll plug it in a second. But according to 27% of the precincts reporting, Joe Biden 128,000 votes, 36.6%. Bernie Sanders 110,000 votes, 31.4%. Elizabeth Warren 17.1%. Bloomberg 27,000 votes, 7.9%. Klobuchar 17,807 at 5.1%. I know she dropped out yesterday,
right?
But
in your own state. In your
Maybe
own
it wasn't
state?
her effect. Maybe it was.
Yeah, in your own state.
I mean, listen, if you got news that she wasn't in the race and you still wanted to vote for her,
Yeah,
fine,
but she just dropped out last night.
Yeah.
Well, it's a good thing she did.
But I wonder, is it going to be similar to what we're seeing in some of the other states as far as the late deciders after Saturday? How many of those?
But this
people
is pretty
actually
much.
said?
I mean, Biden's now to lose by all.
But
accounts.
was Klobuchar ever leading in?
No,
probably not.
The fact that Biden won Minnesota, that cannot be understated. That is a big deal. That is an upset for
and I think it means
the
that
Sanders
Warren is
camp.
pulling from Sanders.
There's no question.
Warren is still in the
Yeah.
race, and if she has the impact
same
or comparable
candidate.
impact
I mean,
in Texas or California,
But that tells you, though,
could have a
and
real
this is the reason why I think it's
You
important.
wonder what would happen
and
if Warren.
Oh, wait. Lauren, Rob, go.
I mean, if Warren dropped out, what would happen with Sanders? Obviously, his numbers would go up, and probably vice versa, because they are in the same lane, and they've always been in the same lane. So you never know,
hanging
like,
in
who
there,
would
though.
perform. But obviously, it's not gonna matter ultimately because Biden obviously has this huge lead.
Yes.
But it would be interesting to see.
But I will give this, Rob, go ahead. Rob, go
But I
ahead.
say this is the reason why it's going to be important because about 40% of the party is progressive. So saying that part of the party doesn't matter will lose you the election and the general election. That's all I'm saying. So it doesn't mean you have to do everything for them, but you have to make sure that they understand that there's a place.
got to bring them in.
I also go back to it. I'm going to break in a second. I'm going to break right now. Y'all, breathe. Breathe.
Keep talking.
I'm going back to the point I made when we talk about margins. In Maine, right now, Sanders is up 0.8% on Biden. Okay.
You said Maine?
0.8%. No. But my point is, that's not a huge. That's 0.8%.
Right.
Okay.
Not
In Minnesota, Biden's up by 5. North Carolina, Biden won by 16. Oklahoma, Biden won by 22.
Yeah, night's over.
In Colorado, Sanders won by 13. Massachusetts right now, Biden's up 9 against Sanders. In Arkansas, Biden is up 11 against Sanders. Alabama wasn't even close, 61% to 16% to Sanders. And now if I go down to Tennessee right now, Biden is up 16 points in Tennessee. Sanders is up 5 in Texas. And so you're seeing, again, where Biden has more states where he has double-digit leads compared to Senator Bernie Sanders. Got to go to a break, folks. When we come back, more Roland Martin Unfiltered back in a moment.
Yep.
You want to check out Roland Martin Unfiltered? YouTube.com/Roland S. Martin. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. There's only one daily digital show out here that keeps it black and keep it real. It's Roland Martin Unfiltered. See that name right there? Roland Martin Unfiltered. Like, share, subscribe to our YouTube channel. That's youtube.com/Roland S. Martin. And don't forget to turn on your notifications so when we go live, you'll know it. So first of all, I just landed. So I just had this big argument with a guy named Rick in the airport in Buffalo who said Trump saved the economy. He's done more for America since George Washington. Clearly, he does not understand facts at all. I tried to counsel him on the Obama economy. And so how do you make the argument that you being president can actually continue an upward trajectory of the American economy that started when you were vice president and when President Barack Obama was in the White House?
We created more jobs, as you know, Roland. In the last 3 years we were in office, we increased the standard of living for everyone, and we started to work on making sure the middle class and working class people didn't get left behind. And we continue to do that. Now you have a president who's squandering that. Have him go back to his old neighborhood, working class neighborhood, or go back to a neighborhood where, in fact, there's middle class folks. They are getting killed. Their wages are down. They're having trouble paying for health care. They're in a position where they are in deep trouble trying to send kids to school. They, in fact, are getting clobbered. We're going to restore the middle class, this time bring everybody along, black and brown, as well as everyone else.
But you also, of course, have to get people to get out there and vote. You have African Americans out there. According to a recent poll, 1/3 say someone else should be running for president, and more than 50% say Democrats are not speaking to the interest of African Americans. How do you respond to that? What is your black agenda for African Americans to get them to be excited about a Biden candidacy?
Number one, that's not the numbers we have in terms of how they feel about me. I have overwhelming support in the African American community, enthusiastic support. And number one. Number two, because they know me. younger African American voters don't know me as well. That's why I'm reaching out to them to make sure they understand that in the Biden administration, we're going to allow them to be able to generate wealth. We're going to provide first-time homeowners with a $15,000 tax credit to buy a house. We're going to make sure we double the loan window for small businesses and entrepreneurs like we did in our administration. But from $1.5 billion to $3 billion, we've learned that we know, and you know, black entrepreneurs are equally successful as any other group of entrepreneurs. That'll bring $30 billion off the sidelines. We're going to put them in a position where they can actually begin to accumulate wealth in housing and business and make sure they have access to good education. I'm going to put $70 billion over 10 years into HBCUs, going to increase significantly funding for Title I. There's not a damn thing that can be done by someone, no matter what their background, if in fact they have an education. They can do it. And that's why in Title I schools, they're going to have 3, 4, and 5-year-olds are going to be going to school, not just to daycare. That increases exponentially their prospects of succeeding, going all the way through high school without getting in trouble and beyond getting a certificate and/or a degree. So there's a lot we can do, and they're ready. This is a talented generation, and Trump has ripped the Band-Aid off. We're at the second inflection point here, Roland. I don't know we talked about that before, but for real, there's two ways people got to get inspired. In my generation as a kid, we got inspired by a no-good SOB who was running in Birmingham, and he was the guy who went out there and was having fire hoses shifted on women going to church and kids. And, you know, this is – and there's a new inflection point. We got a guy who's not wearing a cop suit. What he's doing, he's out there and he's wearing suits, but he's doing the same thing to minorities. And it's wrong. We can stop it. And the American people understand it now like they didn't before, and they'll support me.
In 2016, Hillary Clinton was nailed big time over her comments about super predators. People have been very critical, especially young African Americans, regarding the 1994 crime bill. Do you admit that there were mistakes with that crime bill? And how are you going to correct what took place when it came to mass incarceration that hurt African American communities in a huge way?
The crime bill did not cause mass incarceration, number one. Number two, the crime bill had stuff I was against, like more money for state prisons. I opposed that. Some in Congress, Democrats, supported it. My crime bill had overwhelming support from the CBC, overwhelming support from African Americans, overwhelming support from African American mayors because the crime rate was so high. We have a different thing. There were two things in the bill I didn't like at all. One was the Clinton proposal that was 3 strikes and you're out, which thank God never really got used. And the second one was carjacking was a crime that was demanded a maximum sentence. I want no mandatory sentences, period. I set up a drug court in that bill. No one should be going to jail for the use of drugs. They should be going into rehabilitation. I set that court up. Now people are all of a sudden discovering it when the Republicans wouldn't fund it. We're going to make sure that we change the system from one. We have a different problem now. There are too many people incarcerated now because of things like stop and frisk that happened in New York, not because of a crime bill, because of the things that happened around the country that, in fact, were directed at going after young African Americans. That was not out of the crime bill. The crime bill had the Violence Against Women Act. It had the assault weapons ban. It limited the number of bullets that could be in a clip, and it did much, much more to help the African American community. But here's the deal. When I became vice president of the President of the United States, we reduced the federal population by 38,000 people. 92%, and you know this, 92% of all prisoners are behind a city, a county, or a state jail. And I'm going to make sure that they're in a position that we encourage those states by providing funding for them to shift from one of incarceration to one of rehabilitation. Nobody should be in jail when they get out and they clear and they've served their time. They shouldn't be able to have access to every program, from Pell Grants to housing. You know, right now, as you know, and I was one of the people that introduced a bill to change it, that in fact, right now you get $25 in a bus ticket and you end up under a bridge. We want, it's in everybody's interest that we turn it from punishment to rehabilitation. It's in everybody's interest. And I've introduced legislation to that effect. Roland,
I know you have to. I know you have to go. I got to ask you one last question. You made some comments regarding being arrested in South Africa, trying to visit Nelson Mandela. In your campaign, released another statement. Can you clarify that comment and what actually happened?
What actually happened was I was with the CBC, the Congressional Black Caucus. We were going to Soweto. We stopped in South Africa. I was a strong opponent of apartheid, as I think you know. And they walked me off the plane, these two Afrikaner soldiers. We went down this red carpet. They had me turn right. I thought everyone was following me. I turned around and realized none of my black colleagues or staff were behind me. And I said, I'm not moving. I'm going with them. They said, you can't go with them. We're not going to let you go through that same door. You have to go through a white-only door. I said, I will not move. I will not do this. I refused to accept the condition they set. Finally, what happened was they budged. They said, okay. And what they did, instead of making the African-American colleagues with me go through a black-only entrance or me go through a white, which I would not do, what did they do? They took us through the baggage claim area, emptied a cafeteria upstairs, declared it neutral territory, and brought us in that way because I refused to be part of apartheid. And if anybody wonders whether or not I fought for apartheid, go to joebiden.com and check out the video of me versus Ronald Reagan's Secretary of State at that time. I, in fact, was appalled by it. And when Nelson Mandela came to the United States after he was in fact released, he wanted to come to my office and he came and thanked me. He thanked me for all I did to help end apartheid, and it was one of the most. And by the way, I said to him, this is a aside. I said, Mr. President, you must be so angry, held in solitary. He said, no. He said.
Right now, Bernie Sanders is speaking live. Let's go right to his comments. Look, he just finished, though. Let's go right to it. Sorry, folks, we got that to the tail end. Bernie Sanders speaking there in Vermont. Of course, he won his home state as well. A little bit earlier, let's see, we're waiting for Joe Biden to actually speak. He is in Los Angeles right now, and so we're monitoring that as well to see what he addressed folks there. California, they have not stopped voting in California. Of course, it's 10:17 Eastern, which means it's 7:17 in California. And so, folks, they're still waiting for Joe Biden to actually come to the podium there. And so we'll be watching those results. Let's right now bring in a new set of panelists who are with us. Joining me just to my left is C.J. Jordan, CEO of Jordan Management Group. Mustafa Santiago Ali, formerly with the EPA. On the far left, we have Michael Brown, former DNC Finance Committee member, and also Kelly Bethea, communication strategist. Folks, I'll start with you, Michael. Any surprises for you tonight?
Yes. I did not know that my law school professor, Joe Biden, would have the kind of night he did. I knew he was going to win the SEC South. I knew he was going to do well there. Clearly, I didn't know he was going to win Minnesota. I don't know how many people thought that. So, yes, I am surprised. I thought it was going to be a little closer. Obviously, we don't know what's going to happen yet in California. Texas looks very close, which means the delegates will be split. So I don't know if Texas is anything more than a wash. So I'm very surprised and very pleased. I knew he would do well. I didn't know he was going to do this well.
Kelly?
I'm more surprised at the fact that Warren didn't get her home state. I just feel like you should be able to win your home state. The fact that Warren wasn't able to churn out the delegates and churn out the votes for that is surprising. Everything else is kind of, sort of expected. I feel like Biden was the safe Democrat to vote for, and I feel like a lot of Democrats right now are looking for safety, that keyword electability, and they feel like Biden has that. So it doesn't necessarily surprise me that Biden is winning right now, but the fact that Bernie Sanders was able to get his home state, but not Elizabeth Warren, that's troubling to me.
Mustafa, I find it, people keep talking about safe. It's as if people don't think that maybe Biden's better than Sanders. I mean, I don't understand this whole deal about, safe versus risky. If people think that Biden has a better shot at beating Trump, it is what it is.
Yeah, and also, so part of Vice President Biden's platform is about rebuilding the middle class. And if you think about the fact that we've got 46 million people who are living in poverty in our country, that is a message that's going to resonate. Now, yes, other candidates have, used some of that language, but he also has backed it up around infrastructure. And everybody knows that infrastructure is also another opportunity. So I'm not saying that he's safe. What I'm saying is that he's speaking to the heart of America. And it's resonating. It's resonating because people have known him for years. People have seen him, in action in other ways. He's made some mistakes, but also folks feel, it looks like from the way people are voting, that right now he's the best bet.
CJ, I go back to all the people who are talking about after Donald Trump wins, and that is, can you get a Democrat who can appeal to people who in those Rust Belt states? Joe Biden talks about being from Scranton, Pennsylvania. He speaks that language. And you also, again, have very young voters who like Bernie Sanders. But at the end of the day, you can be young and complain all day. But the bottom line is, if you don't vote in the same way the older folks vote, all you're doing is just running your mouth.
I mean, that is absolutely correct. I think when we talk about the Rust Belt in the Midwest states, even though he's from Scranton, Pennsylvania, one of the reasons those individuals, voters, supported President Trump was based on bringing some of those jobs back. And a lot of people also remember that Joe Biden supported NAFTA. And a lot of those individuals lost their jobs.
And I hope those people also remember that it was Obama who was president and Joe Biden was vice president who saved their asses in the auto industry. And not only that, not just the car companies, but the entire supply chain. That was great fear that you would have thousands upon thousands in all of those Rust Belt states who would have gone out of business because of the automotive companies had gone under. They didn't. Remember, that's how Obama was able to nail Mitt Romney, because Romney did not support a bailout of the automotive industry. And so if you're Joe Biden, you get to make that argument as well. But here's the other thing that people don't understand about NAFTA, Michael, and that's the piece here. You talk about NAFTA. NAFTA, some states, they loved it. Some states, they didn't. You take, for instance, Texas, NAFTA was great. Texas. It worked for us. To hold tight 1 second. Go to my iPad, please. Joe Biden is now speaking in L.A.
Hello. It's a good night. And it seems to be getting even better. They don't call Super Tuesday for nothing. By the way, this is my little sister, Valerie, and I'm Jill's husband. Oh, no, this is Val, you switched on me. This is my wife. This is my sister. They switched on me. Folks, it's still early, but things are looking awful good. For those who've been knocked down, counted out, left behind, this is your campaign. Just a few days ago, the press and the pundits had declared the campaign dead. And then came South Carolina, and they had something to say about it. And we're told, well, when you got to Super Tuesday, it'd be over. Well, it may be over for the other guy. Tell that to the folks in Virginia, North Carolina, Alabama, Tennessee, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Minnesota, and maybe even Massachusetts. It's too close to call. We're still waiting for Texas and California, a few other small states to come in. But it's looking good. So I'm here to report we are very much alive. And make no mistake about it, this campaign that will send Donald Trump packing, this campaign is taking off. Join us. To those folks, listen, go to joebiden.com. Sign up, volunteer, contribute if you can. We need you, we want you, and there's a place for you in this campaign. People are talking about a revolution. We started a movement. We've increased turnout. And the turnout's turned out for us. That can deliver us to a moment where we can do extraordinary things. Look, our agenda is bold, it's progressive, it's a vision where health care is affordable and available to everybody in America. Where we bring drug prices down under control with no more surprise billing. Access to hospitals in rural areas as well as urban areas. Access to care. A bold vision where we invest billions of dollars to find, and I promise you, cures for cancer, Alzheimer's, and diabetes. Standing up to and beating the NRA and the gun manufacturers. And leading the world to take on the existential threat of climate change. I'm going to start by rejoining an outfit I helped put together, the Paris Climate Accord, and we're going to move it a long way. A country where the quality of education will not depend on your zip code. Where we triple funding for low-income school districts, providing raises for teachers, full-time school for 3, 4, and 5 years old, and increasing exponentially the prospects of their success. Free community college, providing credentials for every job of the 21st century. And significant reduction in the cost of going to college and your student debt. If you volunteer, you pay nothing. Folks, we can do this. And let's get something straight. Wall Street didn't build this country. You built this country. The middle class built this country. And unions built the middle class. And the neighborhoods we come from, the three... Well, let's see. We're going to go. Look. The middle class is getting clobbered. The middle class is getting clobbered. Too many people in the neighborhoods that Jill and Val and I grew up in. So they're getting hurt. They're badly hurt. And guess what? They're the places where we come from, many of you come from. It's where we were raised. The people. They're the reason why I'm running. There's the reason why I'm a Democrat in the first place. These are people who build our bridges, repair our roads, keep our water safe, who teach our kids. Look, who race into burning buildings to protect other people, who grow our food, build our cars, pick up our garbage, our streets, veterans, dreamers, single moms. And by the way, every dreamer, have hope because I'm coming and you're not going anywhere. And we're going to provide a pathway for 11 million citizens. If the other guy had voted for the well, I shouldn't get into that. I won't get going. Look, the iron workers, the steel workers, the boiler makers, the plumbers, the electrical workers, these are the people that have been forgotten. I agree with you, man. Look, the people Trump forgot, the people I will never forget, and I will always remember. Folks, that's why we need an economy that rewards work, not just wealth. Reestablishes the middle class, and this time brings everybody along. Everybody. Regardless of their race, their ethnicity, whether their gender, their disability, their economic state. Democrats, Republicans, Independents, every stripe. Look, like we did in South Carolina, like we did across America today, like we'll do all the way to the White House. Look, that's why I was so proud yesterday being embraced by Amy Klobuchar. We won Minnesota because of Amy Klobuchar. And we're doing well in Texas because of Beto O'Rourke. And that's why I was so proud, so incredibly proud to have Mayor Pete's endorsement as well. There's a man of character, intellect, and courage. And by the way, I was proud to be endorsed by Jim Clyburn. Man, he is something else. Look, our campaign reflects the diversity of this party and this nation. And that's how it should be, because we need to bring everybody along. Everybody. We want a nominee who will beat Donald Trump, but also keep Nancy Pelosi the Speaker of the House. Win back the United States Senate. If that's what you want, join us. And if you want a nominee who's a Democrat, a lifelong Democrat, a proud Democrat, an Obama-Biden Democrat, join us. Look, this all starts with a revival of decency and honor and character. Trump has fanned the flames of hate and sought to divide us. He's insulted, demonized, and actually just the way he talks about people. He has not a single sense of empathy. He doesn't have any compassion. No regard for the values that made this country who we are. Not the way you were raised by your moms and dads. He looks at honesty and decency and respect, and he views it as a sign of weakness. He doesn't believe that we're the beacon to the world. He doesn't believe we're all part of something bigger than ourselves. That's why I've said from the moment I announced for this candidacy, we're literally in a battle for the soul of America. Folks, winning means uniting America.
All right, folks, that was Joe Biden, of course, speaking tonight in Los Angeles. He is obviously extremely pleased with tonight's election results. You saw him rattling off the states that he has won. Tonight, we're still waiting results in other parts of the country, namely Texas, as well as California. You heard Joe Biden say they've declared him the winner in Arkansas. And so the headline on Politico, quite interesting. Biden pulls off stunning Super Tuesday turnaround a little bit earlier in the night. Bernie Sanders addressed his supporters in Vermont. And here's some of what he had to say.
1979.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next President of the United States, Bernie Sanders.
Thank you, Vermont. You know, it's a funny thing. 31 years ago today, we won the mayoral race in Burlington, Vermont. And we won that race against all of the odds. Everybody said it couldn't be done. And when we began this race for the presidency, everybody said it couldn't be done. But tonight, I tell you with absolute confidence, we are going to win the Democratic nomination. And we
going to defeat the most dangerous president in the history of this country. We are going to win. We are going to defeat Trump because we are putting together an unprecedented grassroots, multi-generational, multiracial movement. It is a movement which speaks to the working families of this country who are sick and tired of working longer hours for low wages and seeing all new income and wealth going to the top 1%. It is a movement which says the United States will have health care for all as a human right. It is a movement that says we will bring major reforms in education, making sure that all of our kids can go to college without coming out in debt. Now, what makes this movement unique is we are taking on the corporate establishment. We are taking on the greed of Wall Street, the greed of the drug companies who charge us the highest prices in the world, the greed of the insurance companies, and given the existential crisis of climate change, we are saying to the fossil fuel industry, their short-term profits are not more important than the future of our country and the world. But we are not only taking on the corporate establishment, we're taking on the political establishment. But we're going to win because the people understand it is our campaign, our movement, which is best positioned to defeat Trump. You cannot beat Trump with the same old kind of politics. What we need is a new politics that brings working class people into our political movement, which brings young people into our political movement, and which in November will create the highest voter turnout in American political history. So we're going to beat Trump because this will become a contrast in ideas. One of us in this race led the opposition to the war in Iraq. You're looking at him.
All right, folks, Bernie Sanders, of course, speaking earlier tonight there in Vermont. We're still waiting on the election results. Let's come back to our panel here. When you start looking at, when you start breaking down path forward, you heard Joe Biden's speech, Mike, where he talked about, I'm a Democrat, long been Democrat, always been Democrat. That's throwing shade towards Senator Bernie Sanders. And I understand Sanders, his campaign, their focus and the motive is to run against the establishment. But if you're going to win the nomination, you're going to need more than your base. And with Buttigieg out, Steyer out, Klobuchar out, Warren loses Massachusetts, then she'll be out. If it comes out to a two-person race, you can't keep running against people who you need to vote for you.
Especially the way the rules are. If no one gets to 1991, it's going to the ballot at the convention. And you've got to have what he calls the establishment at the convention, or he will not be the nominee. And so I'm not suggesting that, I know a lot of his supporters think it'll be taken from him again or whatever concerns they have. But the rules are the rules. At the convention, first ballot, you go to your person. As a delegate, you go to your candidate. Second ballot, there's something called, remember the superdelegates from 2016? In the second ballot, the superdelegates come in. And those are the establishment people. And you hear them folks complaining about down ballot races if Sanders is at the top of the ticket. So, Roland, to your point, you're exactly right. I don't know why, especially knowing you may have to go to the convention, you're going to shit on the establishment. You can say and run against them. No one has a problem with that. But to disparage like he's doing, I don't think that's helpful.
Kelly.
I couldn't agree more. I feel like watching Bernie Sanders' speech right now, it just kind of sounded like the opposite end of the spectrum of a Trump speech. He's talking about, we're going against the establishment, we're doing this, we're doing that. Well, Trump was draining the swamp. It's kind of two sides of the same coin. And my concern is if all you're doing is appealing to those on one side of the spectrum, that's why Biden is winning right now, because he's appealing to the middle of that spectrum. And those people are the ones who are really going to vote for you. And that's how Trump even won the 2016 election. He went to the middle of the spectrum with his extreme views, but he went to those people who they felt were forgotten about and, the flyover states, the ones who they felt were ignored. So with Sanders going this route, I just feel like by the time the convention comes around and he's actually going to be needing these superdelegates, like Michael was saying, he's going to have to, backtrack a lot of his words and verbiage in order to get anything done then. Because even though he's winning some big states right now, Biden is still sweeping, for all intents and purposes, and he's going to need a lot more help than just his supporters.
Also, folks, just to let y'all know, we were been live on Facebook, YouTube, Periscope all night, but for some reason, CBS issued a block, and all of a sudden, we went offline on Facebook and Periscope. I don't know why. We haven't used a damn thing from CBS at all. So I don't quite understand why they have issued this block. And so we're still live on YouTube. And I'm sending out a notice right now. And again, so what happens is with these algorithms, these people somehow think that they'll try to put a block and you never use their video. We've had that happen. Other folks have done that where they blocked something we did and we didn't even use anything from them. And so we're on it right now. So the folks who are on Facebook and Periscope as well. So people have been sending me, text messages about this. So I have no idea exactly what's going on, but we're certainly trying to fix it now. CJ, look, Donald Trump ran against the establishment. They all fell in line. Republicans are different from Democrats. Democrats, I hold grudges more so than Republicans. If you're Senator Bernie Sanders, you're going to have to figure out a way how to increase your support. You look at tonight, again, Maine, where Biden is up slightly. You can say everybody's against me. You can yell, scream all day, but the whole goal is to win.
Right. The whole goal is to win. I think Bernie has to do two things. One, he knows that Hillary took a shot at him. We know that Perez hadn't been in the Democratic chair long in a sense of understanding the rules of engagement. And a lot of Hillary's people are in charge of the committees going into the convention. And I was sharing with Mike earlier, I said, where is Sidney and hard-knuckle Rahm Emanuel going to be? They're going to be in the room whipping those votes to ensure that Joe Biden gets over the finish line. And so Bernie needs to figure out who can he appeal to that's part of the establishment, Where can he peel off a few of those super delegates? Because at the end of the day, Joe Biden is going in with Jim Clyburn. He's going in with Nancy Pelosi. He's going in with Rahm Emanuel, Sidney Blumenthal, probably President Clinton. And all he's going to have is Elizabeth Warren if she decides not to release her delegates until the convention. So he's got to figure out his math.
Mustafa.
I mean, here's what he has to do. One, he's got to get young people to actually come out and vote. You know, they can use the energy and the innovation, but they've got to actually mobilize and get them to actually sit down and make sure that they're actually voting. The second part is that he has work to do with the black community. So people made some assumptions before, that there would be a fairly significant population of our own people who would actually, be down with Bernie. That, unfortunately, doesn't seem to be happening at this time. So he's got work to do there. The other part that he has to do is that he has to get working class white folks, some of those who voted for Trump, to actually believe that some of the things that he is moving forward on, that they see themselves reflected in that. And if he's not able to do that, then unfortunately, the base that he's working with will not grow large enough for him to be competitive moving forward.
Let's flip the script. Let's talk now about what Biden has to do moving forward.
Mm-hmm.
A lot.
Yes.
Quite a bit.
Very much so.
Not only, I know the last time I was on, we were talking about the 1994 crime bill. That's just, tip of the iceberg and what he's going to have to address. He's going to have to address why some things in the Obama administration didn't come to fruition. He's going to have to address while he was in the Senate, why he supported some things and, didn't support some other things. With the black community, especially, millennials and younger, he's going to have to explain how present circumstances are the way they are, low-key, because of him. Mm-hmm. And I don't know how he's going to be able to do that in such a way that is convincing to the voters that he needs in order to win the election.
So Biden has to do some other things. One, Biden has to begin to raise significant amounts of resources to be able to compete, because he's not just competing. And yes, we are focused right now on this primary, this part of the election, but he also has to begin to really stack dollars for what's going to come if he is the nominee. He also has to get stronger on some of the other issues that he really isn't that strong on at the moment. He's got to get stronger on climate change.
Yes.
He's also going to have to figure out a way to build a bridge between the folks who are supporting Bernie, who want Medicare for all, and where he currently stands on health care. And, he still, I think, also has a lot of work to do with Latinx community.
Yes.
Many of our Latinx brothers and sisters have found the messages that Bernie has been sharing as ones that resonate with them. So I think he has to figure out how he's going to also do better in that space.
But here's the deal. Here's the deal, Michael. The reality is, if you're Joe Biden, there is no place to go on Medicare for all. Labor unions are very much against losing their health care benefits. Joe Biden says, look, if he believes in expanding the Affordable Care Act, he understands that got passed. How difficult it is to pass health care. And so I think what Joe Biden does is continue his position because we saw what happened with Elizabeth Warren. She supported Medicare for all. She got nailed when they kept demanding a price, how much it's going to cost, and she fell for it and gave them a number and she hasn't recovered from that. She's losing her home state. It's probably going to drop out tomorrow. Then you have, of course, you have Senator Kamala Harris. Initially was for Medicare for all, then she flip-flopped. She wasn't for Medicare for all. Boom, downfall there. And I think certainly, look, Congressman Jim Clyburn made a point that there's going to have to be some expansion in terms of changing of Joe Biden's campaign. I think what's going to happen here, Mike, is that money's going to come in, but also, to your point, Mustafa, there's some things they know they're going to have to do in order to move forward. And so I think you're going to see that happen. But in many ways, they were hampered by lack of resources, but also they were just treading water. I read a number of stories where Biden was not even reaching out to a number of elected officials, had not heard from them for months. And so now with this level of momentum, now you're going to have to run a much sharper campaign, because now it has to be laser-like focus now that you have survived and now are back in the game and competitive in the sense that you could actually win it.
Absolutely, and clearly, of course, everyone I think has to be sharper. But I wouldn't, to Mustafa's point, I don't know if I would hold my breath that he's going to change positions.
Sure.
He is lockstep because, frankly, the previous president isn't going to allow him to change position, at least on the health care front. And then there's some nice terrain coming up for the vice president. Still haven't had Pennsylvania yet, which he's going to win. Still haven't had Ohio yet, which he's going to win. Still haven't had Florida yet, which he's going to win. So the terrain for him, and so, yeah, they probably have their mechanics, but I think, as Clyburn said, needs to sharpen it a little bit. But I wouldn't. I think you're probably right about the climate change debate, and maybe now with resources you can bring some better experts in to help you understand and sharpen that message. But on healthcare, maybe you can use the word universal, which means everyone gets covered under the Obama plan, and for folks that don't want to go on the Obama plan, we'll make sure you're covered, maybe through Medicare.
I just think, Kelly. Look, at the end of the day, look, I get the whole back and forth on health care, but the fact that multiple presidents have been trying to get health care, and it finally got passed, barely. So this whole idea that you're going to now go from that, first of all, you get Affordable Care Act. Trump is trying to get rid of it, and now you're going to go from that to, okay, we're going to go something just totally different. No, I think Biden is being very realistic about it. I'm not dismissing what Sanders says about the cost of health care and how these companies are making profits, but I'm also looking at the hardcore reality. You can be Sanders and make the argument. How do you get it through Congress?
And that is going to be the nail in the coffin for the Sanders campaign, because I don't think you can at this juncture, because it's so expensive, because we are so divisive as a country that, frankly, Congress is just split. It is splintered, and there's no way right now for them to come together on and compromise on any bill, let alone something as big as health care. Like you said, Biden is doing what he's going to do, what he has been doing, which is really just towing the line. Now, is that my personal preference? Not necessarily. But if you're going to win this election, that seems like what you're going to have to do, because we, the Democrats, need those votes that Trump got in 2016. And those votes initially went to Obama in 2012. So it's like we're trying to get people back to our side. And how do you do that? You can't go to the extreme side of the spectrum in order to get people who are in the middle.
Now, CJ, look, you're running against a guy who wants to get rid of it completely and actually has no replacement. I've yet to hear it, and I'm still waiting.
Well, I think here's the thing. Michael talked about Ohio, and with Nina Turner coming from Ohio, I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on her to deliver Ohio for.
Okay.
I understand.
You can go on to the next point.
No. Allow me to finish.
Hold on. Deliver Ohio when? In the primary?
Yeah, in the primary.
Oh, gotcha. Because first of all, Democrats ain't win Ohio in general.
Right. So
you don't lose by 450,000 votes in 2016. All of a sudden, you come back. I'm with American Priorities PAC. I wouldn't spend a dime. I love all y'all people in Ohio. But Marsha Fudge and Joyce Beatty, I love y'all too. I wouldn't spend a dime in Ohio after you got drubbed. I would actually put that money, I would put that money in North Carolina. Now that, of course, Democrats have been able to change the game there, beat back Republicans with voter suppression. Arizona.
Right.
But hell no, you don't lose by 450,000 votes.
But as I was
100,000, all right, we can talk. Not 450,000. Go ahead.
But again, coming to the primary, there's going to be a lot of pressure on Nina Turner to deliver Ohio for Bernie Sanders versus Joe Biden. And so we're going to see what that looks like. But she's under tremendous amount of pressure. Cuyahoga County, Northeast Ohio, tremendously brings and delivers the state of Ohio. I don't know how Joe is going to do. Even with Tim Ryan, a former presidential candidate coming out of Youngstown, I don't think he's going to be able to deliver all of Northeast Ohio for Joe.
But here's the deal, though. If you are Mustafa, if you're Biden, again, what's going to happen next is you're going to step back. If you're the Biden camp, you're the Sanders camp. I'm re-saying those two. Warren is losing her state. She's going to drop out tomorrow, and the product's going to be tonight, okay? Second, Mike Bloomberg. I won't even give Bloomberg to next week. I go back to my previous prediction. Bloomberg is going to be gone tomorrow, no later than Thursday, because you can't look at these results and say, how in the world do you justify staying in? And so if you're in the Biden camp and the Sanders camp, you now look at the map. You say, where am I likely to win? Where am I likely to come in a close second? Where am I likely going to get blown out? And you're going to focus your energies on those places. Sanders has the money where he can run everywhere. But the question, though, is, do you do that, or do you lock in and say, where can I win big and run up a delegate number? Because that's the real issue. Running close means nothing. You want to run up delegate numbers.
Well, Bloomberg can play a huge role in helping to make sure, if he chooses to make sure that Biden has the infrastructure that's going to be necessary moving forward. And it's interesting because Biden hasn't had the infrastructure and he's been as successful as he has. But I think that,
Name ID.
Yeah, it's name ID. And it also helps if you go ahead and start that process now and you become the nominee, then it puts you in a better position, as we move toward the general election. The other part with, some of the things that he, needs to focus on is, in the middle part of the country, people are caring about jobs. They're caring about opportunities of advanced manufacturing in places like Ohio and Michigan and other places. So I think he has, some background there that will be helpful as he moves forward.
All right, folks, let's do a reset. And so tonight, Super Tuesday, it has been quite the interesting night. This is the headline. Go to my iPad, please, from Politico. Biden pulls off stunning Super Tuesday turnaround live analysis. You see right there where they have Biden winning in Alabama, Arkansas, Massachusetts, Minnesota, North Carolina, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Virginia. He's leading in Maine. Then you have Sanders, Colorado, Utah, Vermont. He's leading in Texas. Also, we're waiting for the results in California. If you're the Sanders campaign, you're really focused on Texas and California because they have the two biggest block of votes. But if you're the Biden campaign, what you're saying is, I was supposed to get destroyed on Super Tuesday. I was supposed to get run out of the race on Super Tuesday. When you can sit here and say you won 8 of the 15 contests on Super Tuesday, that's when you say, new ball game, now let's play. That's what this says. Again, Sanders folks are going to tout the fact that he's going to win the 2 big states, but Colorado, Utah, Vermont, small states. And so the question, though, can Biden, if he loses Texas and California, can he still perform well enough that Sanders does not have a huge lead? If I break down what took place in these states, Biden won big in Alabama, won big in Virginia, won by double digits in North Carolina. And so Sanders needs that kind of blowout to create some distance between him and Biden.
And that blowout's not going to occur in Texas. It's going to be close, at least on the delegate count. I guess California, we won't know. What do they say? They have 30 days to count all their votes. I guess we'll know something tomorrow morning.
Yeah, because they they changed their whole deal and also the whole independent vote as well. So it's going to be a number of votes. So frankly, looking at tonight's results, that could absolutely change. In fact, we saw that in the previous 2018 in the statewide races, where as they kept counting, that lead kept dwindling in some of those races. And so it's going to be probably a week or 2 at best before we get a real sense of what happened in California.
And so he has to run the numbers up. If he's supposed to win like he's supposed to win big in California, he has to run those numbers up, at least to compete with what these final results will be for Super Tuesday for Biden.
And let's hope Biden can remember tomorrow that he did win those 8 states.
That's rude.
He's going to remember.
I'm pretty sure he's going to remember.
Well, I'm sure he'll remember that. I'm sure he'll also probably remember that the coronavirus is not a hoax.
Not at all.
And he never said that.
Yeah, okay. All right. But he sure as hell trying to wonder, could we use a flu shot for the same virus? And his own scientist like, no, player, we can't do that. So trust me, if we were talking about remembering,
start somewhere to
if we
create
were talking about remembering stuff, trust me, Trump really don't want to have that conversation with anybody on remembering stuff.
I feel like. Oh no, I was just going to say in general, if this entire night is just further proof that polls really do not matter. What matters is people voting, and I really hope that people do not take the polls into such consideration as they did in 2016 and really were beholden to them in terms of what the results were going to be, because that's how we got Trump. That's how we were so surprised that Trump happened, and everybody was like, what happened? And
no, you just had a bad candidate.
Well, what happened is that people voted. Period. Like whether you want to blame Russia or any other type of scandal, what have you, the fact of the matter is that people voted. And they voted the way that they were going to vote all along, but they weren't considered in these polls. So, just take that into consideration. And Biden, I feel like, knew that, and that's why he's still in this race.
Folks, we were talking also about the other races that are taking place. There were lots of down ballot races all across the country. One of the things that we're looking at is what is going to happen in Alabama for the United States Senate race. And so I'm going to AL.com, which is, of course, the Alabama website. Let me see if I can pull this up. We're watching those races. Quite interesting. Of course, former Senator Jeff Sessions, who served as Attorney General under Donald Trump, who got cussed out by Trump in that job. Of course, he running for his old seat, running against Tommy Tuberville, of course, a former football coach at Alabama. And, of course, he just, let's just say, interesting in his own right with some of the nonsense that he has been saying. This is according to, here, do you see my computer, please? If you do, go ahead and go to it. If you see this right here, this is AL.com with 66.73% of the vote in. Tommy Tuberville has 154,860 votes. That's 33.16% of the vote, compared to Jeff Sessions with 146,392 votes, or 31.35%. Roy Moore.
Did Trump put his finger on the scale?
Actually, he did not.
No.
Roy Moore, of course, who lost to Doug Jones in the special election in Alabama. He is a distant fourth with 36,246 votes, or 7.76%. You got Bradley Byrne, former congressman who's running. He picked up 116,631. And so I'm not quite sure in Alabama if you get the most votes, you win. There's not going to be will it be a runoff?
It'll be a runoff.
All right. So, again, Jeff Sessions trying to reclaim his old seat. I might remember one of his first ads he came out was kissing Trump's butt, and it was like, damn, man, dog you and just stomp you and talk about you like a dog, and you still kissed his butt. Then again, you got Senator Ted Cruz. The man talked about his wife, called her ugly.
Rubio.
Accused his dad of killing Lee Harvey Oswald, and then he still kisses his butt. I don't know what's up. I don't know what y'all Republicans drink. I'm just letting you know right now. If I ran against some dude and dude talk about my wife like that, I'd be trying to find every chance to whoop his ass, even with Secret Service. And I damn sure wouldn't be sitting here kissing his butt. So maybe that's how things roll for Republicans or Democrats, but I'm a black man. And you talk about my wife like that? Nah, player, we ain't being friends at all. At all. That's just roll. I'm just saying. That's just roll.
You're not the only one.
It's going to be, I want to go to one of the things. Let's talk about North Carolina. You're going to have Tom Tillis, Cal Cunningham running against each other. Democrats have gotten behind Cunningham. Again, things have changed in North Carolina. More Mondays, the work they've been doing there. They now have flipped that state. Democrats now control the state Supreme Court. Roy Cooper, he won tonight in the primary election for governor. They now have been able to beat back a lot of the voter suppression, the crazy things happening there. The courts have been ruling against the districts. North Carolina's going to be a hell of a lot more competitive state. Obama won North Carolina by 14,100 votes in 2008. That state, and there are more registered Democrats in that state than there are Republicans. And so I think this cycle around, Republicans are going to do a hell of a lot more work in North Carolina, Michael, if they want to hold on to the state.
Absolutely. And this is specifically where who is at the top of the ticket matters. And if it's, Vice President Biden, you have a better shot, I think. Not to say that Senator Sanders wouldn't. It's a little different maybe in North Carolina. You have a lot of universities there where clearly Senator Sanders does well with young people. Obviously, to Mustafa's point, you got to get them out to vote. But North Carolina's in play. Frankly, there are only a few states that are not in play in this election. I think everything is going to be in play. 45 is still going to be very difficult to beat. But the fact that these other states like Arizona is in play,
Virginia's
I can't even
still
believe
in play. I don't even.
Virginia. Well, I think Virginia's blue now, but I understand what you're saying. Texas.
It's a reddish purple.
I think Texas may be in play. I'm not saying we win Texas, but it's in play.
Right.
And that clearly depends on who's at the top of the ticket. So I think, I think Tillis.
I'm
Tillis
from
may lose a
Texas.
seat.
I vote in Texas. Texas is not in play.
And you always say that. I know.
No, it's not. It's not. I'm telling you.
I don't think we spend a lot of money.
The only way. Look. This is the fundamental problem in Texas. Hillary Clinton, Obama run in 2008. Significant enthusiasm. I'm talking about major enthusiasm. Texas Democrats said, wow, we finally can rebuild the party. Everybody forgets that before John Tower was elected United States Senator in Texas, Republicans had not held a statewide seat in Texas since Reconstruction. It was a Democratic state.
Get Ann Richards.
Ann Richards comes in. She gets beat by George W. Bush in the next election cycle. Republicans win every statewide seat. Republicans have controlled every statewide seat in Texas for the last 20 years. And so what Democrats have done, they've come into Texas, they've come into Houston, into Dallas, into Austin, raised millions of dollars, left with those money bags, and did nothing in the state. They thought after 2008 Obama was going to mobilize and organize. Did not happen. The issue that you have there is that there are 2 million eligible but unregistered Latinos in Texas. And when you look at what Democrat billionaires have not done is do what Republican billionaires have done. If you are a Tom Steyer, if you are a Michael Bloomberg, if you are any one of these other billionaires out there, you actually say, I am going to invest anywhere from $50 to $100 million in Texas. We're going to move 1,000 or 2,000 people into that state or hire them. They're going to live there for the next 4 years. And their job is to live in those communities, become ingrained in those communities, and to register Latinos to vote. If you hit half that number, if you register 1 million Latinos out of the 2 million who are eligible to get registered, and the break in Texas is around 70-30, Republicans win statewide by 225,000. The margins have shrunk, not only because 500,000, the reason you also say it's in play, is because 500,000 new people moved in Texas every single year. So what's interesting is Republicans also can blame themselves because they've been spending lots of time, Rick Perry did it and Greg Abbott, they spend lots of time wooing California companies to move their headquarters to Texas. They forget those are California voters. And so what's happening is Republicans have been getting killed in the suburbs. But if you look at the split 70-30, you take 1 million. You're losing about 200,000 votes. If you put 1 million new Latinos on the poll on the rolls, and let's say it's a 65-35 split, you can wipe out Republicans. But they got to be able to do it. And the problem is Democrats have not been willing to do that. And so you're not going to win state. And this is where Reverend William Barber and I agree 100%. If you want to win, you've got to invest in the places where people are. Then you got to go talk to them. You got to reach them. You got to touch them. You got to feel them. And then that's how you do it. You can't just send a bunch of white kids in with PDAs and iPads 6 weeks before the election and somehow think that you're going to be able to register people and get them out to vote. That ain't going to happen. And so that's where Democrats should be thinking in terms of how to utilize resources, Mustafa. Because otherwise, look, if you keep playing the same old game, you're going to have the same old results.
Yeah. Well, going back to North Carolina, it is a prime example about the power of the people, especially what the Poor People's Campaign has done. They've been able to mobilize, lower income white communities, African-American communities, and a number of other folks who are in that space and get them focused on an agenda and keep them anchored to it. And then continue to build month after month after month. So if we could get, parties that actually do the right thing and make those investments and not just do these drive-bys that continue to happen, but actually spend real time, then, we can make real change actually happen.
Folks, we're still waiting on, again, some of these results that are coming down across the country. What we are looking at, again, more than 1,300 delegates at stake tonight. You have 15 states. It has been a really, really good night for former Vice President Joe Biden. It has been, for Bernie Sanders, it will get better once Texas and California come in. I do want to take the time right now. I'll start with you, Kelly. I think this is the end of the Elizabeth Warren campaign. I think more than anybody else in the last 3 months, she has been, actually even longer than that. I mean, she has been nailing it when it comes to issues of race. I think when you look at, if you had to sit here and compare all of the different agendas across the board, I think she beats all of them. I think she has been able to articulate a message that makes a hell of a whole lot of sense. We were there in South Carolina on Wednesday when John Legend held a rally at South Carolina State. Then, of course, later in Charleston, we were there in Charleston. You see right there, Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley, she has really been out there. But losing tonight in her home state of Massachusetts to Joe Biden, and then coming in third to Bernie Sanders, I don't know how you can make the argument that you should stay in this race if you cannot win your own state. If you go to my computer here, folks, you'll see the numbers here. Jesus, Boston.com. Y'all need to get y'all a new graph. That's awful. I'm just saying, that's awful. But with 61.9% of the ballots in, Elizabeth Warren is at 20.5%. Bernie Sanders is at 27.1%. Joe Biden, 34%. You can't stay in the race. You can't win your home state, especially when you're sitting United States Senator.
It's really disappointing, mainly because, like you said, she has been she's been just the checklist, everything that Black people need, Latino people need, other people of color need, elderly people need, every demographic, like the mantra, she has a plan for that, she really does. And it's viable. And there's data out there that's saying that it works. So the fact that she's not higher in the polls, to me, reflects how, frankly, scared the Democrats are of Trump becoming president for a second term, because that also shows to me that low-key they don't necessarily want Biden, they just feel like he will beat Trump. And there has to be more to the Democratic Party's mission other than beating your opponent. It has to be based on policy. It has to be based on ideology. And Warren had all three. She had the ideology, she had the policy, and if there was an engine, being people, the grassroots, DNC, everybody, like they're going behind Biden, and if they were going behind Warren like this, because she is the triple threat in that regard, she would be in Biden's position right now. But for whatever reason, I have my theories on that, but that's a whole another.
Well, sexism still exists.
Exactly.
Yeah. You know, if you didn't want to say it, I'll say it for you.
Thank you. Well, I wasn't going to say it because it's going to take a lot longer than just 30 seconds. But at the same time, those reasons are valid, and it's just incredibly disappointing that Democrats are running scared because of somebody that they don't want in office.
I think that, again, I concur with you when you talk about sexism. But also, I go back to what I said earlier. Michael, sometimes you got to know when to run.
When to run.
When to run.
I fundamentally believe.
Last time.
And look, folks, understand something. I had Senator Elizabeth Warren on my Washington Watch show when she was over the one of those accountability task force. I mean, she was killing Tim Geithner. She was sparring with Joe Biden when it came to the bankruptcy laws. There was a movement of people trying to draft her to run in 2016. And she opted not to run. And I think, frankly, Senator Elizabeth Warren fell for it was Hillary's turn.
Yes.
There's no such thing as somebody's turn. You either earn it or you don't. I think she was at her hottest in 2016. She was at her zenith. She should have run then. Senator Bernie Sanders was an unknown entity nationwide. He became the anti-Hillary voice. he was able to build his frankly infrastructure on that. She now runs in 2020. She's now running against a strong progressive, some might say even stronger than her, who now has an infrastructure behind him and money behind him. And so she's been suffering as a result. She drops out tomorrow, which I think she will. She's also the last woman. It will leave 3 white men in the race, 178, 178, 177. And I still believe that Michael Bloomberg, looking at the results tonight, Michael Bloomberg drops out, leaving Sanders and Biden. I just think that was the case. I think she ran 4 years too late.
And then, politics, like life, timing has a lot to do with it. Luck, and you and I have talked about that. I agree with you. I think her time was last time, but I think you're right. The Hillary machine, Bill Clinton machine, it was probably tough for a junior senator to say, I can compete with that. And I'll wait, and I'll do it in whatever the timing was then. It's unfortunate because I like her too. I think she hits a lot of the points you need to hit. She's a good candidate. You're right. She checks all the boxes.
And my thing is, what are these debates going to look like
without
her there?
Yeah.
Because she was the only one actually touching on any issue. She was not afraid of these moderators answering these questions. She actually tackled them head on, direct answers. If she didn't know, she said she didn't know. And if she knew, she said what her knowledge was. Biden hasn't done that. Sanders hasn't done that. Bloomberg definitely hasn't done that, whether he's going to stay in the race or not. So I just feel like it's going to be another political show as opposed to a real debate that will actually highlight why these people deserve to be president.
Before I go to you, go to my iPad, please. This was a photo posted by Hewitt Zolars, Rice University author. This is a photo from the campus of Texas Southern University at 8:30 a.m. You can see, folks, the lines there. Do you see? So apparently he said that I don't know what the hell's going on this campus, but he said in his tweet, he said the line at TSU Houston for the Texas Democratic primary, 30 minutes after the polls close, the line continues inside the building. From the front doors to the voting booth took me over 2 hours in line, and nobody in this picture has made it that far yet.
That's great.
Somebody else tweeted here. Let me pull this up. I want to go to it. Read the comments here.
Well, you're looking for Mustafa. Can you imagine the general with Trump on the ballot? The line is going to be longer.
I'm looking at some of the comments here. One woman said, student and residents of the neighborhoods surrounding TSU are stuck in this line. I will hit 4 hours at 10 p.m. This person here says, I will note that this seems to be a widespread problem across Houston. Go to the tweet. I've heard similar from some affluent white neighborhoods. Do this here, Jackie. Get County Commissioner Rodney Ellis on the phone, please, so I can find out what's happening in Houston with these lines. Some might say that's a part of the energy as well, but this is an issue when you talk about 1,200 voting locations closed all across the South in the past 8 or so years, according to the report from the Leadership Conference on Civil Rights. But it also points to, again, why you kind of got to have an understanding of what's going to happen, anticipate, do you have enough voting booths so you avoid this? There is no reason in the world folks should be in line for 4 hours and they're still waiting.
Well, we got to just strengthen our voter infrastructure. We know what voter suppression looks like. Sometimes it's subtle. Sometimes it's in your face. And we've seen polling locations close. We've seen them moved, all these various things. But folks should get prepared. People want to vote. People have been wanting to vote for months and months and months now because they want to make sure that they are sharing with the country what their expectations are, what their views are of these candidates. So I appreciate the energy, and we need to continue to push to make sure that these types of situations are not in the general And you know, there's a lot we can do in that space. We got a lot of rich folks, who say that they want to continue to support some things. So folks can throw some dollars.
I will ask you, CJ, what is your party going to do about these long lines? And when it comes to voting, are Republicans going to stand in the way of folks voting, or are they going to keep supporting the closing of voting locations, shutting them down? What y'all going to do?
No, we're not going to stand in the way of people voting. I think here's the thing that we have to do in educating individuals. When I was active in the NAACP doing voter registration and education, one of the things that we always made sure when we was going through reapportionment in Ohio was educating the voter that said, look, when you look at this particular precinct and you have low voter turnout, it then goes back to the state Secretary of State, and if we continue to have low voter turnouts in those precincts, then it allows for them, when they're sitting down and say, hey, let's concise, let's close, let's move, let's change. That's what happens.
But CJ,
I don't say it's fair, or I'm just saying what we did for education.
They're not cutting booths where there's low turnout. They're actually cutting locations where there's been high turnout. Again, the Leadership Conference on Civil Rights has documented more than 12.
I've not seen it yet.
Well, first of all, we did it on the show several times. More than 1,200 locations have been cut. Republicans have been slashing early voting locations. In North Carolina, where the federal judges ruled that they had surgical-like precision targeting black voters, they asked the question, when are black people voting early in North Carolina? 70% of African Americans in North Carolina vote early the first week. So what do Republicans in North Carolina do? They literally limited early voting to one location for the first few weeks in North Carolina, then expanded. It was a targeted effort. That has happened all across the country, including Texas. And so I don't understand, when is the Republican Party going to stop being the party of voter suppression?
I don't think it's a party of voter suppression. I think we need to educate folks to turn out to vote.
First of all, you keep saying educate people.
And so that means, based on that line, a lot of people are enthused, came out to support their particular candidate.
You keep saying educate. Go to my iPad.
They came out to support their candidate.
This is a college campus. I think they are educated.
And I know, and that's what I said, and we continue to educate. And I also said
that's not continuing to educate.
You cut me off, and what I stated after that, I said based on your pictures, it showed that they were enthused to come out to support their particular candidate.
No, actually, what that picture shows, there were not enough damn booths in the room to vote. That's what that picture shows. I'm over here looking right now at a previous tweet. Somebody who voted.
There were lines like that in 2000. When I was down in Miami, guess what? They had a lot of voting booths in there, and people were standing in line because I was with Tom Joyner when he came out.
Okay, first and foremost, I'm from Houston. This is in 3rd Ward. Black folks live, okay, in 3rd Ward, Houston. That's where TSU is, right across the street.
I see white people.
Yeah, I know that, but there are white people who live in, it's called gentrification. What you have is across the street from TSU, the CUNY homes. Yeah. Right down the street, literally 3 blocks from TSU, is the University of Houston. I'm reading one of the folks on here who also said that there were only 10 booths at the University of Houston voting campus, and there were similar lines as this here. Again, this to me is what we're seeing. We saw this crap where they shut down places in Maryland in 2018 and 16 as well, where there were people who were in line for 3 and 4 and 5 hours. I just don't understand why you have the games that are played in this country. Let me be real clear. When it comes to voting, to me, that's not an issue of Republican or Democrat. But the fact of the matter is, the Republican Party is the party of voter suppression. And unfortunately, we see these things all across the country. And that, to me, is a problem. And that I think we're going to see the same problem come November.
And the Democratic Party is a party with absentee ballots that cheat out of Cleveland, like in Cleveland, Ohio.
What?
That's why you have federal marshals.
Stop. Hold on 1 second. I'm sorry. What'd you just say? Did you just say absentee ballots?
Most definitely I did.
Okay. Would you like to talk about who was indicted in North Carolina for throwing away absentee ballots? Which party did that? In fact, the North Carolina Secretary of State had to actually throw out...
And I remember the federal marshals going into Ohio
had to throw out the results of the election even Republicans had to concede that Republicans were actually harvesting ballots and throwing them away. You had
Cleveland, Ohio.
One second. You had Democrat counties where more Democrats requested absentee ballots.
Cleveland.
Yet when the election showed up, there were more Republican absentee ballots than anybody else.
Cleveland, Ohio.
Where?
Cleveland, Ohio.
No, where? Show when?
2000, 2008. 2000
I'm
Cleveland.
sorry, I'm talking about 2 years ago. I ain't even talking about 20 years ago. I'm talking about I'm literally talking about 2 years ago. I'm talking
Marshall's
about
been in Cleveland, Ohio since Kim Blackwell was Secretary of State.
Okay, but
hilarious.
But CJ, even if that is true, and I don't have the facts to back that up, and it appears that you don't as well. But
no,
even
I do.
But even if it were true, two wrongs don't make a right.
I ain't say it did. But I just cited
then
Ohio.
What's the point?
I cited Ohio based on what he was talking about North Carolina. I gave him a Democratic
But voter
example.
suppression is voter suppression, and Roland's point, my understanding, how I understand it to be, is that it is what it is. It doesn't have, party lines, but Republicans do have the tendency and the propensity to use voter suppression, and
Democrats have the propensity to stuff those absentee ballots in those boxes.
Based upon what?
Unions.
What evidence?
What? Ohio.
What
Cleveland.
evidence? What? You keep saying Ohio, Cleveland. Where's the evidence?
Federal marshals.
No, where's the evidence?
2008.
Pull it up.
Well, here.
Pull it up.
So if someone in your own party came to the NAACP's Democrat to the primary, not the primary, excuse me. Bill Weld came. He spoke at the NAACP's forum that they did, and he talked about voter suppression. So maybe what we need to do is help Republicans to actually have leadership that understands that these problems are happening and that they needed to be addressed so that true democracy can actually help it.
Henry, go to my computer, please. Folks, if you want to get more information, what I'm talking about, where I deal with facts, go to Democracy Diverted. This is actually go to civilrights.org. And so it's Democracy Diverted. You see it here, Democracy Diverted, polling place closures, and the right to vote. If you see this map here, you will see on this map the intensity of the polling places. You can actually click this map, and it will show you the population where those voting booths have been closed. You will see down here you see this grid here where the darkest part, there was a 50+ decrease in voting booths, 25 to 50% decrease, 1 to 10% decrease. And according to their analysis, 1,200 voting locations all across the South took place. And when did all this happen? After the Supreme Court ruled Shelby v. Holder, which gutted significant parts of the Voting Rights Act, an act Republicans refuse to fix. They refuse to fix. Kelly, go ahead.
I don't know whether you're about to wrap this segment up, but when it comes to voter suppression, when I see that picture, that's what I see. I don't see necessarily enthusiasm. I see the fact that several voting and polling centers closed, and this is the constituents' only solution to go vote.
And in fact, that was in Texas. Can we go back to my computer here? According to the Leadership Conference on Civil Rights, Texas, a state where 39% of the population is Latino and 12% is African American, has closed 750 polling places since Shelby, by far the most of any state in our study. 5 of the 6 largest closures of polling places are in Texas, with 74 closures. Dallas County, which is 41% Latino, 22% African American. The second largest closure of polling places, followed by Travis County, which is Austin, Texas, 34% Latino. Harris County, which is Houston, 42% Latino, 19% African American. 52 polling closures. Brazoria County, 13% African American, 30% Latino. Tied with Natchez County, 63% Latino. And so, what y'all clearly realize is that these are minority counties. Many, but not all of these polling places were closed as a part of a statewide effort to centralize voting into, quote, county-wide polling places. The effort slashed the number of voting locations, but allowed voters to cast ballots at any election day polling place. Without Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act, we cannot assess the impact these mass closures have on communities of color. Michael?
Well, it'll be interesting to see how, elections have consequences. And elections are going to continue to have consequences relative to voter suppression. I find it interesting, and see, I know that we can point out where the Democrats have done things badly and voter suppression on the Republican side. What I find interesting is Republicans seem to take pride on voter suppression.
Right. Oh, hell yeah.
They like
gloat.
it. They brag about it.
Yeah.
They say, here's what we're going to do. We're going to put police at polling places. We're going to make you show 8 forms of ID before you can vote.
In some of the places, they've literally moved the voting location to police stations.
Yeah. So,
What the hell is that?
Voter suppression to me is it's right in your face. They're not even in the shadows with it.
All right, folks, going to go to a break. We're going to do a reset. We come back. We'll give you the state of the presidential race. We'll also talk with some members of Congress. Congressman Bobby Scott, one of the folks who endorsed Vice President Joe Biden, who won big in Virginia. We'll look to talk to him. We're also going to try to get some people in Texas on the line to find out what's happening with the voting sites there. I'm also reaching out to folks in Dallas to see what's going on there as well. You're watching Super Tuesday coverage right here on Roland Martin Unfiltered. I'll be back in a moment. You want support? Actually, support Roland Martin Unfiltered? Be sure to join our Bring the Funk fan club. Every dollar that you give to us supports our daily digital show. There's only one daily digital show out here that keeps it black and keep it real as Roland Martin Unfiltered. Support the Roland Martin Unfiltered daily digital show by going to RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. Our goal is to get 20,000 of our fans contributing $50 each for the whole year. You can make this possible. RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. You want to check out Roland Martin Unfiltered? YouTube.com/Roland S. Martin. And subscribe to our YouTube channel. There's only one daily digital show out here that keeps it black and keep it real. It's Roland Martin Unfiltered. See that name right there? Roland Martin Unfiltered. Like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel. That's youtube.com/Roland S. Martin. And don't forget to turn on your notifications so when we go live, you'll know it. All right, so a lot of y'all always asking me about some of the pocket squares that I wear. Now, Robert don't have one on. Now, I don't particularly like the white pocket squares. I don't like even the silk ones. And so I was reading GQ magazine a number of years ago, and I saw this guy who had this pocket square here, and it looks like a flower. This is called a shibori pocket square. This is how the Japanese manipulate the fabric to create this sort of flower effect. So I'm going to take it out and then place it in my hand so you see what it looks like. And I said, man, this is pretty cool. And so I tracked down, it took me a year to find a company that did it. And so they make these about 47 different colors. And so I love them because, again, as men, we don't have many accessories to wear, so we don't have many options. And so this is really a pretty cool pocket square. Now, what I love about this here is you saw when it's in the pocket, it gives you that flower effect like that. But if I wanted to also, because if I flip it and turn it over, it actually gives me a different type of texture. And so therefore it gives me a different look. So there you go. So if you actually want to get one of these shibori pocket squares, we have them in 47 different colors. All you got to do is go to RolandSMartin.com/pocket squares. So it's RolandSMartin.com/pocket squares. All you got to do is go to my website, and you can actually get this. Now, for those of you who are members of our Bring the Funk fan club, there's a discount for you to get our pocket squares. That's why you also got to be a part of our Bring the Funk fan club. And so that's what we want you to do. And so it's pretty cool. So if you want to jazz your look up, you can do that. In addition, y'all see me with some of the feather pocket squares. My sister, who's a designer, she actually makes these. They're all custom made. So when you also go to the website, you can also order one of the customized feather pocket squares right there at RolandSMartin.com/pocket squares. So please do so. And of course, it goes to support the show. And again, if you're a Bring the Funk fan club member, you get a discount. This is why you should join the fan club.
Hey everybody, this is Sherry Shepherd. You're watching Roland Martin Unfiltered, and while he's doing Unfiltered, I'm practicing the wobble. Yes, I am. Because Roland Martin's the one, he will do it backwards, he will do it on the side, he messes everybody up when he gets into the wobble, because he doesn't know how to do it, so he does it backwards. And it messes me up every single time. So I'm working on it. I got it. You got Roland Martin.
Hi, my name is Latoya Luckett, and you're watching Roland Martin Unfiltered.
What's going What's going on, everybody? It's your boy Mac Wiles, and you are watching Roland Martin Unfiltered.
What's up, y'all? It's Ryan Destiny, and you're watching Roland Martin Unfiltered.
What up, Lana Well?
All right, here. All right, folks, welcome back to Roland Martin Unfiltered. Joining us right now on the phone line is Congressman Bobby Scott of Virginia. Congressman Scott, how you doing?
Hey, Roland, how you doing?
I'm doing great. You certainly feel good tonight. Joe Biden feels real good. Strong win tonight in your state of Virginia against Senator Bernie Sanders.
We did a really good job for him, and it was amazing because, you know, he hadn't spent any money. He just did well in South Carolina. Showed he was clearly the strongest candidate, and all of the leadership in Virginia just came together and made endorsements, made phone calls, and it seemed to work. He got over 50% of the vote. The rest was split 3 or 4 ways. He was about 30 points above second place, so we really feel good about it.
He won by a wider percentage margin in Virginia than he did in South Carolina.
Yeah, he did. I think it was more than 30 points. He did got 64% of the vote in my district, so we're really pleased with that. But he did. His win in South Carolina was so dramatic. He won every county, about every demographic group, and showed that he's clearly the strongest person. The fact that he's got, I lost count after 50. Members of Congress that have endorsed his campaign. It's probably around 60, maybe even 70 by now have endorsed his campaign, in stark contrast to the other candidates who only have a handful. And it's an indication that the people who are on the ballot want to be on the ballot with Joe Biden.
Well, let's talk about that, because obviously moving forward, he has to make the case. There are some who say this is all about trying to take out Senator Bernie Sanders. What, though, do you think he has to do moving forward? Congressman Jim Clyburn said that his campaign needs some work. It needs to be retooled. Have you had conversations with him about what needs to change moving forward now that he has got the, some say, what do they think, the Joe-mentum? Is that what they call it? Joe-mentum back?
Joe-mentum. Yeah, well, I think in Virginia, you know, I just think people wanted to vote for Joe Biden. I mean, he had the support, and he did so poorly in the first 2. People were a little concerned. They said, "Oh, well, you know, woe is me." And when he came through with such a spectacular fashion in South Carolina, he won the black vote and he won the white vote. I mean, he won everything, every county, and it clearly when Tim Kaine endorsed him on Friday. I endorsed him, and Terry McCollum endorsed him on Saturday. 2 members of Congress from Northern Virginia, Jennifer Wexton and Don Beyer, endorsed him. Donald McEachin and Elaine Luria had already endorsed him. The leadership really came together. We actually had an interesting endorsement. We didn't have the money to promote it, but Senator John Warner endorsed him on Sunday.
Right. Wow.
which means that you've got moderate Republican to liberal Democrat all supporting the same candidate. And that's the kind of coalition you need to put together to be elected president of the United States.
I want to
this evening. Joe is winning states from the East Coast all the way across the middle of America, through the South, through the Northwest. He was getting votes all over the country, and I think that's the kind of strength that we can show.
Well, let's talk.
All the Democratic candidates, by and large, are pointing the same way on most of the issues. Some want to go more aggressively than others.
Let's talk about
They're
Texas.
all going the same way, and the question is who is best positioned to win to actually implement the plans.
Let's talk about Texas. I'm looking right now on the Texas Secretary of State website here. You can go to my computer if you want. 32% of the people of the polls reporting right now. Joseph Biden, 153,066 votes at 27%. Michael Bloomberg, 106,559 votes at 18%. Bernie Sanders, 156,635 votes. That means that Sanders is ahead by about 3,000 votes, 27.63% to 27%. Polling showed Sanders up anywhere from 9 to 12 points in Texas. I kept telling people it was not that large of a lead. And so all discussion has been about how Sanders could rack up huge delegate leads in Texas or California. If those numbers hold up, that's a break even for a Joe Biden in Texas. That would be a huge, huge coup. And his people are predicting an upset in Texas. That could be huge if that happens.
Well, I think when Joe Biden won so convincingly in South Carolina and proved that he could win every demographic group across the spectrum, every county in South Carolina, I think people concluded overnight that he is clearly the best candidate. We've got a good candidate. Let's go with him. Amy Klobuchar and Mayor Pete dropped out and endorsed him. Beto O'Rourke endorsed him. I think it's clear we have the best candidate, and we don't want to mess it up and nominate anything other than the strongest candidate. We've got good candidates. I mean, I'm not saying anything negative about anybody else, but I think you can just look at the people who will be on the ballot. We want to run with Joe Biden.
All right, then. Congressman Bobby Scott, we certainly appreciate it. Thank you so very much.
Well, thank you. And he's going to be doing health care. He did health care. He could get things done. He led the charge on the assault weapons ban. Sunday night, he said he couldn't wait to sign the Safe Justice Act. That's the bill I've introduced on criminal justice reform. So we're looking forward to a great presidency. We just got to nominate him and elect him.
All right. We appreciate it, sir. Thanks a lot. All right,
Thank
folks.
you.
You know what? I never quite understand on election night where numbers come from. So I'm literally on the Texas Secretary of State website. The Texas Secretary of State, where they kind of like certify elections, they're reporting 32% of the Democratic county polling locations are in, 32%. Yet when I go over here to the New York Times website, they are showing that in Texas, 52% are reporting. I'm just trying to figure out.
Political has 45.6.
I'm just trying to figure out how in the hell do they have 52% when the Secretary of State's
They may be
office.
gathering from different places. I know in Maryland, particularly.
Right, but
our county boards. Sometimes county boards report before state boards.
The Secretary of State has the official number.
Right.
You have all these people who are projecting.
I'm just looking at this, and I'm kind of like, okay, I'm looking at numbers. And so if you go to, Henry, go to my computer, please. This is the New York Times. They're saying, updated 4 minutes ago, in Texas, 52% reporting. Bernie Sanders, 310,125 votes, 28.6%. Joe Biden, 290,584. Bloomberg is at 17.9%, just above the threshold to get delegates. That says a whole lot. Let me introduce some new members of our panel. Eugene was here earlier, Eugene Craig Organization. We have Dr. Julianne Malvo, economist, president emeritus at Bennett College. Reese Colbert, Black Women's View. What's up?
Hey.
Pam Keith, attorney out of Florida. All right, folks. Interesting. So, Reese, I'm going to start with you. I tried to tell you, Reese.
What?
I tried. See, you were not trying to believe me when I was trying to tell you what was going to happen with Biden.
What
you on the show, you kind of like, I don't know.
Wait, okay, but you have to refresh my memory. I'm going to concede I may have been
you
incorrect,
was
but
sort of poop on it. And I was like, I'm just saying, y'all might want to wait. What do you make of what the hell's happened tonight?
well, I think he had an unprecedented stampede towards him. I don't think I've been following politics very closely for 20 years. I've never seen the kind of stampede of major game-changing endorsements that he received across the country in such a short period of time. He had an overwhelming victory in South Carolina. None of the polls predicted that. And so I think it was like a $500 million jackpot landed in his lap with all these endorsements that essentially wiped out a lot of gains that Bloomberg made. Plus, the folks finally woke up. I think that some of these people should have dropped out after Nevada, but they wanted to, see what they can do to Super Tuesday.
Here's, I think, if I had to make a comparison, I'll make the comparison that what happened with Joe Biden in South Carolina compares to Obama winning Iowa.
Okay, I would agree with that, yeah.
And just for the people who are out there, just calm the hell down. Let me walk y'all through this. What I mean by that is, especially for African Americans, folks were like, all right, let's see what these white people gonna do. Then Obama wins Iowa, and that opens the floodgates. Everybody forgets, 2-3 months out, Hillary Clinton was leading Obama by 25, 30 points. And I think what happened here, it just simply boiled down to, can Joe win?
Right. Absolutely.
And what I kept saying, Pam, is you don't know if Joe can win until people actually vote.
Right.
It's amazing what happens when you just kind of wait to see what people are going to do.
Okay, I'm going to just disagree. There is something happening here that is not typical, normal in people voting. The truth of the matter is all of our candidates were solid, and had the juggernaut gotten behind Pete, we'd be talking about him. If the juggernaut got behind Liz, we'd be talking about her tonight. The juggernaut is controlled, I believe, I may be wrong, by Obama. He put his weight in there.
No, he didn't.
No, he didn't.
Where?
Not above.
Where?
Not above.
Where?
Underneath.
No, he didn't.
I highly doubt it. I mean, where do you get your facts from?
No,
Seriously.
First of all, if Obama's making a call to Pete Buttigieg and saying, hey, you have leverage, you should pull out. I'm saying that what happened with the
Buttigieg didn't have a way forward because he could not attract African American
I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm not disagreeing with that. But what I am saying is that there was an operation of the machine that came to play. Jim Clyburn made a critical endorsement at a critical time that had a critical impact.
But they are friends and colleagues. You can. I mean, I'm
not saying it's not
your little
true.
conspiracy theory just holds no water for me.
It's not
love you dearly,
conspiracy.
sis.
It's the way the party operates.
You have the.
No.
It's not a conspiracy. The party does operate that way.
That might be your party.
Wait. Finish your point, then Julian. Go.
Right. If we were to look at what actually transpired, Joe had a really good showing in South Carolina, largely because Elizabeth Warren kneecapped Bloomberg 2 nights before.
But Bloomberg wasn't in the ballot in South Carolina.
But it made people who were holding off for Bloomberg to see what he could do go back to Joe and say, yeah, Bloomberg's not a better option. And that she exposed him. But what we were seeing when you start to see Congress...
Wait. Finish, then Julian.
When you start to see all of the sort of establishment, congressmen, so on and so forth, lining up, that's a galvanization. It's not a conspiracy. I'm not claiming it's a conspiracy.
Okay,
I'm saying it's a galvanization.
I got it. Julian, go.
So whatever you're complaining is plain old wrong. What happened here? We saw Joe Biden. Roland made a point earlier.
Actually, I got to put you on hold right now. Let's go to South Carolina. On the phone is Congressman Jim Clyburn. Congressman, how you doing?
I'm okay, buddy. How are you?
I will say this, and I said it earlier. If Joe Biden wins the nomination and become president, you could sit back and say, make me Speaker of the damn House. Yeah. Because without your endorsement of Joe Biden in South Carolina, that blowout victory, look, tonight don't happen. Right. Yeah. Now, I'm gonna get I don't like giving Omegas no credit. None. But I will, for the first time, give an Omega some credit that his whole political life turned around because of you.
Right. And it's...
Well, I appreciate that. I really, really sincerely believe that this country is at an inflection point, and we have got to do something get this country back on track. We had a lot of, and we still have, a lot of good candidates. Some have dropped out, some are still in. They're good. But I just think that the best emissary for the Democratic Party, the best administrator for this country of all the crop is Joe Biden. I think he can win in November. Now, I know the surveys show that other people can win as well. But of all the surveys, the one that polls the best is Joe Biden. So why go with what's good if you got the best on the line? You know, you used to try to take off. If you want to win, if you got all these indicators out there saying that Joe Biden is the best for the Democrats, I think that's what we ought to do.
But so, Congressman, what caused you to endorse? What caused you to endorse? Because initially, I mean, did you always plan to endorse, or were you going to allow it to happen? What caused you to say, I need to endorse Joe Biden?
I went to the homegoing service of my long-time accountant, who's been 6 or 7 years. And when he passed away, his brother-in-law sent me a text and told me that he had passed and told me where the funeral was and what time. I went home to South Carolina and went to the funeral. I walked in the church and walked past the coffin, said a prayer, and I turned around. There was an elderly lady sitting on the front pew of the church, way off to the right. It's a rural church in Hopkins, South Carolina. And she beckoned to me with her finger to come over. I went over to her, and she said, lean down. I need to ask you something. I leaned down, and she said, I need to know who you are voting for in this election. I want to hear it from you. She said, if you don't want anybody else to hear it, just whisper it in my ear. And I whispered in her ear who I thought, who I was going to vote for and thought she should. And she looked up to me and said, this community needs to hear from you. And that's when I decided to make the speech I made. I never wrote a word. I walked up to the mic. I looked at two of my 3 daughters sitting over to my right, and there was a seat open next to them. And I just envisioned my late wife sitting in that seat as she would have been at any other political event. And that's when I made that speech, and that's what made me endorse the way I did.
You talk a lot about Miss Emily, who passed away, who was your most important political advisor.
Right.
We look at the exit poll data. 47% of the people said your endorsement was important. 24% said it was very important. And when you look at what happened after that, Tom Steyer drops out that night. Pete Buttigieg drops out on Sunday. Amy Klobuchar, she drops out on Monday. Buttigieg and Klobuchar both go to Dallas to endorse Joe Biden. Then so many people over the past 4 days then began to endorse Joe Biden as well. Do you believe that all of these people were just sort of sitting back and thinking, you know what, Joe's going to lose. Let's see if he can actually do it. And then when he proved he can actually win, the floodgates opened.
Yeah, you're exactly right. That lady said to me, in so many words, she was undecided as to what to do. And when I told her what I felt, and after that day, after the voting on Saturday, I went up to Fayetteville, North Carolina, and all I heard from people were waiting to see if he had a chance. They had hearts with him all the time. But you know black voters like I know black voters. Whatever may be their heart, they will use their head. And their heads were telling them that they needed to wait to see if Joe could prove he had a legitimate candidacy. And that's when he won so big in South Carolina. And I told people, the press call asked me, why are you doing this? I am trying to create a surge. I don't want to just win. I want there to be a surge because I wanted to reach up to North Carolina and Virginia. And I had calls from Virginia telling me they heard the speech and they were responding. And so I owe it once again to that elderly black woman who said to me, son, this community needs to hear from you. And I decided I need to get off my duff and let people know what I saw traveling around this country. And I believe very strongly. Once again, everybody says, well, Joe Biden knows you. No, he doesn't know me. My staff is out now trying to find that lady. I'm going and thank her for getting me off my duff. So he doesn't know a thing to me. He owes it to that woman.
Wow.
I don't know her name. I don't know who she is. But the deacon, you might like this. You might be divine intervention.
Well, you know,
let me tell you.
Yeah.
The chair of the deacon board, Mr. Middleton, is a good buddy of mine. His sister, Eugenia Middleton, was Emily Clyburn's roommate at South Carolina State.
Wow. Well,
I'm telling you.
Well, I tell you what, if Joe Biden wins the nomination, he's going to say God sent an angel to whisper in your ear to make that happen. Last question for you. You made a comment that Biden needs to make some changes to his campaign. He now has momentum. Huge wins tonight. I mean, what has to move forward? I personally think Michael Bloomberg getting in the race and him losing badly in Iowa, New Hampshire, to be real honest, Congressman, woke Joe Biden the hell up. I think he was sleepwalking. I think he was taking this. I think he was taking this thing way too casual. I think you see the reports. He was not calling around, touching base with people, not trying to get those endorsements. And I think, look, it woke him up. Now he's going to have to shift into another gear because now the fight is on. And so I'm sure you have made it perfectly clear to him and his campaign, they're going to have to toughen the hell up and get better moving forward.
That's exactly what I told him. I told him, if you heard his speech tonight from California, I think it was in Los Angeles.
Yeah, he was in L.A.
Spoke to his supporters out there. There was more passion that I've heard from him. I told him, I said, look, you are right on the issue. Everybody wants the Obamacare to perfect it. We want to work on that. Everybody likes your affordable housing program. All that's fine. But people got to feel you. They hear you, but they aren't feeling you. I said, your speeches have got to create emotions in people. You got to capture people's hearts. People use their heads, but they feel with their hearts. And I told him that. And I heard him tonight. He even said, I also told him, in a town hall meeting, any person asked of you, I want you to think in threes. This is what my program on health care will do for you. This is what my health care program will do for your family. And this is my health care program will do for your community. And I'll be done. I listened to him tonight. He laid it out that way. So at least he's listening. Well, you and I have had some experiences that he has not had.
Yep.
I shared those experiences with him. Hey, man, he's listening.
Well, you
did it.
Well, you gave him what is called in the preaching circle the A. Lewis Patterson 3-point principle. People only remember 3 points when you give a sermon, and so that was certainly some preacher advice you gave him, Congressman Jim Clyburn. We appreciate you jumping on the line, being on the show with us. We've been live for the last 4 hours, giving the black perspective, because we know you're not going to get the black perspective on those other networks every now and then, but we wanted to be all black all night, and so we appreciate you joining us.
Well, thank you so much for having me. But just remember, I don't care what you do, you're going to end up in Omega chapter.
See, there you go. There you go. There you go. But I'm in Alpha right now. All right, I appreciate it. Thanks a bunch.
Bye-bye.
I'm gonna go to Eugene here. I'm going to Eugene here. Now, hold on. I'm gonna go to Eugene. I'll come back to you. Come on, hold on. What he said is very interesting. How many times have you heard all these years? Endorsements don't mean a damn thing.
Oh no, they matter. They matter a whole lot, especially endorsements that are specific to specific communities. Every community has leaders within that community, whether it be racial community, whether a work type of community. There are leaders within the community that members of the community listen to. And when it comes to the black community, as it stands right now, Jim Clyburn is the highest elected black official in the United States of America as the third-ranking member of the House of Representatives. We have 2 black senators after that, and then after that we have no governors. We have 2 or 3 lieutenant governors, a couple attorney generals. So when Jim Clyburn speaks, the country listens. Black America listens, and South Carolina, listened, and they delivered. I think Joe Biden, the polls never showed him down in South Carolina. But that Jim Clyburn endorsement, Joe Biden might have been the cake, but Clyburn was the icing, the cherry on top, the whipped cream, everything else that came with it.
Yeah.
And you're seeing the results and dividends now. I mean, because of Clyburn's endorsement, you're seeing Biden probably overtaking Bernie a little bit now in the Texas vote.
Julian, again, we talk about endorsements. Let's take the Clyburn endorsements. Obviously major, but as Reese said, then all of a sudden the floodgates open. I really believe, this is where I disagree with Pam, I really believe there were people who were sitting here going, I was with him for a long time. Then they saw cracks. And then it was, Doc, you're going to have to show me you in this thing. And I think that's why Bloomberg gets in. And then Bloomberg is dropping the ads, he's dropping the money, and he is locking up endorsements. He is picking up here and here and here, but he wasn't on the ballot in the first 4 states. And Joe Biden is sitting there saying, I told y'all, my firewall is South Carolina. And everybody sitting there, yeah, he's like, no, my firewall is South Carolina. Give credit to the Biden campaign. They kept saying, y'all see what y'all want to? It's going to be South Carolina. That endorsement drops, and that door just, it completely changed its entire race.
Definite game changer. Absolutely. It's interesting that so many people put so much emphasis on New Hampshire and Iowa. When you look at the percentage of the delegates they get, it's minimal. So I really think Biden was right to hold it on until South Carolina, especially since he'd done his homework. But, when we look at, what's his name, Bloomberg, the billionaire, if he is true to form in terms of saying he wants to get rid of 45, then he'll use some of those billions, and we don't need billions. 500 million will do. That's what Hillary had. But anyway, I just think that it was a smashing victory for Biden, and he seemed to come into his own. He did not. His debate performances were pathetic. The best, and that's kind. But it seems that once he got that wind, this evening when he was talking, different person. Right. And so he needed the community, but he really should have stepped up earlier, even if he had low votes, to go into those debates so ill prepared. Really is troubling.
I think...
Go ahead.
Me and Rob were talking earlier, and I think Bloomberg might have played a really interesting special role here in this primary. With him going up on air, he made it extremely expensive for Bernie to spend money anywhere. With him going up on digital, where, you could probably get a dramatic higher burn for your dollar, he made it almost impossible for Bernie to spend money anywhere. So it made Bernie's fundraising prowess moot, almost overnight. And where, Bernie may spend, $700,000 somewhere, and it feels like a big drop, Bloomberg comes in and spends $100 million, and it's nothing to him. He'll make that back tomorrow. But what it does, it becomes an opportunity to block out the sun, while Biden pretty much has an opportunity to rise via earned media and a big bump out of South Carolina. And speaking of Biden, I know you're following Texas pretty heavily. He just took the lead, actually.
And in fact, this is Henry. Go to my computer. This is actually somebody shot a video. Polls in. I mean, you want to talk about the turnout in Texas?
Yeah.
One woman was in line for 3 hours and 17 minutes.
Wow.
There are people in Texas who are in line. Polls closed in Texas. Actually, more than 3 hours ago, people are still in line. Reese, the thing is, now here's the other piece. Democrats are in control of Harris County. This is where Democrats had better. Somebody had this tweet, and I just saw it. They said, they said long lines in Texas and California. Democrats better figure this thing out before November, or you're going to be turning away a lot of your own people from going to the polls.
Yeah, I mean, and if you really think about it, primaries have between 15 and 20%. 20% turnout is a lot of turnout. So if we're seeing those sorts of problems with 20% turnout, the extensive amount of early voting that's already happened, I mean, over 1 million votes were already cast in Texas. That is incredibly troubling, and that's a suppressive aspect, and it's a self-inflicted wound with the Democrats being in charge there.
Also, a huge night. Henry, go to my iPad. We showed y'all the Joe Biden speech from earlier. I'm trying to play this video, y'all. And so remember when the protesters were on stage as Joe Biden was speaking? I don't know why it's not letting me. Let me try to see if I can get it. So Simone Sanders, who is one of the advisors. Okay, I can't get the video to play. I'm gonna try to go. So y'all, she straight as went. So remember when? Who was on? Was it Kamala Harris?
Kamala Harris.
When Kareem Jean-Pierre straight up and played linebacker or blocker. That woman. Well, one of these protesters jumped on stage, and Henry, go to my computer. Simone jumped on stage, y'all, and went after and dragged homegirl off. Watch it again. Watch this. Boom.
Literally dragging. Literally dragging.
So where was the Secret Service?
All right, hold on. We're going to play that again. I mean, I got to give Simone. I mean, she...
Literally physically.
Now, hold on. Now, I want to watch out. Watch the bottom right-hand corner. You're going to see a brother. He is, watch this here. He's trying to come up. Simone's like, damn that. Went up the steps, snatched homegirl, and dragged her ass off the stage. If y'all are running for president, y'all better have some black staffers around you who gonna straight jack some people.
Don't mess with black women.
I just had to give Simone a shout out for tackling homegirl. Let me go back to again.
The question about Secret Service though. So it's been a discussion on Twitter. So apparently what happens is that vice presidents, after they leave office, they lose their detail after 6 months. But when folk are running for president, once you're deemed a major candidate, you're supposed to get it, but technically have to request it. The Bidens technically haven't requested it.
They haven't qualified yet.
Well, they qualify. No, you qualify. You qualify once you meet certain thresholds. But all the candidates met the particular thresholds. But you also have to request it, and they haven't requested it yet. Like I can tell you, this time in 2016, in particular, Carson literally inconvenienced everybody attending CPAC that Friday night when he suspended his campaign because he still had Secret Service protection detail. And we all had to go through magnometers.
Let me go here, Pam. Right now, according to NBC, they reported this 6 minutes ago. Henry, you can go to my computer. Bloomberg to huddle with advisors. Let me cancel this. In New York, reassess staying in race.
Right.
I told y'all, y'all need to go ahead and watch this show. I told y'all March 4th was going to be the critical. I said if Michael Bloomberg does not win 4 to 5 states on Super Tuesday, he's gone. Right. Y'all, ball don't lie. Michael Bloomberg only won American Samoa tonight, 6 delegates. That's it. He did not win any of the other states.
Right.
But I'm telling you, hold on, I'm going to Pam. I'm telling you right now, Bloomberg is gone.
And I actually agree with you. 10 days ago, I was getting calls from a lot of my network in Florida. And you're absolutely right, Eugene. We have influencers in our community, the person that everybody in the community calls and say, who should I be voting for? And those people were reporting to me the interest in Bloomberg and how people were kind of like thinking this is a great opportunity. A lot of the pastors were starting to talk about Michael Bloomberg as, you know, a person that they could get behind. But when Elizabeth Warren kneecapped him in that debate, it's not just that she pointed out some vulnerabilities. It's that he was totally unable to respond.
Unprepared.
And ended up looking like a non-entity on the stage. That killed the narrative that he was the guy who was going to take on Donald Trump. Because if you just get your ass beat by a woman on stage, then you're not going to beat Donald Trump. Nobody's going to believe that.
But let me
and that changed the narrative for Bloomberg to the point where that South Carolina endorsement really had an even greater impact because the people who were holding their dollars or holding their votes all of a sudden said, okay, now we have a direction in which to go. And that's the point I'm trying to make. It was a galvanization, but that galvanization is not directionless, right? It's not a conspiracy. I'm not suggesting a conspiracy.
Well, it sounded like that's
hold
what you were saying.
on. Wait.
galvanization.
Hold on, but let me show numbers. Go to my computer. Alabama, Biden, Sanders, Bloomberg. Bloomberg, 11.8%. Arkansas, Biden, Sanders, Bloomberg. Bloomberg, 16.9%. California right now is showing Sanders at 28%, Bloomberg at 18.9%, Biden at 16.8%. Colorado, Sanders, Biden, Bloomberg. Maine, Biden, Sanders, Warren, Bloomberg, 11.8%. Massachusetts, Biden, Sanders, Warren, Bloomberg, 11.6%. Minnesota, Biden, Sanders, Warren, Bloomberg, 8.3%. North Carolina, Biden, Sanders, Bloomberg, 13%. Oklahoma, Biden, Sanders, Bloomberg, 14.3%. Tennessee, Biden, Sanders, Bloomberg, 16%. Texas, Biden, Sanders, Bloomberg, 17%. Utah, Sanders, Bloomberg, 17.3%. Virginia, Biden, Sanders, Warren, Bloomberg, 9.7%. Vermont, Sanders, Biden, Warren, Bloomberg, 9.3%. American Samoa, Bloomberg, 49.9%. Here's the point here. If you look at all of these states, Arkansas, he gets 16.9%, so he'll qualify for some delegates. California, he'll qualify for delegates. Colorado, he'll qualify for delegates. No delegates in Maine. No delegates in Massachusetts. No delegates in Minnesota. No delegates in North Carolina, where he was actually, polling showed him tying Joe Biden among black people. Oklahoma, 14.3%, no delegates. Tennessee, 16%, qualify for delegates. Texas, qualify for delegates. Utah, qualify for delegates. Virginia, no delegates. Vermont, no delegates. Bottom line is this here. For $500+ million he spent, Mike Bloomberg got his ass whooped tonight. And there is no plausible path when you look at these numbers, because what it's going to show, Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, he might do very well in Florida. Michael Bloomberg thought in November that Joe Biden looked weak. I see an opportunity. What happened was, and all of y'all people, all these media who kept writing and saying that stop and frisk didn't matter, that said the Central Park 5 case didn't matter. Y'all do not understand. Black people were paying attention, and it did not matter if Steve Benjamin, the Columbia, South Carolina mayor, or Sylvester Turner, the mayor of Houston, or even Muriel Bowser, mayor of D.C., all these black people who ran to Mike Bloomberg, the proof is in the pudding. Reese, there is no way in hell that this man stays in, and if he does, it's purely ego. Anything else, because numbers don't lie. Reese,
Roland, he paid,
1 second, Reese.
Right, no, I agree with you, but also because I've looked at these numbers very extensively, let's also be clear that it seems to me that Bloomberg is actually performing mostly along where his polling was. Biden is the one who had a massive surge, because just if you look at the aggregate polling data as of yesterday, Bloomberg and Biden were not viable, not meeting this 15% threshold in the same 5 or 6 states. And then in those states, even Bloomberg was ahead of that. So Biden did not just, he catapulted from not even being viable in 6 states as of the polling averages of yesterday to now winning several of those states.
Because people, again,
so it's not,
people saw what was going on,
right?
And they heard, and see, this is where, again, there are people who were saying, Julian, oh, these debates don't matter. There were 20 million people who watched the Nevada debate. There were 15 plus million who watched the CBS debate. Then you had the millions who watched online. People were watching. And again, all of these stories against Bloomberg, all of the messaging, and all of that, people say, oh, yeah, but all the ads. But people were listening and paying attention. The results are clear.
You know, Roland, first of all, Michael Bloomberg paid $100 million per delegate. If you look at, I mean, he doesn't have more than 5. So $100 million per delegate. This is total hubris. I can go in and buy myself an election, buy myself a nomination. What's so fascinating as you read out the numbers with the various states is less Bloomberg. I mean, he's a footnote. He'll be a footnote in this election. But I'm concerned about the Sanders-Biden play. I have elderly friends who have said they will not, and they woke. They're have been politically active. They will not vote for a socialist. People hear socialist, they think communist. And Bernie has been proudly saying, I'm a democratic socialist. So he's cut out a slice of people who would vote for him. And people do forget that black people are not the most progressive people in the world. We're by and large moderate to conservative. So it's fascinating. I'm very curious to see what happens. But we live in exciting times, and sort of fasten your seatbelt on.
Eugene, go ahead.
So this is the thing. I actually have an interesting take here. I actually think the one thing Michael Bloomberg might have bought himself was the Joe Biden presidency, all right? So let's walk through this. Let's walk through this, all right? Bloomberg gets in, the first promise he makes is this: win, lose, or draw, I'm paying my people through November. You're going to pay through November. Whatever happens, I'm turning over everything I built over to whoever the nominee is. But that tells me this: okay, one, the DNC is weak. I'm going to be the new DNC. I'm not going to be power broker. I'm going to be the power.
Yeah.
What then happens is, all right, all the candidates take their eye off the ball, i.e. Bernie or Biden, and say, hey, we want to attack that guy. Break your rules and let him on the debate stage. Bloomberg says, sure, I can play your debate game and waste my time with you. I'm not going to be prepared. What happens? Everybody comes out swinging at Bloomberg, ignores Bernie. Bloomberg then, so what does that do? That takes Elizabeth Warren's eye off the ball. She's so focused on Bloomberg, she's not focused on actually going after where her voters are.
Right.
The next point here comes in. Bloomberg then says, all right, the real threat here to Biden is Bernie. So what am I going to do? I'm going to target all of my firepower and turn it towards Bernie. I'm going to ignore Buttigieg's inexperience. I'm going to ignore Klobuchar's inability to reach voters that aren't, middle-aged white folk in the Midwest. I'm not going to deal with Biden. I'm not going to deal with Warren. I'm going to turn all my firepower to Bernie. What then happens is, okay, we get the actual vote. Biden has a surge in South Carolina. We get the vote today, and Warren's distracted. Bernie's wounded. Klobuchar and Amy are gone by the time Super Tuesday rolls around. It only cost them $500 million, and it might have saved them probably $10 to $20 billion. Now they have to deal with a wealth tax or Bernie coming in and trying to ramp through some other stuff.
Right.
But Pam, here's the deal, though, and everything Eugene said, I totally understand. The reality is we have this many candidates. You got to hit somebody.
Right.
And guess what? If you're Warren, you were standing right next to Bloomberg in the debate.
Yeah.
He jumps in. I'm sorry, that's a big-ass pinata, okay? And so she did exactly what she was supposed to do. But the other thing is this here. If you look at the last 2 debates, Sanders pretty much got through them unscathed because folks were going after Bloomberg.
Right.
But still what happened was voters out there are making decisions. Henry, go to my computer right now. I'll show you. Texas, 61% reporting. Joe Biden is taking the lead.
Yep.
390,566 votes to Bernie Sanders, 366,571. Still very close, and Bloomberg is at 16.9% with 218,000 votes.
It's a wider margin.
But again, what it is showing is that when you have this number of people in the race, the votes is going to be fractured. And guess what? The person who gets hot at the right time, okay, can actually do some damage. And bottom line is, exit polling data show more than 40% of the people said they decided in the last 24 to 48 hours.
Absolutely. Your point is extremely valid that there was this sort of, we don't know where is the incoming fire coming from and to whom that was going on there. And I'm not sure that I would say that Elizabeth took her eye off the ball. I think she very strongly wanted to expose that Bloomberg was not really sharing the values of the Democratic Party.
But the issue is that what value did that add to her? Yes, it helps drive her point, but the thing is this: when your next two contests are Nevada and South Carolina, and you're literally fighting to survive, you need to fight for those voters. And Bloomberg isn't on the ballot at the point, but who's on the ballot and occupying your lane is Bernie Sanders.
Yeah, but Bloomberg had buried us in those darn ads. I mean, I turn on my computer, a Bloomberg ad comes up.
And actually, it pisses people off.
Yeah,
it gets to the point where you're like, damn, man, another ad?
Right.
Yeah, you know, in the source of about 10 or 15 minutes, you see the ads
6 times.
Yeah.
A lot of times.
But it comes down to voters.
But I
You're going after voters.
I don't think that Senator Warren took her eye off the ball.
No.
Because she and Bernie have a relationship, even though it's a fractured relationship, it's a relationship. She didn't want to go after Bernie. She
don't want to be president.
Well,
then that's running for second place.
You know, she and Bernie.
You play to win.
She and Bernie have the same issues. You know, I don't think she should have attacked Bernie. I think the attack on Bernie should have come from somebody like Buttigieg or
it comes from the person that's occupying your lane. If you're playing spades and your partner is not cutting, you jumping in, you cut.
And in the case of Buttigieg, first of all, no. In the case of Buttigieg, what happened? Buttigieg goes after Klobuchar because they're in the same lane. Again, this is the piece.
And it caused
there were 6 to 7 people on stage.
Right.
Buttigieg and Klobuchar in the same lane, but it didn't matter because they were not in a lane with black people.
That's it.
Yes.
Then you had Tom Steyer, who was courting black people, but in the end, when Jim Clyburn weighed in, black people said, Tom, we love you, but player, we out. And so all of a sudden, all that money he spent didn't matter. Then you got Elizabeth Warren. Yes, she didn't necessarily want to go after Bernie because her and Bernie supporters are the same, but the bottom line is she was the second choice of Bernie supporters, but he's the first choice. And so bottom line, so she wasn't going to necessarily grab a lot of the moderates' votes. So guess what? Now you're out, which is why you're left with 2 people who are going to be standing. Let me ask all of you right now, do a reset. This panel is going to be in for the next 10 minutes before I bring in 1 or 2 more people. Now, I'll start with you, Reese. What happens next? First, you're Sanders. What do you do?
Well, I think Sanders is going to stay the course of what he's been doing. I think he has a solid base. And I'm not a Sanders fan, be clear, but I do think that he has a solid message that's very clear, it's very coherent, and he has a loyal base. And he's well positioned in the head-to-head matchups, you know, when it gets down to 2 people against Biden. Biden, on the other hand, has a lot of fine-tuning that he needs to do. His organization needs to be brought up considerably. He was running a very lean organization because he didn't have the fundraising. So he's going to have to scale up incredibly quickly. I think his message also needs fine-tuning. I don't think nonverbal Obama is going to be adequate in a 2-person race against Bernie Sanders. And so I think that between the 2, obviously Biden is better positioned in the sense of he does have he has a much broader lane of people that are supporting him. But in terms of the mechanics and the organization and needing to fine tune the message so that you can position yourself for the general election, he has more work to do.
Right. I got to agree completely. I think that some of the anachronisms of the Biden that we saw early in this process, the no malarkey tour. I mean, he definitely needs to step up his game and his message for this particular time. But I also think that a lot of that is happening around him. Just like the point I was trying to make earlier, which is that Biden didn't do anything differently to make South Carolina happen or Virginia or anything else. Things happened around him. Yes. And one of the narratives that grew out of this is that Joe Biden is decency and Donald Trump is not. And that is something that I think he could actually build on, that Joe Biden is the good guy, the guy that's steady and empathetic, and you can trust him, you know him, he's reliable, and he cares about the people. And I think that narrative is one from which he can actually grow a steady, clear message, especially if he's going head-to-head against Donald Trump. It's a different message if he's going head-to-head against Bernie Sanders.
Exactly.
And that's a tougher dynamic, but I think Joe has a lot more surrogates to play with now than Bernie does. He has a lot more validators out there than Bernie does. I personally think that my greatest concern is that it gets so toxic between them that whichever side loses, doesn't come back to the table for the general.
That's the biggest problem, is that the Bernie, what do they call them, Bernie bros? They're so passionate about Bernie. I was with some young people. It was social, but they pulled me aside. They want to talk politics. And this little sister said to me, if Bernie does not get the nomination, I'm not voting. And that's what they said last time with Hillary, and we see what it cost us. And I think they're going that way again. Those Bernie bros, you talk about toxic. I mean, they jump on people, they harass them online, they do all that. So I'm concerned that Bernie can't keep his troops in line, and he really has to do that. But the other issue is Tom Perez, head of the DNC, frankly, good guy, but I don't know that he's doing a great job. I mean, because this is where the party should step in and sort of cool some jets. And, again, great guy.
How? First of all, how can the party step in to cool some jets when one of the people has rejected the party?
Yeah.
How?
Well,
I mean, first of all, you can't. Okay, that only works
When everybody respects the party.
if Pam and Reese and me, if we all in the party and we respect the party and we appreciate the party and we all say, okay, we all good Democrats.
Right.
That'll fly. But if me and Reese are like that and Pam like, look, I ain't one of y'all.
She's a Democrat socialist.
And you can't leave out the fact that Perez is chairman because Obama interceded to keep Keith Ellison from becoming DNC chair. Perez was not trying to. Tom Perez, let me be real clear, okay? Tom Perez didn't want this job.
No.
Tom Perez was not trying to become the chairman of the Democratic National Committee. That happened because Obama was like, look, okay, I need your ass to do this here because he is not going to be the DNC chair. That's what's going on here. So you can't rein in somebody who is unreignable.
Well, except for the party provides these folks, we're not at that stage yet, but provides folks with support, dollars, et cetera.
Bernie Sanders like, I don't need your support.
Yeah,
I don't give a damn about y'all. His deal is, I got my own mailing list. I'm raising my money. The reality is, part of Bernie Sanders' entire campaign is I'm campaigning against them.
Exactly.
Bernie ain't gonna listen to them because he's running against them. And running against them is why a lot of his supporters are supporting him. So that is the conundrum. The real deal is this here. You have somebody, and again, I ain't endorse nobody, and so I interview all of them. I'm calling it like it is, y'all. You got one guy who said, who ran as a Democrat and said, all right, I'll go ahead and stay a Democrat. But the moment he lost, I'm an independent.
Yeah.
Then, okay, I'm gonna run back as Democrat. It's real simple. You either gonna be in this or you not. And Sanders is doing this here. And the reason you see the coalescing around Biden, which is listen to the language. As a reason Biden says, I am a Democrat. I have always been a Democrat. I will continue to be a Democrat. He's appealing to the people who are saying, and y'all need to listen, who are saying, you know what? Bernie, you like Trump. You an opportunist. I'm telling you what's going on here. And that's the dynamic that I think Sanders has to understand, because the only way Sanders, if it comes down to him and Biden, is going to win a higher threshold, he has to win people who he hasn't been courting. And Eugene,
He hasn't been courting.
he has not been courting black women.
He hasn't been
And
courting
has
black
not
folks
been-
at all.
But, no. He's been courting. He's been courting African Americans. But what I'm saying is, he has not been specifically courting black women. And see, what's about to happen is, you about to see some real, throwing down now, because Bloomberg out, Warren out. Now the groups, Higher Heights, the group of black women who endorsed Warren, now all of a sudden it's going to be like, what we do? Patrice Cullors, I think she endorsed Sanders or Warren. What's about to happen is, it's about to go down there, but you can't run against everybody in the party when you got 30%, because you got to get 40, 45, 48. You got to.
Right.
Eugene, go ahead.
So two things. I've held that Sanders has always had about a 30-35% ceiling, and that's what we're seeing across the board.
Right.
Even tonight, no more than 30-35% anywhere. But what's coming up is this. We got the next 2 weeks are pretty much 2 mini Super Tuesdays. I mean, you got Idaho, Michigan, Mississippi, Missouri, North Dakota, and Washington next week. I mean, Sanders and Biden probably split those states 3-3, win-win, right? But then the week after that, it's probably a complete wash for Sanders with Arizona, Florida, Illinois, and Ohio. He might take Ohio, but he's going to lose Illinois, Florida, and Arizona.
Here's the deal. First of all,
he can try to walk into Florida and talk that Castro, Maduro.
I am making...
Hulaney.
Here's the deal. Here's the piece. I am making absolutely no predictions on any of these states, because if one thing that we have learned from tonight, it is totally unpredictable. You have no idea who's going to be endorsing anybody, or no idea what's going to happen. But what I do know is this here. When you talk about this enthusiasm, and this is where Donald Trump can run his mouth and tweeting all day, numbers don't lie. 2016, the turnout in Virginia was 782,000. Tonight, it was 1.3 million. You saw South Carolina exceeded when Obama ran in 2008. Texas numbers. All of these people, and this is where all these national people get on. National media has created this narrative that Trump is invincible. I'm telling you, the man is not invincible. Now, what you got to watch out for is the cheating.
Yes.
As Greg said earlier, he will cheat his ass off if he needs to.
Well, cheating and voter suppression.
That's what I'm saying. But I will say this here. I do believe that Democrats this time are much better prepared to deal with voter suppression
than they were last time.
Because they were playing games last time. And Robbie Mook,
suppressed their own vote.
John Podesta, Marlon Marshall, and all of y'all who were the top of Hillary's campaign. All of y'all were arrogant asses, and you didn't listen to the ground. And like I said in 2016, you had your head stuck in your PDAs and your damn algorithms, how you got your ass whooped. You're not going to make the mistake, and as Lauren said, a Biden or a Sanders will not ignore Michigan.
Exactly.
Or Wisconsin.
Right.
Or Pennsylvania. It's not going to happen. I got to go to a break. We'll come back, more Roland Martin Unfiltered, and we'll give you some results of what's happening in California. Back in a moment with our Super Tuesday coverage. You want to check out Roland Martin Unfiltered? YouTube.com/Roland S. Martin. And subscribe to our YouTube channel. There's only one daily digital show out here that keeps it black and keep it real. It's Roland Martin Unfiltered. See that name right there? Roland Martin Unfiltered. Like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel. That's youtube.com/Roland S. Martin. And don't forget to turn on your notifications so when we go live, you'll know it.
What's up? This is Aldous Hodge, and you're watching Roland Martin Unfiltered.
Hey, everybody, it's your girl, Sherry Shepherd, and you're watching Roland Martin Unfiltered. Hey, Roland.
There's Tim Story, director of Shaft. You're watching Roland Martin Unfiltered.
What up, y'all? This is Method Man, Mighty Wu-Tang Clan. You watching Uncle Roland Martin, and the show is Unfiltered. Make sure y'all tune in. Laura Ingram, you suck.
This is Diala Riddle, and you're watching Roland Martin Unfiltered. Stay woke.
This is Director X, the director of Superfly on the red carpet or the black carpet, and you're watching Roland Martin Unfiltered.
Yo, what up, y'all? This is Jay Ellis, and you're watching Roland Martin Unfiltered.
Hi, I'm Chaley Rose, and you're watching Roland Martin Unfiltered.
I'm Lex Scott Davis, and you are watching Roland Martin Unfiltered.
Hey, what's up, y'all? It's your boy Jacob Lattimore, and you're now watching Roland Martin right now.
You want to support Roland Martin Unfiltered? Be sure to join our Bring the Funk fan club. Every dollar that you give to us supports our daily digital show. There's only one daily digital show out here that keeps it black and keep it real as Roland Martin Unfiltered. Support the Roland Martin Unfiltered daily digital show by going to RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. Our goal is to get 20,000 of our fans contributing $50 each for the whole year. You can make this possible. RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. All right, folks, welcome back to our Super Tuesday coverage right here on Roland Martin Unfiltered. Here we go to a wide shot. Those of you who are watching, yes, the show looks a little bit different. Thanks to Ask Me. Of course, they are one of our partners here and all of the people who are part of our Bring the Funk fan club. We were able to build our new set. Here, we're not completely done, but we, for the most part, and so we did this here. It was first of all, let me look at it. So, first, let me be real clear so y'all understand. It was a black-owned company that built this set. Y'all know how we do. Let me get the name. Here, just go ahead and tell me in my ear. I'm looking for your text message. The Resource Pool. The Resource Pool, LLC. Black-owned company built our set here. We really appreciate it. So let me explain to y'all what you see below. Y'all can go ahead and get a shot of that. So when we did this set with a TV monitor, come back to the wide, with a TV monitor down front. And so they had this thing where we can light it. You see on the ends there, you see the blue, or we can do blue or red. I was like, you know what, that's a little boring. And so when we had Washington Watch, that was my TV One show. There was this art piece that you rarely ever. It was weird. We rarely ever showed it on the show. It was this U.S. flag. It was this U.S. flag that actually had all of these different African Americans who were in this flag, and it was a pretty cool flag. Like I said, you rarely ever saw it. We never used it. Hell, I forgot the damn thing was even there. And yet, when the show, I guess about 2 years before, we would say, hey, when the show ends, Jonathan Rogers said he was going to keep this flag, but then when Jonathan retired, the show was still going, so I was like, you ain't getting that flag. And so they brought it to my house. Henry, you can look at that. So this is the flag here. Do you see it? Okay. Let me see if I can try to reset the thing here. Okay, how about now? Do you see it? Do you see my iPad? Okay, I'm showing it's up, so. Okay, all right. So what y'all may not realize is that here they put all these African Americans in the stars. So you can see Dorothy Dandridge, you can see right there Huey Newton, you can see Dorothy Height, Max Robinson. You're right. And so then in the stripes, you see they took these articles and newspaper clippings, and you see Muhammad Ali, you see so all these African Americans, Marvin Gaye, in this piece. It's a huge piece. And I say, out of all the art I have, I would sell every piece of art I have, but I would never sell that because it's just an amazing piece. And so I was sitting and I was like, you know, I said, I need something like that. I said, that's different. So it's like 1 o'clock in the morning, straight up 1 o'clock in the morning last week, and I'm driving, and I said, I wonder if Leroy Campbell, the artist, could do something. And so what I did, I'm literally driving. It's 2 weeks ago. I'm going to NBA All-Star game. It was 15 degrees in Chicago, so I had to go to Walmart and get me some damn thermals before I left. And I called Leroy, and I said, Leroy, I got an idea. And he's like, what do you think? And I said, I'm thinking these 2 panels down below, I want something, some kind of artistic rendition. So go tight in. So you'll see this is one of the art pieces that Leroy did. And it's actually it's multiple generations of African Americans voting. And so you see in here, you see Shirley Chisholm. So he takes these newspaper articles and infuses that into the painting. And you see young African American, you see old African American, and you see all those clippings in the back. And you see if you go down, it'll say "Remember to vote." And then if you go down and then you pan left, you see the little child as well. And I said, Leroy, whatever you're thinking, I said, this is what I want. So he actually, they printed 2 canvases, they sent it to us, but Leroy's actually reproducing these actually on canvas. And so he's in London right now, and then he'll send those, we'll mount those. So there'll be actual, just like that piece over there, that Obama piece, that Ted Ellis, y'all get a shot of that? Ted Ellis, the artist out of Houston, I spoke in Houston to Jackie's Alumni Association. They gave me that as a gift. And I got a bunch of Ted Ellis's pieces. So it's gonna be on actual canvas. He's already done. He's in London. He says he's gonna ship it when he gets back in a week.
Is this original to you? Is this an original?
No, this
painting?
is one of the pieces that he had previously done.
Okay.
And so when I said to him, I said, hey, I want something that that really speaks to what we do. And so we sent that. So that's why we have those two art pieces there. So black set built by a black set designer, and of course Leroy Campbell. Follow him, y'all, on Instagram and Twitter. Does some amazing work. So so all y'all support our Bring the Fuck fan club. Your dollars made all this possible. That's actually where the money came from. And so that's why we appreciate y'all supporting what we do, allowing us to remain independent, remain black, and unfiltered. All right, folks, let's do a reset here. It has been an absolutely unbelievable, crazy night. A week ago, everyone said the campaign of Joe Biden will be over by Super Tuesday. That Bernie Sanders will be running away with his election, that no one could stop him. He was an unstoppable force. Then all of a sudden, the folks in South Carolina vote. Joe Biden has a huge victory, and that just opened the floodgates to tonight. And when we talk about tonight, you talk about huge wins all across the country. Let me do a refresh right here. These are live results here. 88% of the ballots in. Actually, Henry, I got you. Let me switch this here to go back so you can pull that up. 88% of the ballots are in Alabama. As you see, Joe Biden, 63% to Bernie Sanders. You should see it now. Bernie Sanders, 16%. Then let me zoom it in here. Then what you have here is Arkansas. Joe Biden, 31 delegates, 40.1%. Sanders, 22.4%. Bloomberg, 16.9%. Warren at 9.9%. California, so far, 30% of the reporting in. Sanders is at 28.4%. But this is the critical deal. Both Bloomberg and Biden are over 15%, which means that the delegate haul that Sanders was expected to get, he is not going to get. And so it'll be 415 delegates. He will win a majority of those delegates, but it's not going to be as big as they said. Colorado, 67 delegates. Sanders win 35.9% to Biden's 22.7%. Maine, still extremely tight, 24 delegates, but Biden is leading 33.8% to Sanders 32.2%. Massachusetts, where Senator Elizabeth Warren is a sitting United States Senator, she comes in third place at 21.5%. Bloomberg is in fourth. Biden beats Sanders by 6 points. Polling showed Sanders was leading in Massachusetts, but Biden storms back and wins that state. Minnesota, 75 delegates. Senator Amy Klobuchar, that's her state. You look at the full results. Guess what? Even though she dropped out yesterday, she probably would have lost her own state like Elizabeth Warren did. Biden beats Sanders by 9 points. Sanders had a huge rally in Minnesota. Team Sanders thought they were going to win Minnesota. No, they lose it. You go to North Carolina, Biden trounces Sanders 42.9%, 24%, 60+% of African Americans voted for Joe Biden. I think he got around 66% of the black vote in North Carolina. In Oklahoma, where Elizabeth Warren is from, Biden wins 38.7%. Warren comes in fourth at 13.4%. Tennessee, 64 delegates. Biden beats Sanders by 17 points. Now, I know sitting out there, Reverend, my man, Kenneth Whalum Jr. So the Biden camp was talking to him about hosting a town hall at his church, and they wanted me to moderate the town hall. They've been going back and forth, not scheduling it. And he was like, look, are y'all serious or not? Lost by 17 points. They might have wanted to spend some time. Tornado as well, but bottom line is that momentum again, and according to exit polling data, Tennessee was one of the lowest states when they said, would you vote for a socialist? It was around 47%. For sure. Texas, where the Sanders campaign, they were really focused on winning there. Biden's people said, we think there's going to be an upset. Y'all, 65% of the ballots in Texas are in, 228 delegates. Biden, 31.1%. Sanders, 28.5%. Bloomberg, 16.5%, which means all three will qualify for delegates. Utah, Sanders trounces Bloomberg, 33.9 of 17.3. Biden, though, 16.4%, qualifies for delegates. Warren, 15.3%. This is the one a lot of people did not see. Biden blows Sanders out by 20 points in Virginia. 53%, 99 delegates up for grabs. Warren, 10.8, so only Biden and Sanders will be able to qualify for delegates. Vermont, of course, Sanders blows Biden out. No shocker there, by 28 points. That's his home state. But by getting 22%, Biden will get some of those 16 delegates in Vermont. American Samoa, 6 delegates. Mike Bloomberg wins 49.9% over Bernie Sanders. He will get all 6 of those delegates. When you look at this whole map here, Reese, I think every potential conventional wisdom, meaning if you got the most money, meaning if you got the most folks on the ground, meaning if you're up with TV ads, if you're blowing them out with digital ads, oh my goodness, Joe Biden can't even get 300 people at an event. Y'all didn't see Bernie has 13,000 in LA. He had 10,000 here. All the people who are tweeting all the back and forth. But what do I always say? None of that matters until real people go to the ballot box.
I agree. I mean, it's obvious that Joe Biden, I still maintain, is experiencing the greatest luck anybody probably in the history of this world has ever experienced in the past 48 hours. Because to be clear, the polling aggregate data had him as not even viable in several of the states that he won tonight. There was a seismic shift in his favor when you have two people that almost entirely occupy his lane, his ideological lane, that were polling significantly enough to give him that boost, drop out, and people are panicking at that point.
But Reese, I would dispute the use of the word luck in terms of what's happened with Biden. I think that, I would, because he was working Jim Clyburn. That was going to be, Clyburn promised the networks and some other folks that he was not going to make an endorsement until the last minute. So
he said he wasn't going to make an endorsement at all.
Well,
and then he changed.
A lot of people said he was going to make one. But, luck kind of diminishes the achievement. To call it luck,
You think it's an achievement, though, that two people dropped out?
Yeah, and not by his call.
I don't think
the votes he got were an achievement. I think that I've interviewed Buttigieg a couple of times, like him very much. Didn't think he was ready, frankly. But I think that he needed to drop out because he couldn't make the numbers work. It's just like Kamala said, I don't see the path to victory.
Right.
I think with Klobuchar, she got out because if she lost her home state, she would have no props at all. Now, he didn't do that for them. But again, the word luck, strikes me as just a little dismissive of the work that he did.
But I don't think that he did any particular work. He didn't have a particularly good organization. Jim Clyburn himself said that. Representative Jim Clyburn said that he wasn't firing on all cylinders where he needed to be. I don't think that his message was particularly persuasive, but he did have, to his credit, he has a record that nobody else can rival at this point because he was President Obama's vice president, and he's well-liked. He has a lot of things working for him, but what happened in the past 24 hours is pretty much unprecedented, and he almost solely benefited from everything that happened, and that's not normal.
But Greg,
I agree.
Here's also, Greg, here's why I won't call it luck. Because
it's not luck. It's not his work.
No. Follow me here. It's dominoes. One thing happens that leads to multiple things happening. Here's the deal. South Carolina exposed the weakness of the two moderate candidates. Pete Buttigieg and Amy Klobuchar were polling together at 2.5%. He was at 2, she was at 0.5.
For the black vote.
For the black vote.
Yes.
So here's the piece. I interviewed, according to all the stories, the Buttigieg people got together and decided after midnight Saturday night, he's dropping out. I interviewed Pete Buttigieg at 10:55 a.m. on Sunday morning.
You did.
And he said that they were moving forward.
Yeah.
Okay? What happened was, it's a pure numbers game. They sat down and they said, if we could only do 2% among black people in South Carolina, we are gonna get dusted in the rest of these states.
Right.
What really happened was, the strength of Joe Biden exposed the weaknesses. Everybody touted Buttigieg and Klobuchar when Iowa and New Hampshire voted. And people I remember, I'm not gonna name the person, but Saturday night, I was at an event and this guy was like, but why can't Joe get white voters? And I was like, player, it don't matter. Watch what's about to happen. Right. And this person was telling me I was crazy. No. So all of a sudden, 3 people got exposed. All the money Steyer spent, and them black people said, Tom, we love you, but you ain't got no shot of being president. So that one big victory wipes out 3 of the candidates. Then all of a sudden, if you want to have a future, you sitting there going, I'm a moderate. Klobuchar and Buttigieg have been killing Sanders in debates. So they were never going to endorse Sanders. I specifically asked Buttigieg about that, and he said, I'm concerned about down ballot people.
Right.
So now all of a sudden, you're Joe Biden. One critical victory.
That's it.
Exposes your strengths.
Yeah.
Exposes their weaknesses.
Yeah.
And even though Bloomberg was not on the ballot, it exposed his weaknesses.
Of course.
And now all of a sudden, here we are almost at 1 a.m. on Super Tuesday, and there's no shot that pretty much Warren will drop out, Bloomberg's going to drop out. Come Thursday morning, this is going to be a 2-person race.
Absolutely.
I don't know.
Hold on, Greg.
And Roland, what I would say is, well, let's start with what you said about 10 minutes ago. You're not going to predict what happens next week. Because when Warren drops out, now there's a question of what she polls her support and Sanders. We've seen Sanders consistently polling around 1/3. And we can ask ourselves a very basic question tonight. What really changed? Because if you take the numbers from Buttigieg and you take the numbers from Klobuchar in the white primaries, New Hampshire and Iowa, and combine them and add them to Biden's numbers, if they hadn't been in the race, and let's say that had been the lane that Biden would have benefited from the most, then he would have beaten Bernie. In other words, Bernie's numbers look consistent tonight with what they've always been.
Right.
And of course, again, which is the reason anybody watching the election returns tonight should be watching this show. Another reason, you talked to the only reason we're talking about Joe Biden tonight, as you said, dominoes. You talked to that South Carolina Bulldog Q, the man himself, James Clyburn, who rescued the man, because when that Negro firewall kicked in, it then signaled, I'm just tying together some of the things that people have brought up tonight, beginning with what you brought up as well, which is it signaled to the rest of the country. What did you say a minute ago? What have you been saying all night? People made up their minds in the last 24 to 48 hours.
Yep.
Once that signal went out, and blacks in Alabama, blacks in Tennessee, mind you, red states that he ain't gonna win in the primary in the election, but if he's the nominee, they say, oh, okay then. And then as the early returns came in tonight on the East Coast, Texas hadn't finished voting. If you go look, looks like he carried Houston, but he didn't carry, Biden didn't carry San Antonio and them. The Latinos, and then California gets the signal. Joe Biden, Reese, to your point, it went viral. There's a contagion dimension. There is a kind of luck dimension. But to Roland's point, the lead domino was South Carolina.
Yeah, it was a
and
domino,
all it did to conclude is expose, as you say, that the percentages that what people have been getting didn't really change tonight.
No.
Those votes, and the only other thing I would add is those down ballot races that Buttigieg claims to be interested in. One of them, it looks like Jeff Sessions is going to be in a runoff with the former football coach of Auburn. I don't know if you can pull it up and look and see.
And out of those two,
yes, sir,
Jeff Sessions is the most sensible one.
Probably. No, he is.
Tommy Tuberville, his first ad was a absolute just racist ad. So, Lord, first of all, that's
why would
just
anybody
Alabama.
play football for Auburn?
Lord have mercy.
No, but I'm just saying, you see that though, right? Yes, sir.
Julian, what? Again, moving forward, I think moving forward, what's about to be very interesting is, and when I asked in the last round, well, how do people see next? Here's where I think. Here's what I. So let me predict what Joe Biden's going to do. Joe Biden's going to focus on character, morals, and values. If you go read John Ward's book, dealing with the 1976 race, when he said when Camelot came to an end, it was a fight between Ted Kennedy and Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter ran in 1976 on a message of restoring character and values to the White House. I said last year when I finished reading that book and I had him on the show, and in fact, this was December 2018, and I'll go ahead and say it. I sent the page, that book, to Booker and Harris. And I said, if the person who makes character and values a point, I said, it's going to resonate. I said, don't ignore that, because there are independents out there who do not like the language that are coming from the White House.
But Roland,
do not like it. And so Biden is sitting here looking at that. And so why everybody keep thinking this is about big structural issues?
It's not.
No. There are some, if you study Trump winning, the whole wrapping around the flag and loving the military, there's another thing that Americans have also liked: decency in politics. And if you, and Biden, he doesn't yell, he doesn't have one tone, he has the ability to be empathetic and to connect. And I'm just saying, people better understand those are political qualities that people say, you know what, that's a nice guy.
Yes.
I'm gonna vote for him. You need to understand, for Sanders, he is going to have to make an appeal to black women. And I don't know what that's gonna look like.
Well, see, the other thing about Sanders is that he hollers all the time. I mean, he has one voice tone. It looks, I mean, he reminded me when I saw him earlier today of, what was it, Howard Dean. Remember how Howard Dean had that meltdown hollering?
When actually that was actually a whole bunch of BS. It was, I mean, he wasn't really just acting a fool. He was just excited. But that was national media before social media. Had that happened with social media, that sucker would have got corrected like that. But they took that and just ran with it. But go ahead, I'm sorry.
No. Anyway, what's next for Biden? I mean, I think that, as you say, someone has got to court black women. We vote, 94% of us vote Democratic.
Older black women? Because he's got a lot of black women working for him. Are you talking about older black women?
I'm talking about all black women.
Okay.
I'm talking about...
All right, I'm just asking, because I know it's a lot of black women working for Bernie Sanders.
Well, that's a good thing, but folks working does not translate into votes necessarily.
I agree.
The other thing that Biden has got to do is get a good ground game. That's what Buttigieg has. He has a ground game.
Miss Sanders.
Well, Buttigieg kind of had one.
No, he didn't.
Okay.
He had a ground game in 2 states.
Right.
Well,
in the states that he had him in, it didn't make any
He was spent. Well, but here's the deal, though. You can't have a ground game, you broke.
Yeah, exactly. And
now
he needs money.
Now,
He has
look,
resources.
after he won South Carolina,
Money came in.
$5 million in 24 hours.
Right.
What you're about to see, don't think for a second. You're about to see probably the best fundraising Joe Biden's ever had. He is now going to be in that position, which is why when Clyburn made the point when he said, okay, you're going to have to change some stuff. When Clyburn said, you got to show some passion, I'm telling you, Pam, Joe Biden, I'll go back to when he, it was in New York Times. This is before he announced. I never forget, there was a line in there where Joe Biden, where they said that people close to Joe Biden said that he wanted to be assured that he was going to get the nomination. And I never forget when I read that, I said, player, you're going to have to earn this.
Right.
I think for all the people who said Michael Bloomberg should not have gotten in, I think Michael Bloomberg getting in and losing Iowa, New Hampshire woke his ass up. Joe Biden was coasting. Joe Biden was not doing lots of events. He was not calling upon people. He was sort of laying back.
He was doing the Hillary.
He had to get his... No, Hillary actually worked.
Really worked.
Yeah.
But
Hillary acted like she had it.
No, he was even worse. He wasn't even... He did events in Iowa where he spoke, wouldn't take questions. They were like, that's not how we roll. What he now is going to have to calibrate his campaign, and that... I'm just going, easy like Sunday morning. No, you about to face a bulldog now.
Exactly.
You about to face a bulldog who's about to be even more of a bulldog.
Right.
I think a couple thoughts. First of all, I think, and I know it's unusual and perhaps unprecedented, but I think Joe Biden's strongest possible move right now is to disperse the responsibility to a team.
Agreed.
Announce your VP. Put Pete as your Department of Defense. Put Warren as your Department of, your Treasury. To tell the people so it's not Biden against
That is
Bernie
exactly
or
right.
Biden's against Trump.
think
It's
it's a good
the
idea.
team of extraordinary Americans.
The cabinet of rivals.
And not only that, but that means that Kamala's elections powerhouse, Beto's election powerhouse, Pete is out there on the stump for him, for the team. It's restoring American leadership. It's and
That's
each
right.
of them bringing their best talent to the game.
And if he
that's
threw a
team-
Republican in there,
Oh.
No, hell no. Oh, hell no.
I know it's not
a Republican
No,
life.
hell
Republican
no,
life.
no. Let me go. No, hold on. Let me just go
I'm
ahead.
not saying that. I'm just
No,
saying that.
hell no. Hell no. No, hell no.
You talking to you, Pam?
I ain't talking to you, Pam. No, hell no.
No, you
I
right,
don't
Pam.
want to hear
You
no Democrat.
talking about that,
Because guess what? Republicans don't talk about that bullshit.
Nope.
No.
Republicans like, I ain't putting no Democrat, No. This is a base election.
Right.
This is where Democrats have got to say, damn it, I ain't trying to get y'all. If y'all want to bring your ass over here, that's fine. But I ain't trying to go over there.
Right.
Joe Biden can't do that because when you make the point, I'm a Democrat, I've been a Democrat, always been, that's what you're hitting on. This is where you got to go hard, your people.
Yes.
Right.
This is where you got to say, hey, that some bitch is driving us crazy, put me in, and this is who I'm leading, and that's where he has to go. And again, what Clyburn is on it, Joe Biden, the fire Joe Biden had tonight, what I saw last night at the rally in Dallas, that's got to be every single
night.
day.
Every time.
He's got to go on television and say, we got to throw out this liar. We got to get rid of this man who can't be trusted, who is corrupt. He got to even say the man lied about playing golf. He said he wasn't going to play golf, and he has spent more than $400 million playing golf, ripped off the tax. You got to go there because here's the piece. Bernie ain't changing his message.
No, but
Bernie ain't recalibrating at all.
But
the other two people, who actually, I believe, who has the capacity to calibrate and grow, Biden. Bernie ain't gonna change.
No.
Bernie gonna be the exact person he is, and that might be to his detriment because he's got to expand his base.
And that's
Pam, then Reese.
That's the bigger question: is how does Bernie's team start to appeal? It has been a consistent narrative, and I think to some extent a little bit overblown because I think that a lot of the toxicity on social media is being advanced by bots and other interests in there. But there is a there about sort of an overly aggressive approach to some of his most zealous campaigners. It's not everybody. It's not the whole team, and sometimes it's painted that way, and I think that's unfair to him. But to be honest, he's also a leader, and he has to figure out a way to show that he's got control of that. He's bringing them in, and he's looking to welcome in new voices, not to challenge people who haven't already come
Reese,
to him.
elections are about trying to get as many people as possible to vote for you.
Right.
You cannot run a campaign where you got supporters who are pissing other people off. You can't look. You know, damn sure know how they've come after you.
Yes.
And let's just say you have not minced any words in response to them.
No.
But that's what you're dealing with. After he lost South Carolina. The crap that some of his supporters were saying was racist.
Right.
Was saying these low information blacks in South Carolina. I mean, the stuff they were saying, and his team will say, "Look, that's 1%. We can't trust." But the reality is here: if you had to sit side by side, do you see the level of vitriol from Biden team, from Warren team, from even Bloomberg team?
Right.
Ain't no comparison.
Right.
The vitriol that you see on social media from Team Sanders, meaning supporters, rivals that of Trump.
Absolutely.
And that pisses
You think?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah.
I'm talking about
I
language.
agree.
Hold on. Follow me here.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't say the whole team. What I'm saying
No,
is,
you didn't.
I'm saying is, when I look at, if I sit side by side, I do not see, and again, the reason I'm going to you because you've had to deal with this.
Right.
I have not seen, look, you've been hardcore Harris, but I have not seen Biden people and Warren people and Bloomberg people, even if it's a small percentage, be as vicious and nasty as I have Sanders people. And what people have to understand is that plays a role with somebody like, man, look, y'all have pissed me off to the point that I ain't voting for him.
Yeah.
Just share with people again what you've had to deal with.
I mean, it's a nightmare dealing with them, and they're very intimidating to people. I'm not intimidated because I'm not easily intimidated, but I mean, if we just talk about what happened with Pete Buttigieg, they actually had a Reddit forum where they had to give instructions to Bernie supporters on how to approach Pete supporters. And they said, delete your rats emojis. You have to go through your history, delete your rat emojis, delete your pictures, delete these kind of tweets, your snake emojis before you reach out to these people. I mean, they take it past. It's one thing to argue on policy, but when you Photoshop Pete Buttigieg's head onto a rat, or you share torture porn, which is, there should be a trigger warning for it, to try to, talk about Pete's homosexuality, and it's.
So what happened to you?
So what happened to me? I mean, as a Kamala Harris supporter, Kamala was the #1 target of social media attacks for years, and it was always, all the Kamala is a cop stuff, but it was always just really vitriolic towards me. I have a YouTube channel, Black Women Views. I started moderating the comments because if I say anything about Bernie, it doesn't even have to be anything negative. It was cunt, whore, bitch, everything, all the time. Sorry, I hope I can say that on your show.
There's a show called Unfiltered.
Right, okay, and so after I got sick of reading that shit. Now, I didn't have to read it as much on Twitter because, it's a little bit more open, but on YouTube, it's just a free-for-all. So I said, you know what? I have to just deactivate my comments because I don't want to go through 20 comments of being called a bitch and a whore because I said something that's my prerogative to say as a Black woman. I can say whatever the hell I want to say about anybody, period. And now I'm going to be called out of my name by all these freaking assholes on Twitter? No, absolutely not. And so those are the levels. It doesn't silence me. It doesn't intimidate me. But it's disgusting to read that over and over again.
It's disturbing.
And it could go on. If I turn off the comments on one video, it would be on 5 videos until they wanted me to know that I was this. So that's the kind of stuff that you have to deal with a Bernie supporter.
Go ahead.
No, I'm just, nobody should put up with that.
Right.
I think that, of course, our friends in the Ukraine and China and everywhere else, I have no doubt that some of that's algorithm related.
Exactly.
I have no doubt that some of it is actually human beings.
A lot of it is human beings.
I have no idea how you or me or anybody else could determine which was which, but I'm assuming that there are mechanisms for doing that, and I think that Facebook, that YouTube, that Twitter, that all social media should be required by law to trace that to see, because some of this stuff is beyond hate speech.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm saying that in this moment we're in, and this is where I say, of course, Bernie's not going anywhere. We look at the delegate count tonight. It's only about a couple of dozen separating them, and Texas, California isn't in. So with all the conversation after all this time, we're still not talking about a huge lead for either of them.
Nope.
Bernie's not going anywhere. It could very well be we get to the Democratic convention with no nominee, the real broker convention, and then, Pam, what you brought up, I think, is really the only way Joe Biden puts himself in a position to win this election.
Yeah.
And that is to recede from being the guy. He's clearly not capable temperamentally, intellectually, his age, his diminishing mental facilities, whatever you want to say. He's not, and let's just be candid. This is unfiltered.
Gotta be clear.
He's not Obama. He never was. When he won in South Carolina, it's the first primary he ever won in the presidential campaign, 3 times trying. But if he puts together that broad coalition, and if he is the nominee, before they get to Milwaukee, he's got to have a conversation with Bernie Sanders and Nina Turner and Bree Joy and those younger Black women who worked with Sanders and all those kids who busted their asses at the HBCUs for the Sanders campaign, because I don't know any other campaign that did it.
Actually, he did. Well, according to Jason Johnson, he's had an extensive HBCU.
You talking about Bernie?
Biden.
Oh, well, yeah.
No. In terms of...
Well, my good friend Jason Johnson, perhaps to do a little bit more reporting, because what I saw on the ground from Tennessee State and other places was it was Bernie's people, even Howard. I'm not saying it's not true, but I'm saying this. Is there somebody who is who's Bernie affiliated, who can be the bridge? It might be AOC. It might be Ayanna Pressley coming back to the squad and getting Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, and AOC, and they become part of that coalition you're talking about, Pam. If Sanders is not going to be the nominee, there's got to be a way to stitch all that in. I don't know.
What you just said and what Pam said.
Yes.
Here's actually what Biden does.
Okay.
If he, before the convention, because normally what happens is after you win the nomination, you announce who your VP is, and then you go to the convention. Let's say you go through March, and then let's say you get to April. Mm-hmm. If you're Biden and you announce your VP then, first of all, I don't think he doesn't have to do a cabinet. He doesn't have to. I think what you do
But it would help, I think.
No. Here's why. Because first of all, what that now does is, now what then begins to happen, media begins to vet, are you good enough? So now all of a sudden the focus is off of you.
No question.
All he has to do is announce a VP pick, because here's what it also does. It also, I go back to 2000. Bush v. Gore is tied. Gore, people are fighting. Bush goes, we won, act like we won.
Right.
So what happens is you look presidential. Because, I'm sorry, y'all do whatever y'all want to, but we going to act like we won.
That's right.
And so that's exactly what you do. I think if he does that, what he is also signaling is, I'm the nominee.
That's true.
But Sanders can do it as well.
No, he can, but he won't. I'm the nominee. I'm moving on, because here's the other piece. Sanders has already said whoever's my VP nominee has to support Medicare for all.
Yeah, he has
The difference between Sanders and Biden will accept somebody who's a VP nominee who differs with him on issues. Sanders is not going to pick a nominee who is at odds with him on issues. And again, I just believe, looking at the two and just studying these campaigns, Sanders is so locked into his position, he offers no room for any level of compromise, and that is going to be the difference between how people support him or Biden. Final comments.
How do you get his supporters? Because we need those Sanders supporters.
Well, here's the deal. If you go back to 2016, a lot of his people were pissed off with Hillary. She had 3 million more votes than he did.
Yeah.
She only lost by 78,000.
Right.
So the reality is, polling data shows 25% of Bernie supporters are going to vote for Trump anyway. So once you start breaking down the data, and now if I start going back to these numbers right here, when you look at these numbers, okay, and in the states where Biden is winning, you're seeing massive turnout.
Right.
What you're actually seeing is that, Bernie, you're not the one who's actually turning them out.
Right.
So it's you gotta treat it very carefully. But I think out of the two candidates, who is likely going to recalibrate, offer more unifying message, and who's not going to shit on the other person's candidates, supporters, I think it's going to be Biden.
Yes.
I think that's what's going to put him over the top. Sanders just will not recalibrate. He ain't going to do it. I want final round of comments. I'm going to go Pam first, then I'm coming back to Julian. Go.
I think you're probably right that he's not going to recalibrate, but he's not a stupid man, and he has smart people around him. And
yes.
And I do believe that they're going to start to think about, okay, what's our next trajectory? How do we, maybe they bring Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez into the mix because she's wildly talented.
Right.
She's already out there as a surrogate. Right. Maybe there's another role that she can have that can maybe bridge the gap with women of color. There may be others out there. Ilhan Omar is one that they're going to take a look at this. They're very smart people, and they're actually really decent people, and they're very, very passionate about trying to change the status quo for the people who are really left behind in our politics.
You got to remember, he lost in 2016 because he got crushed in the South.
Agreed.
He has got...
Agreed, but...
Georgia hasn't voted. Louisiana hasn't
Florida
voted.
And many others.
Florida hasn't voted. He cannot... Again, I go back to exposing weakness, what happened with South Carolina.
Right.
What Biden is doing tonight is furthering, exposing Sanders' weakness among African Americans. And even though he's doing better, Pam, he cannot afford again to get crushed in the South, because what it's signaling is, bro, we ain't with you.
Right, and I'm not suggesting that he's going to be able to turn that over overnight. I'm not suggesting that, you know, but what I am saying is that he does have a machine. He does have an incredible social media presence. He does have some really core policy ideas that, if were framed maybe a little bit differently, I think a lot of people would buy into. I think you are right. We are seeing a galvanization around Joe Biden. My candidate, Elizabeth Warren, underperformed, and disappointingly so, because I think she was so much the substance,
Right.
so much the heart and the empathy, the talent, the experience, just a workhorse, a person who actually puts in the work. It's not fluff with her. She actually absorbs the information, and she considers race issues in all aspects of her platform.
But she's gone.
But she did underperform tonight. And so to me, there's a question of what happens to the people who supported her and where they dispersed. And I think the next week is going to be very, very tough.
Julian, here are these southern states that Sanders has to be concerned with: Florida, Georgia, Mississippi, Louisiana. Even though it's not a southern state, Missouri. He's got to be concerned about Illinois.
Yeah.
Black folks in Chicago, in Cook County. So I can skip Indiana. Okay. Now when you talk about Pennsylvania, now when you talk about New York State, okay. Bottom line, I'm telling you, Bernie is going to have to do better with black people, specifically black women.
He does.
And that, you know, I'm reflecting Congressman Clyburner's comment about how he decided to endorse Biden. And it came from, as he put it, an older black woman. Both Biden and Bernie need to pay more attention to black women, because we basically hold the power in our vote. You know, it's challenging to see how hard we come out for the Democratic Party and how little it does for us. I mean, I can't tell the whole story, but there was a sister who was trying to do a conference for black women, approached the party, asked for low five figures, about 20 grand. They said no. So she went and raised some money herself. But they need to, all the players need to go out of their way to make sure that black women feel included.
Right, and not
Reese.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I think that Joe Biden had an incredible night. I give him 100% credit for that. Don't get me wrong. I think that people should not rest on his probably extraordinary, once-in-a-lifetime type of momentum that you can get from this stampede that's happened to him. He has work to do to improve. Bernie has his limitations because he is very stubborn. He does kind of seem to have a ceiling. He doesn't seem like he has an appetite to broaden his base. But I just hope that that the Biden camp understands that the stakes are higher than ever. There's nobody else there's no Amy Pete rivalry. There's no Warren Bloomberg rivalry. It's just those two likely that we'll see tomorrow going forward, and he has to deliver.
Greg, final comment.
I agree. I would say that tonight really comes as no surprise. The South Carolina's Negro Firewall moved the black vote, and the consolidation of the vote has the candidates at the percentage ideologically they would have been. I agree with y'all. It was Elizabeth Warren. I think she was about an order of magnitude. By far, the most superior ideas and policy person by far. And when you put the ignorance of the American voter generally together with sexism, she is going to be out of this race. I think finally that Bernie Sanders is by far the best policy person remaining in this race. And if people were to say his ideas are outlandish, I would suggest they go back to the 1930s and 40s and look at the New Deal. And Franklin Roosevelt would have been crucified as a communist for suggesting a federal pension, for suggesting federal deposit insurance, for suggesting something as outlandish as the federal government paying people. And that's what the Works Progress Administration was. So that I think that finally we've got to figure out a way now going forward to get that momentum that Bernie Sanders had, and those young people, generationally. We keep talking about black women, but again, I can't overstress the fact that I've seen a lot of these younger black women in the Sanders campaign, and not just black women, other non-white people. And I'm saying, if those young people stay at home and Donald Trump puts together his nationalist coalition and they get it close enough to steal again Wisconsin or Pennsylvania or Michigan, we could be looking at 4 more years. And last thing I'll say is, Roland, you say this all the rest of the time. If Trump gets 4 more years and they finish these judges, we're going to look at a very different country. We cannot afford to lose this election.
If he gets,
So my final comments, folks. So my final comments here. I'll start this way. Give me a shot of this art piece down here. Just to my left. One down here. Shot down here. Give me a shot. All right, go down. Go down. Keep going down. Keep going down. Go. Point down. Zoom in. Zoom in. Zoom in on remember to vote. Keep zooming in on remember to vote. Folks, that right there, explain tonight. All we have heard for the past 6, 9 months, 10 months, polling, what prognosticators say. Oh my goodness, so-and-so had a great fundraising month. They're in the lead, all of those different things along those lines. We heard everything that we heard. But what happened tonight is what happened on Saturday. When the people decide, stuff changes. That's exactly what happened in this campaign here. The race is not over. Nobody has won enough delegates to get to 1,991. But the reality is this here. I hope y'all in other states are ignoring all the noise where you are making your own choices. You're likely by Thursday are going to have 2 choices, Senator Bernie Sanders or Vice President Joe Biden. Those are likely going to be your 2 choices. Moving forward, African Americans are going to play a critical role in whoever the nominee is going to be. Julianne made the point about black women. Absolutely, they're going to be critical because it's not an issue of just percentages, but they also turn out more than any other group in America. But Greg made the point about young voters, and that's also important. I have said not to diss young voters, not to make them feel small, but bitching and moaning and tweeting is not voting. That's right. That's right. You can call somebody a boomer as a way of being condescending and throwing shade, but guess what? That means nothing. Because you know what boomers do? They vote. My parents are 72. My dad will be 73 in April, mom 73 in November. They were up at 5. They were actually up. They were not up at 5 o'clock this morning. They were actually at the polls at 5 this morning because they worked the polls. My dad just sent me a text. They'll get home at 11:30, which means that my parents put in 16 hours a day working the polls. What y'all got to understand is that older folks vote.
Yes, sir.
You could talk about them like a dog. You could say they don't know anything. You could try to call them low information voter. But every survey that you read, white, black, Asian, Latino, Native American, atheist, gay, straight, don't matter. Do you know who vote in the largest numbers? Older Americans. Because, see, they understand what not voting means. Moving forward, you can't sit your ass at home and say, I want to see change, but I don't want to do anything about it. Now is the time for people of conscience to use the power of their vote. And for those of you who are idiots who say it doesn't matter, you a dumbass. And I said it before and I'll say it again. Because voting is a part of our way to create change. Then we have to make them do what we want to do. So we'll be following the results next week. And the week after that, move towards the convention in July. But I can guarantee you right now, the race that we now have is not what people thought it was going to be just 2 weeks ago. And that's what happens when black people show y'all how to do this. One, they knew how to count in South Carolina, Iowa. They were also diverse, New Hampshire. And maybe the Democratic Party, the Republican Party now realizes that with America changing demographically, you might want to stop having lily white states. Start this whole thing off. Because maybe other candidates have a better shot if diverse states win first, as opposed to Iowa and New Hampshire. We'll have a full breakdown tomorrow on Roland Martin Unfiltered. I won't say tomorrow, I'll actually say later today. This is past midnight. We certainly thank all of you for watching our Super Tuesday coverage. We want to thank all of our panelists who came through today, being a part of this great night. We started, almost 5.5 hours ago. Certainly want to thank all the folks on our staff for making this possible as well. And so, please support what we do by going to RolandMartinUnfiltered.com to ensure that we're independent, black-owned, and that way we stay unfiltered and unapologetically black. I'll see y'all guys later.